Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Welcome to our 24th Satsang. I'm here with our Kriya Yoga School member, Veronica. We're going to open our hearts, answer some questions. So, any questions or experiences you would like to share, feel free. I'm all ears.
I guess it's just me and you. I don't know. I was thinking with the holiday season, what's a good way to heal a broken heart, or if you're like sad or with the holidays?
Just see the beauty in everything that's out there and don't focus on the negative or the things that make you sad or depressed. Just focus on the positive, like the beautiful colors of the Christmas season, the happy times, the spirit of giving, stuff like that. Gratitude, be grateful for what you have, not what you don't have. And if you kind of look at it this way, it's almost kind of a blessing. Like my guru used to say, the trash is taking itself out. It's magic. So, like, even though you're sad that there's a situation that wasn't there before, it's almost like a blessing because it clears all out all the negative and gives room for light and positivity to come in your body. So, like, that is almost a blessing. So you be grateful for what you have, not what you don't have, and you kind of uplift yourself, focus on the good, and forget about the bad.
Yeah.
That would be my
Don't.
suggestion during the holiday seasons. I mean, during the holiday seasons, the colors are so vibrant, they're so vivid. It's a beautiful time. People are singing. People are happy to get presents, give presents, receive presents. It's going to be a new year soon, so there's many things to focus on and uplift yourself. Just be happy for what you got, not what you don't got. That would be my best suggestion.
Yeah.
But it's
I
easy during the holiday season. Like it's harder during the regular month because there's nothing really to see or focus on. But during the holiday season, it's hard to be unhappy because there's so much joy
yeah.
to the world out there.
Yeah, just look at the Christmas trees and the lights. I don't know, I think people they just like to get negative and go into downward spiral and think about all their lack, but there's so much to be grateful for. So we just should keep a positive mindset. And there's a lot to be positive for. So yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good thing.
definitely.
Yeah, I was looking at the ideas you had, and I was thinking, I'll leave it. Actually, I don't know. This is something I've been thinking about. I've noticed, like with religion and spirituality, people get really fanatical and they have to be right. And I don't know. It just, I feel like spirituality shouldn't be so forceful. It should be gentle. But it just seems like I don't know, with Kriya yoga, it seems more gentle. But it just like with all religions and spiritual practices, it feels like everybody feels like they need to be right. So I don't know. How do you deal with people that are like that are like forceful with their beliefs with you?
Well, in Kriya Yoga or spirituality, there is no right or wrong. It's just what resonates with you the best. So people trying to force their dogma on you is almost like a waste of time. If it makes them feel good, but it doesn't resonate with you, it doesn't even really matter. So like you would just focus on the positive and like you you would not accept other people's dogma because it doesn't matter what they think or what their perception of God is. Many people are trying to. I like the saying. It says, I saw a bumper sticker one time. It said, "My karma ran over your dogma." So like it's like this is my karma and I do what resonates with me, and what you think is the right perception of God or you want to force me to believe in your dogma doesn't really matter. So if you can kind of have that detached approach, like I like Kriya yoga, but if you're a Christian or a Catholic and you believe in that, that's fine too. I believe
Yeah.
in Jesus also. So like there's no right or wrong. There's not a one size fits all for any religion. So anybody telling you this is the true religion or this is what really happened, they have no clue. They're just attached to a bunch of ghost stories that they can't confirm. So they're trying to tell ghost stories like it's a truth, but they weren't there to verify it. So like I said in the last satsang, my guru said, "Look at this potato. He met Babaji, and Babaji told him this and that. You know, he was proving a point that every potato had a story about God. You know, so don't
Yeah.
believe any potato story about God. Believe your own story about God. So whatever resonates with you, that is the best story of God. So that's what I would say. Namaste, Paul and Cristobal.
Namaste.
Good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Haven't seen Cristobal in a while. I don't know if his microphone's on, but good to see you driving in your car.
Yes, I'm riding home from work. I'm glad I was able to catch this one. It's just worked out really well. But soon be sitting down in some light, taking off my shoes. So just hang tight with me, guys.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. Take your time. So did that answer your question, Veronica?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that did. I don't know. People can be so forceful with their beliefs and their ideas, and they feel like that their beliefs are right, and they don't leave the option open for like another belief. I don't know. I feel like that with like I don't know, like this is, in politics, sports, it's just like whatever they believe is right. Not many people are open-minded. So, yeah, that was
Well,
really
the
helpful.
best policy I like is just whatever makes you feel the best and uplifts you and resonates with you, that's right for your soul. What might be right for somebody else's soul might not be right for your soul. So just
Yeah.
follow your soul, follow your intuition. What other people, everybody, like you said, is trying to force you to believe what they believe. You know, like don't believe what anybody believe your own soul. That's the best way I would say. You know, like
Yeah.
go with your soul, your inner intuition. Don't believe what anybody says, because yeah, that's how they like let me tell you a story about God. Like how do you really know? No one really knows. So these are just stories. And in Kriya yoga, we're not attached to the stories, we're attached to the practice. So it doesn't matter what Yogananda did in 1920, it matters what you do in 2024. So
Yeah.
be the best yogi you could be this year, because that was a different time, that was a different era, that was a different yuga. Yogananda was on a different spiritual level than you are. So you can't, it's like comparing apples to oranges. So you would just be the best person you could be. And what other people say, it's like water off a duck's back. You're
Yeah.
like, yeah, okay, sure. That's a cool story, but it doesn't resonate with me. And when you don't resonate with their story, they don't have that power over you to tell you what their perception of God is. Find your own perception of God and cultivate that and enhance it. That would be the best approach. But yeah, anybody is trying to tell me this is true and this is what happened and 2,000 years this person did this, I was like, there's no. It's just ghost stories, to be honest with you. So I'm just
Yeah.
like, I'm trying to be the best yogi I could be in the present moment. I'm not trying to attach to anybody else's story, because that was good for them, but I'm trying to be the best yogi I could be in this present moment. So the stories really don't help you in the present moment. Your inner work helps you in the present moment, and your sadhana helps you in the present moment, and your yoga practice helps you be the best person in the present moment and detach and let go of emotions and see the truth for what it is. And the only truth that matters is your truth. So whatever you believe, that's the real truth. So whatever they say really doesn't matter. It only matters what resonates with you and uplifts you.
Yeah, that's good to hear because people can be such bullies with their beliefs. But yeah, I just go with what I feel. That sounds good.
So I liked the last class, and so I went to class this morning, or no, it was yesterday morning, and I introduced my instructor to the sleeping Vishnu pose, and she liked it so much. Well, actually, I said it was sleeping Shiva. I got my Hindu gods mixed up. I said sleeping Shiva. Had she ever heard of it? And she hadn't. So she was trying to look it up, and she couldn't find it. But then she found it was sleeping Vishnu. I was like, oh
Yeah,
yeah, it was Vishnu, because I was thinking about the 4 arms, and I was like wondering what he did with his other 2 arms. But so she brought the move, and we all did it in class. So thank you for that.
cool. Yeah, no problem. My pleasure. I really like the sleeping Vishnu too, on the right side and the left side. Actually, in the asana, I uploaded that this week. It's called the grasshopper pose, but it has the variation of sleeping Vishnu on the right and left side. So, yeah, I like the sleeping Vishnu. It's a good pose. I imagine Vishnu sleeping, so I'm glad it helped uplift your class, and I'm glad they like the sleeping Vishnu. It's a secret yogic technique. So if you see them, like, oh, sleeping Vishnu, they're like, oh,
And we also did use a strap. It makes it easier because we could hook the strap around our foot. If you can't really reach that tall or whatever. So that was like a little tool that we also used. She gave us all straps to use, so that made it a little
Yeah, if you
easier.
use a strap, you could pull your leg up a little higher, right? Like you could,
Exactly.
So yeah, using a strap is great too.
So I had heard a word called darshan. I think it's darshan. Do you know what that
Right.
is?
Yeah, darshan means like when you kind of see God or you witness the presence of God.
And
So people say, I had a darshan with Babaji, or I had a darshan with Shiva.
So can darshan be induced by, say, your master or whatever, by him like touching you or like doing something?
It's possible, but mostly in my case, darshan is mostly unexpected. Like when you try to invoke darshan, it never invokes. When you're not looking for darshan, it just kind of happens, So all my darshans have never been invoked. Like they've always just happened.
Yeah.
Is that the slap on the back thing?
What's that?
Yeah. I don't think
Sorry.
so. What happened?
He just left.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like in the book Autobiography of a Yogi, I think his guru like tapped him and sent him into darshan.
It's possible. Like I'm not gonna say it's not possible. I'm just saying in my case it happens unexpectedly. Like you're just going through your regular Kriya yoga sadhana and it just kind of happens, right?
Gotcha.
Like I've never tried to when I invoke Babaji, I more invoke him not for darshan to ask him anything, more to his presence to be there when I do my sadhana, kind of. So, but it's possible. You could, these are highly evolved beings, Yogananda, Yukteswar. So for them to invoke darshan by just doing Shakti path, it's highly possible.
Nice. I don't know. We're always looking for shortcuts, like the people that want to take ashwagandha because they can't like invoke this themselves and they want to have some type of experience that like lets them know that this is, for real. So I don't know. There's no shortcuts really.
Yeah,
So
well, I
one
mean,
quick question.
go ahead, Cristobal.
Oh no, after you. Okay, I think I know what I was talking about. It sounded like you were talking about it. Um, well, there's like 3 or 4 ways y- your guru can transfer his like wisdom and knowledge into you, and one of them was that really hard slap in the back that is unexpected. And another way I think is like through a hug, and there are a couple others. That's what I thought you were talking about. So if I jump in and I'm like, just forgive me. But
That's what I
No,
was.
it's okay.
Yeah.
what are those ways? I haven't been able to find it. I guess I could ask Chat GPT, but
Yeah, so let me see. About 4 weeks ago, we did a class about Shakti Path, and that's the way they mostly transmute their energy, called Shakti Path. They touch like your third eye, and your guru transmutes it that way. But there's other techniques, like you said, like sometimes they try to harshly invoke it by smacking you on the back when you're not looking. you know, I mean, different yogis and gurus have different techniques, but the technique I was taught was that Shakti path, where you transmute your inner Shakti with like your life force energy, and you put your pointing finger on the third eye and you transmute it that way. That's the way most yogis do it. But yeah, so if you go back, I think it's like the 37th class to the 37th class, I demonstrated the technique of Shakti Path Pranayama, how you can transmute your energy, keep it for yourself, or you could transmute it to your loved ones and try to heal them through your inner Shakti and your inner prana.
nice.
Yeah, and
I'm
that
about
guru Dev did it to me online, and I had an amazing dream that night. So it does work.
to. Very cool. I'm
Yeah.
starting class 5 next, and a lot of times I retake them, because I get away from them for a while. So I just retake the last one, and so I did class 4, I think, a couple nights ago, and so class 5 is next. But that would be my first one for that one. So I am going slow. I have been so busy. Oh, I'm so mad at myself. I'm so sorry, but I have been out there killing flies. You know, I'm such a bad yogi student.
Oh, it's all good. We forgive you. Don't beat yourself up about it.
Okay, I mean,
Whatever's
well,
necessary to do, it's okay. You know.
I work in a deli, and so I just have to. I'm just like, or
Oh,
anyway.
I
Where's the
understand. It's
Where's the deli at?
It's in Frisco. It's a Market Street store.
Okay.
Uh, I think there are some over in Fort Worth area. I know we have like a Colleyville. Is that over by you?
Yes.
Colleyville.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be I guess the farthest one that I know of that's closest to you.
What store is that?
Market Street is what it's called.
Oh, it's just Market Street. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, it'd be cool if we could meet, since we are in the same area.
Yeah. I've been off and on this like I got 2 jobs and I held them for briefly, and I'm like, this one over here really sucks. I don't want to do it anymore, and like so I just keep going on these like ups and downs of like getting a whole lot right, and then scrambling and kind of put things back together, and reshifting. So it's just a mess, ego mess. I'm not
Right.
proud of it, but what I was kind of I fell off my scooter and I smashed my face pretty good. And
oh,
then
sorry
I
about
don't know,
that.
if you can see my scars, my face, but anyway, like 25% of it got pretty smashed up. It looks great right now, but the first day happened, it's really bad. Um, so that happened, and then at the same time, I saw a video from Chad on my YouTube feed because I'm addicted to YouTube, and I saw this quit thing. I'm like, oh shit, you know,
Yeah.
uh, I just
Yeah.
like, oh my god, it really sometimes just take a smack in the head and a title like that to like, I don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose this at all. I love this, and it feels I was miserable almost every damn day because it feels like you're away from home. That's what it feels like, and I know he's going to be back. There's no way you can be here and be even remotely invested in and just walk away from it. Like you're gonna feel that forever. I think like you just can't go away anymore. Like it follows you, it stays with you. You miss it and it grows. It gets worse until you get back in. Oh my god, it's so terrible. So I don't know if y'all have left and went experienced that, but like, oh, it's an awful feeling. It's an awful feeling. I shouldn't beat myself up for it, just like you said, but you know, yeah, you do. Like I know he'll be back.
Yeah.
He can't leave. I've tried. I didn't try, but like I was trying to do other stuff, and like it just hurts to it. It's like it's a different part of me now. Like you'll feel it, he'll feel it, and so it's so weird. I never even got to share a satsang with him or anything. I think he introduced me for a yagna fire once on the stage. That was
Yeah.
pretty cool, but I'm not really a Chad chaser. I know him really well because he's the same like whatever number you are, personality number, and he had a cat. He sleeps on the sofa. I have a cat. I sleep on the sofa. Like there's so many differences. I'm the gay version and brown skinned, and he's like the white straight guy version. And the hobbies and the interests that you pursue, except for starting an actual channel on my own, the topics and everything. It's just so like this. Like I really call him an earth brother in chat, and I used to, like I just feel super close to him. I know, like I feel like I'm pretty dang close to him, even though there are a lot of differences, obviously. But
I agree, and I was wondering why would you sleep on the couch if you have a bed,
yeah,
But
so it's couches. I had a great couch, man. Screw the bed. Like I just loved it so much. And it was all torn up and shredded. My cat loved the end of it and would just tore the hell out of it up. And I'm just like, I love this thing. I still don't want to get rid of it. And but finally, I was forced to, and now I sleep diagonally on a stupid futon thing that I had to replace it with.
mm,
Oh well, c'est la vie.
but yeah. So Chad said Liz is coming tomorrow at 6, so I'm probably gonna join that and ask another question this time. I kind of want to know about my spiritual growth and how close I am to, gaining enlightenment, similar to the question you asked, Veda Guru Dev. So I'm looking forward to that tomorrow. Anybody else think they might join in?
I don't know. That's a good question because Vedaguru Dev, you always say like the progress we make in this life will get you farther in the next life. But is there any way to know how far you are without dying? I guess I can ask a psychic, or you just keep doing good. I don't know.
No,
I
well,
think you
not.
can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I read Dolores Cannon's Life After Death. Okay, that she did a lot of research on hypnotizing people back beyond, and like they're all saying the same thing over and over and over again. And like, so if you just read it and just like kind of accept what she's saying, she's the pioneer there. And I take styling cues. Like, am I really being forgiving to people? Am I making
Mm,
people miserable? Like,
Mm.
like how honest do I? How happy I am with myself? Like, I only have to make my old self and my kid self happy. Like that's and uh, if you could just if I just compare myself like what these spirits are saying, uh, I wonder, but I don't obsess over it because
yeah,
um I'm always taking mental notes because I'm always trying to just be a better person. Like people, because if I'm not, like, I just feel rotten. You know, like
Yeah.
now I know why. I saw it in a thumbnail why the Buddha isn't a fat dude beating up his wife and a wife beater. Because when you're always trying to do the next best thing, like you're really not doing that shit. You're really not doing dumb shit. You're not wasting a lot of time
Yeah.
doing that because it always feels so much better to do the next best thing. Like, do you know the thumbnail I'm talking
Yeah.
about? I was it Chad's? Where did I see that?
Say that again.
That thumbnail of like, this is why Buddha doesn't sit at home in a trailer park in a wife beater, and drugs and beer bottles on the coffee table and like a sad skinny girl in the background, like this is why
Yeah.
he's not like that, or these people are not like this because it's not something you can fake. Like there's totally like this is why they
Right.
always do the next right thing. Like it was just a really great. I know y'all probably seen what I'm talking about because our algorithms are probably the same, but it was fascinating. It's in one of my long playlists I've built, but if I ever find it again, I'll send it. I'll put the picture in
Yeah.
the group.
I can see it. That's funny. Like,
Yeah, yeah, because you want to ask yourself like, well, the Maharaji or whatever, did that sex thing with that one movie star lady, and I'm like, well, if he tried to have a baby with her, then I think he was doing it right. It's just like I didn't know what else to say, but like they were just trying to accuse him of like being you know caving to earthly sensations. But I'm just like, well, there's a spiritual aspect to it too if he was doing it the right way.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, but
Yeah, so I posted that thing about the three paths,
Mm.
the Tantra and whatever the other one's Vedanta,
Pr-
which is ours, and I can't remember what the other one was, but I really wasn't like aware of that. So I have a lot of friends in the Ananda Marga yoga community, the ones that wear the orange suits,
Mm.
and I friended another one because I just saw his face and he had such a nice smile. I could just tell he was like blissful and everything. So I sent him a friend request, and then I was scrolling down it and I came across that article that he made, and I really enjoyed it. It was enlightening and just gave me a few extra viewpoints that I didn't have before and that I wasn't really aware of. Did you read that, Vetaguru Dev?
Yeah, I read it. Yeah, the other one is Perusia, which is like the higher self. And yeah, our tradition is called Siddhanta, not Vedanta,
Okay,
but
okay.
it's similar. There's three different folds. I mean, it's tomato, tomato. It's basically the same thing. But like, yeah, these are true. They're like my guru would say. There's different roads to get to the mountaintop, but they all get you to the mountaintop. So it just matters which road you resonate with the best, and that would be the best road to get you to the mountaintop. But there are many roads to the top of the mountain. Which one is the best, or which one's the one best for you? That's for you to find out. So, but yeah, it's interesting the different path, the different techniques, and the different thing. We would more in our tradition resonate with the Perusia path, the higher self path, the higher consciousness. So, but it I mean it doesn't matter what works for other people. It only matters what works for you. So I would take the path that you resonate and vibe with the best.
Sounds good.
But those are all great paths. There is no one best path. It's whichever one works the best for you is the best path.
Absolutely.
Well, I liked what you said, Cristobal, about how this feels good. It's like I'm kind of wondering
yeah,
if
that's
Chad will come back. I don't know. This like every time I do a Satsang, it goes on for 5 hours late, consistently, and it's just like I don't know. You want to keep that good feeling going. So
Mm.
I'm glad you're back. So I hope you keep feeling good.
oh yeah, me too. I was thinking like, am I making things better? Like, and I know I'm just like this is my ego doing this, and I'm trying to get all this done. I rearranged everything here to make a better space to do my pose, and rebuilt some furniture in here. Just time-consuming projects, but like they're all worth it. And uh, you know, drinking, every now and then, not every day, not being a drunk, but like that's been a problem uh, sometimes. And then, uh, but it's also not as bad as it used to be. So like I'm just trying to spend time like just being free and doing all this stuff,
Yeah.
trying to figure out how to make money. I think that's what we're all trying to do, or a lot of us, like me and Chad, always like, I hate obsessing about it. So I've been kind of just, well, this is all I have this week. So I'm going to get this done and that done, and try to work out, walk my dogs. I've been walking a lot outside uh, almost every night, and my feet are getting a little bit better.
Oh, good.
So I can kind of do more. And I've accomplished my supplements kind of thing. I've copied the number one guy in the world's routine, and now I'm adding new stuff, other stuff that it took me like months. It took me like 2 months to get that done. And like someone posted about methylene blue, I've noticed that, and I've watched methylene blue videos for hours, and I still don't get it. But
Are you using that?
no, not yet. It's barely a blip on the radar right now. NAD boosters is next, and hydrogen hydrogen tablets for water is what
I
I'm
just
using.
got one of those little things. You pour your water in there, and then you turn it on, and it hydrogenates the water. So
Yeah, I've heard some stuff about that. I know there's some really big figures that stand behind this kind of amazing way of the hydrogen enriching water bottle with the anodized plate. Uh, I don't know. I think just to get started faster to people, since I do things for me and my mom, like it would be easier to buy the bags of hydrogen tablets and dissolve those. And I hear like you're
Yeah.
gonna get the exact amount every single time. So as far as getting my body right and all that stuff, I actually did accomplish something within the 2 months I was gone. Spent a lot of money. I've learned a lot of stuff. Something is causing an itch all over my skin. Like I thought it was a nice and flush, and I still break out about once or twice a day, and so I know it's not gone, but it's gotten a lot better. I've had to remove a couple supplements to see if they were the culprits, but I like to bring them back and see a doctor about what's causing this, because I sure would
Yeah.
hate to find out like it's something. Um, I have my suspects. I'm gonna keep going down the path. Yeah, I've seen that one. I've seen that one. How old is it?
I-
How old is yours?
I just got it maybe like a month or two ago. So yeah, so it's easy for me to just fill that up, turn it on, and then I'll just transfer it into my water jug. But yeah, I like your moon stuff too. I also have like a moon thing here.
Oh yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
also have a cat, and it's also
Oh,
torn
you
up
have
my furniture.
a cat.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of similarities. I do have I do take supplements. I asked Chad a lot about that, and he did before, but he stopped it. So like, I really don't know, if I really need it or not. I can't say that I've really noticed any differences, but I take a lot of different stuff. Like one's called glutathione that's supposed to
Yeah.
help repair your mitochondria, DNA, and
Yeah.
stuff. And I take this one called Ormus. It's kind of like a monatomic gold. So you drink that. That comes in a little squirt bottle, and I take a deer antler velvet that's supposed to help with stem cell renewal.
Nice.
Um,
Putin. Putin was really sick, and we thought he was gonna not make it, which would be great for the world, I think. But he saved himself drinking antler blood, from Russian deer.
mhm.
And I hear he's real witchy or whatever, but he's still around. He still looks pretty dang healthy. He didn't move on like we all thought he was a year or two ago. So I think some of the things he's doing is working. Like, it makes sense. Basically, it's a bone marrow transfusion. If you're drinking deer antlers, you're drinking bone marrow material from another being.
Mhm.
So
Did you say he was
it
drinking
sounds,
the blood?
yeah, sucking
Uh,
the insides of deer antlers as his
Okay.
remedy for his cancer or whatever it was that he had that was really
Mm.
bad. But,
Mm.
so he's still going. He's still a really big guy. He's his illness or his condition isn't a part of the news anymore. For a second, it looked like this problem is going to solve itself, right? Damn, it didn't, but oh well, whatever.
Yeah, since you're
But
into, I was gonna say,
yeah,
since
I
you're,
caught
if
basic.
it's real Putin, like some people said, like he's already been dead and it's a clone, and they just, whenever one of their leaders dies, they make a clone and they, to continue to, use it as like a puppet or something. But so many weird theories out there. But I know they use
No,
masks. I know there's like doubles, I'm sure, of Trump because Hitler used lots of doubles, and it only makes sense when people are trying to assassinate you to have doubles that could fill in for you at certain dangerous things, events or whatnot. So who knows who we're really seeing when we see it? There's no real evidence that it's the real person. With the technology they have today and just masks and all that kind of stuff, and if cloning is really possible. They say there's like we're on like who knows how many Bidens. They said Biden died way back, and they like recloned him, and that's why he's so messed
yeah,
up.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same old piece of crap Biden we're used to. But I'm copying the number one guy in the world, Seam Lant, on the Rejuvenation Olympics leaderboard. That actually gets updated every hour or two, and he's not number
Mm.
one anymore, but now he's number three. And then there's Brian Johnson. So basically,
Mm.
copied like Ben Greenfield moves up and down on the list from 40 to 13, and a lot of other people. So I follow a lot of their YouTube channels, and I just listen to everything they say and compare everything. And I'm decided to stick with the easiest guy. He's 29. His regiment was fairly simple. Uh, the basics, sole water, a multi-mineral salt water for your electrolytes once a day. Uh, Covers those trace minerals we really need. And then I did the basics. I'm just right now. Uh, the one thing that made the most difference for me that just blew my mind, and I'm waiting for some new blood work to prove everything so far. Um, I have to reschedule. I missed my last blood work, my second one that was supposed to help me move along and see some numbers. But the one that helped me the most was these spirulina tablets called Energy Bits.
Okay.
Like, because I was struggling so hard with extra energy, and my feet were killing me. Like I used to be able to push myself so hard. I used to be able to grind two jobs and still make it to class, an air conditioning class in college, and still have time to socialize with some friends for an hour. Um, but I just can't get shit. I can't, just like, my energy levels were just coasting downward really bad. So that was why I embarked on this longevity thing anyway. But these were amazing. A bag of 1,000 bits. The UN says it's a solution to world hunger. The spirulina energy bits, because it's literally just food for your mitochondria. They evolved from the same place. Our cell mitochondria
Mm.
are basically just algae
Hmm.
cells. They're the same kind of living creatures, so they recognize each other. And it was like you like it almost. It's weird. You'll go straight to the commode after your dose, which is weird. Reminds you of something else, and very stimulant like, and then you're just like, whoa, you can I was able to keep going. And it's like I walk the dogs, work out, and even get back into classes and doing stuff, because I've accomplished, the room change and the space change, and I've accomplished the supplements. Like, finally, like, it finds me, but it took like a lot of just like running around to get it done. There's still a little bit more ways to go. And then I'm in the middle of a job hunt right now. I'm gonna change my hairstyle and everything. some clothes, and just for a couple of days turn in maybe 60, 90 applications, and so I could just see where that leads. But I genuinely in the right place energetically and thought wise with these supplements now. That wow, like I can actually handle this. Like I really wanted to come back here. Like it I'm not sure which molecule helped me get in here, which one actually tied so well with, you know, our spirit and Babaji. I don't know which one Babaji really likes, but I think he likes the spirulina energy tablets. And then the nighttime one, the chlorella algae, those are called recovery bits, and those let your cells kind of clean house at night. One's like room service at the beginning of the day, and the other is like house cleaning, housekeeping at the end of the day. And so I've been doing it, and I know it's working. I'm in a great mood. I can handle work. I'm smiling, and I just feel more like myself than I have ever before. And we'll just see how it keeps going. Um, you know, uh, how did you how did the hydrogen water make you feel? Did it cause any changes, or
Not that I really noticed.
I hear you have to drink a bunch, like six or eight or 10 a day, depending 30 if you're a cancer patient,
hmm Yeah, I don't
for
drink that
like
much water,
feelable, amazing results.
but it can't hurt. It can't hurt to try anyway. Just
I
water.
would,
I need it anyway.
yeah, I would drink a ton to see if you notice a difference.
Yeah, good
I would
idea.
just go walls to walls to see if you notice a difference.
What are you
I'll
studying
ask
in
you.
college?
No, this is the class I'm taking right now. I have been training myself on ChatGPT, doing some stuff, helping my mom build mailing lists for old people. So, that's really fun. I've always wanted to do that, and finally I'm doing it. Like once I rebuilt this desk and made this space right with a mantra, my mantra table. Check it out. This is where I sit, and then this is silly camera. There's a little round table here. There's a little round table that I have. This is where I sit down, and I can put my little. It's a terrible angle, but that's where I sit. There's a mirror in front.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah, this is not working out well, but because the camera where it's at. Anyway, I have a great place to sit down and do this now. Um, I've got my little. You know how it is. Before I started before I had less, and I still got more done. But I thought I could get a lot better at this by making all these changes, and that's where I fell off. My ego getting in the way, trying to make it better. But
Yeah, you
because
mentioned you were going to change your hairstyle. I like to talk about hair. I've talked about hair so many times, but because it's
yeah,
interesting because we're so like kind of it's an ego thing about our hair. It's like if somebody wanted me to like either grow my hair long or cut it off, I don't think I could do it. Um, I'm just used to it,
yeah,
the way it is.
for a
So
job hunt in the real world, I'm not sure. I'm gonna take Guru's advice and just follow your own path and do what's right for you because you're not gonna resonate with, other people's things. So I'm just gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna do this one because it's rough out there. I know the right job isn't going to care, but I could do something with this. I've been leaving it alone for a long time. We'll see what happens.
I've always like I've kind of like did have that urge to just like grow. I've never grown like a beard except for maybe like one time I did like maybe a couple of weeks worth of growth, but it was kind of itchy and I just really didn't like it. But Vedaguru Dev, say your guru came to you, he asked you, I want you to grow your hair and beard long. Would you do it?
Absolutely, I would do whatever. Babaji's been talking to me when I come in late at night. I open the daily inspiration quotes. When he said, "Quit being lazy," and that one post that one day a couple weeks ago, like quit being lazy and this and that. I'm like, okay, fine, yes, Babaji, okay. And it really is just like, it really does feel like him talking to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if Babaji said grow it out, I would grow it out. So we'll see
Yeah,
what
true.
inspirational quote.
I I would grow it out too. Whatever
Yeah.
Babaji wants in service of Babaji. So if he said grow a long Rip Van Winkle beard, why not?
So if
Yeah,
your
I mean,
guru
that's,
told you that, would you consider that coming from Babaji or what?
yeah, yes, I would. I
Yeah,
consider what comes from my guru coming from Babaji. I do.
yeah, I would.
Okay.
But my gurus, I don't know. They've never told me that, so I wait for that day when I grow my beard. Maybe it'll take a long time because I have pretty short hair, you
Have
know.
you ever grown a
So,
beard?
no, never.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm comfortable with like I don't like it, you know.
I look really good with one, actually. Um, but there you go. I'm not sure what to do with this. We'll see. Ponytail. I'm about to straighten it on Friday, so I'm gonna have like a Navajo long, very straight style, and then we'll see where to go from there. Like we'll just see what happens. I
Yeah.
have some ideas, and we'll just see how it looks.
Oh, by the way, did you watch Chad's video on Chat GPT that he just did today? I think it was.
No, I haven't seen that
I,
yet.
yeah, I haven't seen it yet either.
Yeah, so I watched it. It was pretty interesting. So there's some tricks to using Chat GPT because it will not give you like if you ask, a specific question and it's not like a yes or no, it really will not give you the answer. So he did these tricks to where it was just a yes or no question, and he asked it all types of philosophical questions, just a yes or no answer. And, a lot of them were yes. But yeah, it's an
Mhm.
interesting one. You guys should check it out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fun thing to play with for all kinds of for everything. I'm just getting started with it. It can help you with code. It can give you code. It can do things for you with code. Uh, I've seen guys making trading bots with ChatGPT, and it seems really complex, and they're getting 1.6% daily gains. Uh,
Mhm.
we'll see if it really has to be as hard as they're doing. I think they're doing it. I think they're overthinking it because they're smart guys and they know all this, so they can ask really weird questions. But I think it's easier than even some of the smartest guys posting videos making trading bots with Chat GPT is really about. But I don't know. We'll see. 1.6%. If you just put in $100, but you did it every single day and left it in there and compounded it, that it adds up. I mean, I don't know. It's been helping me diagnose things. Like I'm like, what's a
Yeah.
vitamin A deficiency? What's a vitamin A toxicity rash look like? And it'll send me some pictures. I'm like, that's what it is. I'm overtaking. I've been taking a really high dose of omega 3s to change my omega 3 numbers on this lab work coming up, and it's been accumulating for many months now. This super high dose, and like it was really bad. It's unbearable. I felt like my skin was on fire,
Yeah.
and it kind of matched. It matched exactly the picture, but I stopped taking it. I'm still itching, so it's not a niacin flush. I stopped taking the B complex. Um, but I don't know. We'll just see. We'll just see. But it does help. It helps out with everything.
So the spirulina and the Corilla bits that you're taking, do you like just chew
Yeah,
them or okay? And how do they
yeah.
taste?
You can swallow them, chew them. They taste like healthy food.
Oh,
You
okay.
know.
Just like greens.
Yeah, like yeah, like maybe like mushrooms or something. I don't know. Like
Oh, okay.
you can blend them in your smoothie, swallow them like pills. They go down super easy. It's 30 serving a day, and I started 30 the first time, and that was a bit rough. I would probably start with 15 or 10 your first time. and learn how to deal with that energy, that feeling of being awake and that kind of focus. And then when your body gets used to it and you don't feel it as much, then you can kind of crank it up to the full serving of 30 a day. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna keep that. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
What a great source of clean energy for your body to use. Um, yeah, absolutely. That's here to stay. I was wondering why nothing works. I thought NAD boosters, I would feel that, and so that is coming up next. And so with the hydrogen water, and because I just wasn't getting extra energy other than sleeping a bunch, and you know, but like that was really the game changer. The spirulina energy bits was the total game changer. Like I just really feel like I can get a second job the right way now, be enthusiastic about it,
Yeah.
learn, and still make it to class. Like that that person is gone. He's been gone for a long time. Uh,
Hmm.
and he's back. Like that is so. I love that feeling. My old self. I feel like I went back 10 years.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I'll try that because I have a little bit of a coffee addiction. So I think that would be a better thing to give me energy
Yeah,
than drinking
you won't
coffee.
need coffee. You won't need coffee. Uh, yeah, I would play with start with 10, 12, 15, and work your way up to 30. But it's different body weights for different people. But
Yeah.
you'll have this extraness that you'll recognize from your previous selves. You'll be like, nice. This was really great. I highly recommend it.
Hmm.
Uh, you know, we'll get in. I'll ask questions about methylene blue later, but whatever.
Okay.
Good morning, love.
Um,
So how is
I don't
it
know.
doing the school kind of by yourself? Not much change. A lot of change.
Well, yeah, last week was the first class we did by ourselves. Yeah, it went smooth. Veronica stepped up to do Chad's part, and really, no change really. So keep on
Excellent.
moving, keep helping people, having
Yes.
keep moving
Yes.
forward. Like I said when this school started,
Anyway, they didn't
my commitment, my promise would be to not leave any Kriya yoga student
I had
behind. So I
okay,
just couldn't see stopping,
next month,
and we made so much progress over the last 9 months, just stopping and
the normal day.
letting you figure it out by yourself. So I enjoy being here and helping people. That's the best payment. So yeah, just
Yeah.
keep going.
It looks okay.
Oh man, I
So
can't. I can't wait to figure
Oh,
out this silly money thing. This silly human,
Yeah.
money thing, and I might actually move into my own apartment also. But there's all kinds of
yeah,
help, and like I'm seeing how to get it all done now. Like before, I just didn't even bother thinking about it because it just seemed like so distant, so difficult. Now things seem achievable.
bye.
But you know, I had to ask myself, am I turning to Babaji in class to like for powers and for something for the ego? I'm like, hell no. I
mm,
can actually just do it again, and it's coming at just the right time. Like maybe Babaji will find a great place for me to work. He'll find a great apartment for me to stay. He'll find
yeah,
great new friends. Like I could just know, uh, keep doing me. Like I really wasn't God. I would chime in. I couldn't always take classes, but I have been a busy little bee. I can't wait to donate to the school though, and like just being the way I used to. I liked to send in 10% every now and then, and I haven't been able to do that because these supplements took so much. But at least I got it done, and now it's just maintaining subscriptions, finding better deals, and um, it, it's just downhill from here. Like it's just adding a few more things and working out at the 10,000 steps a day is like critical. A lot of sleep is critical, and so is like dealing with my stress, man. Like being happy, coming to class. Like this feels good. Like this is what I want to do. This
yeah.
is what I want to do.
Do you do any fasting?
My last 36-hour fast was more than 2.5 months ago. Uh, I love fasting. Um, I wouldn't mind getting back into a 618
Yeah.
again. Uh, but like my work schedule and like just the being out working at a grocery store in the hot bar and then moving over to deli, like I'm just surrounded by food all the time. Like I'm serving this
Mm.
you know food that gives people strokes. Fried chicken. And one lady did get a stroke, and she just sent her brother in the next day to grab her food for her. She was on the speakerphone. I'm like, and I think she came back walking into the store, and she goes, "Just ordering food. I'm not supposed to eat." I'm like, "Yeah, you're too old to eat this. Like, you just can't anymore unless
Mm.
you're okay with, you're okay with strokes." You know. Um,
Yeah, I drink a lot of coffee too, and something I love to have in my coffee, and it's a
I
Himalayan
had
thing. It's called
I had
Shilajit.
zero today. Yeah, it feels more like Sheila G. This stuff. It's a very cellular, energetic kind of source. It's not like it doesn't feel like a drug like caffeine does, where you feel the jolt
Mm.
and it wears off, uh, or you get wired or anything. There's a little bit of a wired feeling because I took a 30 that first day of the 30 of the little tablets. Uh, but I just wanted to know what 30 felt like. It says it on the instructions, and that's just a path we have to go through. So I highly recommend doing that if you grab a bag.
I did
Um,
try
just
the spirulina, but it was like it wasn't the energy bits. It was just like a supplement form. But I was only taking like 2 a day. I didn't really notice any difference, so maybe I wasn't taking enough. I don't know, but I might
it's
try
not
it
all
again.
it's not all made the same. This lady devoted more than 20 years of her life studying algae, and eventually came to, you know, studying algae as nutrition and medicine for the body. She just got a PhD. She's been working on it for more than 20 years. She looks half her age. She's super smart, super lovely. She's the CEO of the company, and she's been on all the podcasts of these people. And I was looking forward to this supplement, but I needed to accomplish the first core first. And when I finally got to it, I'm like, there it is, man. That was what I needed. Like, I highly
Um,
recommend it to
do they sell it on
anyone.
Amazon?
Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere. The affiliate links might maybe to Amazon, but I just go to energybits.com.
Okay.
Yeah, buy it from her. It's you'll get a cheap deal. It's kind of hard to find a discount code, but if you subscribe, it's $104 for a bag, and that's gonna last me like 2 months for something
Okay.
that completely changed my life as fast as it did. It helped me start a job search and like start doing things like I used to. Like that's like the most important supplement I have. I feel like.
Well, I might just take you up on that. And I want to send you a link to my yoga studio. You can
Mhm.
just join their email list because they have a lot of events. Like this Friday is what they call a meditate and chill. They usually like have a sound bath, you know, and yeah, we just hang out and do some meditation, and they'll do some sound and things like that. So there's various events that take place. But of course, it's quite a drive for you, probably. So,
Yeah,
but yeah,
I'm still not driving yet, but I have a feeling if I just keep doing what I'm doing, like I'll be driving before I know it. Like,
oh, so
oh
yeah,
my
you have the
gosh.
scooter. So yeah, that would be impossible to get
Yeah.
way over here on just a scooter.
Well, since I've taken care of almost everything that was really kind of competing for like whatever I earn, and I've reached that point where it's stabilized. Like now, I could just find another job with this energy and just like do it, stay on it. I think I can get this done. I think I can, because I know where to put every dollar. I know where to put, I know where to make things happen. Um, I have a lot of help on the apartment thing, and but you're right. Probably just moving around is difficult. I was looking at a motorcycle electric, but it only goes 20 miles before I have to recharge it. So that's much better than the scooter, but we'll see. I don't want to crash on a motorcycle either. I've crashed so many times on a scooter. I would hate to crash on a motorcycle and lose my teeth or break bones or be a real hamburger face compared to what this small thing right here.
I did have a motorcycle. I had like a Ninja 1000, and yeah, too dangerous, but what I liked about it was just like I feel more alive, being like exposed to the air and everything like that. So what I did was sell it, and I got myself a little 2-seater Mazda MX-5 convertible. So I get my sunlight, every morning. I take the back roads. I don't like to drive the highway if I can. So I really enjoy my drive to work every morning. It's just the sun. If it's a sunny day, even if it's cold out, I will still go in the little car, and it feels nice. You got your hot air blowing out, and then you've got the cool air, all around you. So it's kind of like a mix, and it just makes me feel more free and alive to not be like confined in the car with the windows. I notice everybody's with the windows up, and just locked in there, and they're jamming out to some music or something. So
That's
that's
what's
not
great about walking the dogs. I get to go outside and just feel the weather for what it is. 40 minutes a piece. I got two that go for 40 minutes, and a smaller one. She doesn't like to go as far, so it's about 2 hours to get them all done and get back.
Yeah, and as Chad said, it's important also to get the sunlight, definitely.
The right time of the day, when before 10 a.m., that's the good sunlight.
Yeah.
After that, it's detrimental to your health.
Or you could do evenings too, when it's down, like maybe 4 o'clock or something.
I'm just gonna get a red light machine. I don't like the sun. I'm scared of it. I'm scared of the sun. If Babaji tells me to, I will. Okay, but I haven't heard it from up yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have my red light therapy here.
Oh, wow.
Also.
Yeah. That's a wavelength that speaks to your mitochondria. So the real benefit isn't an artificial one, even though some people say it does help your skin appearance. But the reason the sunlight is good is because it penetrates deeper the waves that we can't see that are they go further and deeper, and they cause things to happen for our cells deeper into our flesh. Even in the bones, the sun offers waves that reach the bones that we can't see, we're unaware of. And I watched this doctor in Australia do a speech on why it's so important to get out in the sun, that the waves penetrate bone and blood making activity in the marrow. And it was an amazing speech. I have it again. I have really great stuff. It's just I've made a note to go through all of it and kind of rebunch it and recategorize it so I could just see like we need to see that thumbnail that I wanted to share with you guys. It's just a really neat topic.
Yeah.
So I have a question for Vedic Guru Dev.
Yes.
About the length of maintaining a tone during mantra. Like sometimes what I like to do is, because you can hold the tone for as long as you have breath. So sometimes I'll like to just like, if I'm doing Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, I will breathe in a deep breath, and then I will hold the Om until I run out of air. And same with the Shanti Shanti Shanti. Same thing with some of the other mantras. So I like to play around with the length of it, because sometimes I feel like I'm doing it too fast, and I'm being impatient, and Also, I can get in like some breath work as I'm doing the mantra because I'll expel all my air and then I'll take in a deep breath. So it takes me a little longer to get through the mantra, but I will sometimes do that. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so the way yogis would say it, they would say, like, the practice we have in the advanced class called Omkara. There's a couple different ways to do it. You would do it, break it up like Om, and you would break it up in 3 parts, like the navel chakra, the heart chakra, and the crown chakra, or the eyebrow chakra, whichever you prefer. You would break it up that kind of way. And with Om, they would say the best way to do it is hold it as long as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just want to go Om and hold it, or you want to go Om, it's up to you. But they like to hold Om as long as possible. And when you say other mantras like Om Namah Shivaya or Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha, like it's hard to hold the Om, right? So it just depends which way works best for you, right? You could say Om with one breath, and then you would say the other part of the mantra like Shivaya, and with the other part of the breath. So it just depends which way makes you feel the best and resonates the best with you. There's no real right or wrong way to do it. It's just which way works the best for you. So I would try it out every kind of way. And whichever way makes you feel the best, that's the best way to say the mantra.
Sounds good.
I caught myself shallow breathing doing it a couple nights ago, the exact one you just started off with Gurudev.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm shallow breathing. This is not good. Because my Om was like pathetic.
Oh no, it's okay. Yeah, this kind of happens too. I think Brian's here now. This happens too. Like when you get like in a trance state from saying the mantra, you kind of forget to breathe. That happened to me a lot of times. Like they call it like pre-samadhi. Like when you're going into samadhi, that kind of happens. You kind of catch yourself breathing so shallow and so light that you kind of wake yourself up. Like, oh,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so Saturday I had an interesting day. My son was in town.
I just need to say something real quick. Vedaguru
Yeah,
Dev,
go ahead.
I need your help pulling him to the stage. I can't get him up here.
Oh, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. Add to the stage. There he is.
Namaste.
Okay, namaste, Brian.
Hey, everyone.
So what I was saying was, so Saturday, my son was in town, and he invited me to go see an IMAX movie. It was Interstellar. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, but I've seen it a million times. But I really just went to be with my son. But in IMAX, it's like 5 stories high, 7 stories wide, the screen, and it's like super high definition. So it was pretty cool. But so the first bad thing that happened was right during like the climax, it was getting towards the end of the movie, the film broke. And they're like, wait a minute, we're going to get it fixed. But they could never get it fixed. So could not finish the film. So then it's a cold and rainy day here. And I can't see anyway very good, especially in the dark. And I'm going under a bridge. And there was like a curb. I couldn't see it. And I hit it. And bam, it blew out my tire. And I'm in downtown Dallas area on Josie Lane near 635. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm just like, I've got to use all my yoga powers. Okay, this is happening. I'm just going to have to handle this the best I can. It's no big deal. And I didn't know, like, should I just stay with the vehicle? Will they need my keys? My son was still in the area, so I just called him. I'm like, no, there's no way I'm staying here. And so my son picked me up, but he could not take me home because he was going to Grapevine. So we had to go to Grapevine. And then my daughter was going there also. So we met in Grapevine, and I had to transfer cars to her car and take her car home. And then her mom would take her home after that. And I'm like dealing with the tow truck because the first guy couldn't find it. I didn't have the exact right location. I'm up till like midnight dealing with the tow truck driver. It was just a mess. And it really triggered me. But when I came to think of it, I was like, these things sometimes happen for a reason. And I was thinking to myself, well, what if I had gotten a blowout on the highway and I got in an accident? My tires were bald anyway, so not completely, but I was putting it off. So that might have been why it blew anyway. And I needed new tires anyway, so it wasn't that bad. I was just thinking, things happen for a reason, and maybe
Hi, T.
it might be a blessing. Versus like a curse,
How long is he here for?
So I tried to take
I
it
don't
like
know if I
that.
can mute him. Let me
It was an
I can't.
interesting day, and it tested my
Okay.
yoga powers.
Yeah, you just got tested just now. Right. Okay.
Yeah, you sometimes have these days where it's trying to be. They say every day is a test as a yogi, so there's some days where you're like, whew, man, that was a war zone out there. Like, I compare it to when I woke up and Chad sent me the email like he doesn't want to be a part of the school. I'm like, whew, here it goes, like, well, I ask every day, how you gonna surprise me, Baba G? You got some good ones today. So you just kind of keep you just kind of take it with a grain of salt, and you look at it as like a mountain to overcome. Like, all right, it's gonna be one of those days, and some days they say in yoga it's better to just go back to sleep, because some days it's gonna be like a snowball, just keep getting bigger and bigger. So you say, not today, I'm gonna take a day off, because this isn't really going the way I planned it to go. So I'm gonna take it out a day off and go back to sleep. Like, if I keep going down this road, it might get worse and worse, and it's better to just take a deep breath and just say, well, do I want to overcome this mountain, or do I want to take a day off and, go back to sleep? So it just depends. But yeah, I have to say, in my experience, it is like that. Every day is a test as a yogi. Like, there's never a dull day in my life. There's always some mountain to overcome, like. So I was telling Brian, I called Brian on the phone, and Chad left the school, and the guy who does my website doesn't want to do it no more. He wanted me to buy it back, and I was like, man, the intuition just came into my mind. It was like, Eminem made this movie called 8 Mile, right? Mm-hmm. And he says the line when he's in the battle, he says, 1 Pac, 2 Pac, 3 Pac, done. 1 Pac, 2 Pac, 3 Pac, none, right? So I looked at it like that way. Like, I had all these people trying to help me with the Kriya Yoga School. Now I only have the right people helping me with the Kriya Yoga School. They're all like dropping off, right? Like, okay, you want to help? You can make the website, like, okay, you moderate. Now it's only us uplifting us, and I think that's the best way. So, I saw a meme one time on Instagram. It says, when someone unfollows you on Instagram, it's like the trash taking itself out. Yeah. Magic. Exactly. So that's kind of the way I look at it too. It's like, this is what it was supposed to. This is what it was supposed to be. So I accept it wholeheartedly. And my guru used to say, none of these snowflakes fall untouched, right? Which means wherever the snowflake falls, that's where it was meant to fall. So that's kind of how I look at it. Like I kind of wake up like, all right, Baba G, what are we going to do today? I know you got some surprises for me. I'm ready for it. Let's get to work, you know. So,
Yeah, on a
but last
positive
week was
note,
definitely a trying week, I'll say.
on a positive note, I had to order the new tires for my truck, and they weren't supposed to get here till Friday, which my daughter's out of town on Friday, and I would have had to Uber myself to work so I could pick up my truck to get it back home. But I got there Tuesday morning because I have Sunday and Monday off, and the truck was there, so that was the first good news. But the tires were right there. They came early, so I was able to get the tires. And right across from my shop is a tire shop, so I was able to just hobble over there, on one bad tire, just driving very slowly, and got everything knocked out right then on Tuesday. And my daughter was able to take me to work this morning. I had to get up early, but yeah, so everything worked out fine. So yeah, got a little blessing along with the bad stuff.
Yeah, I mean, your tire, my face falling off the scooter, and Chad. I think it happened all at the same time. Was something going on last week.
Yeah, some weird energy.
But I think it's an opportunity to see the divinity of the dance between the two poles of dualism, and to stay in the center as you dance through these poles and not get attached to either one of them. And I feel
Sure.
like when the you could say the maybe the you could say the negative or whatever side, when that side shows itself, it actually makes the other side, the good side, more obvious, and then that
Sure.
kind of redirects you back to your center again. Like sometimes, like I think we can get too comfortable, and when we're too comfortable, we can fall back on different ego conditioning and habits. But when something like, you know, punches us in the face, like slaps us in the face, it's like, oh yeah, okay, this is where we're at right now. And then it just kind of
Mm,
wakes you up and shows you, where your true center is. And so, yeah, what Vedaguru Dev is saying about, okay, the school is closing, and all these people, that were probably trying to take advantage of the school for not very good purposes, not very good intentions, are kind of just naturally falling away. And so it's a time of revealing, when that
Yeah.
happens. So I feel
sure.
like all this, I mean, no matter what happens, you can see it as positive if you're in your center, because it can be nothing more than that, right? Because we
Right.
if you realize your true self, then everything is just like Vedaguru Seva is just like a dance, and yeah, I feel good about the direction and the energy that we can move forward with here. So
Awesome.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was saying before
I
you
got a
got here,
blowout.
Brian.
That's what happened to me. And I was kind of like stranded, but I was thinking to myself, it could have been worse. I had my son there to drive me, fortunately, and I could have had a blowout on the highway. It could have been much worse. So I was trying to see the goodness
yeah.
of what might have happened, what could have happened versus what did happen. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's the opposite of the ego. The ego is always like, this is horrible. How could I be in this situation? But the opposite of that is like, yeah, it could be worse. Like
Yeah.
I've had worse situations before. Like keep going, So I feel like that is that spiritual energy. Yeah.
I was saying before you got here, Brian, that I fell on my face. It hit the pavement pretty hard, and I saw Chad's thumbnail. I quit, and I was like,
Oh, really? What a synchronicity, huh?
yeah. I was like, oh my, I definitely can't have that happen. So I just like got back into just went through opening reading, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, that was even more jolting than the fall. Like I can live with a messed up face for a while, but like this is unacceptable.
Yeah,
I
forget
can't
my
I
face.
can't I can't go that direction. I just could
Oh
never make
wow.
a I quit video. I'm far from that, even though I was definitely gone, busy and being preoccupied with ego shit. I quit just doesn't come. It doesn't come up. I did wonder, like, am I doing the right thing a couple of times? And like, I know I'm doing the right things. What a dumbass
Mm,
question. Like, it's just, whatever.
yeah. Yeah, I mean we all have egos we have to battle. It's just, but I think the powerful thing is when you can know your own ego. And you can separate yourself from that. And like everyone gets lost in it from time to time, but if you can separate yourself, then you have a chance. But if you think you are the ego and you don't know what that is, and you can't look at yourself objectively, that's when you're just going to spiral into all these ego paths. But I can see that with you, what you just said. It's like, oh yeah, I see it right now. So you can come back to your center. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that reminded me when you were saying that a while back I had some synchronicity. So before the Kriya Yoga school, I was trying to learn Kriya Yoga. I did like some online program, but they taught they're trying to like Frankenstein like different forms of yoga, like Tantra with Kriya, and it didn't really work. And I know that
Mm.
because when I went to this school, it did work. But yeah, so at that time I was more like into like a soul trap ideology is too mental, not as much practice. I mean, I was trying to do the practice, but the practice I was doing wasn't really that effective. So I was kind of I wasn't where I was now, but I had this synchronicity happen like a few months ago. Like I used to follow Howdy Mikowski very closely, and that's actually how I got connected to Chad's channel. And he's
Uh,
more like a soul trap ideology, right? And I kind of like I still respect him and follow some of his work, but I kind of got over that because it's more about the practice. And there's just this moment in time where it's like everything settled in my consciousness that I kind of got over that. And I was just thinking in my mind, like, yeah, like I was paying some money to have access to Howdy on one of these apps. And I was just thinking in my mind, just randomly came up like, yeah, actually, I don't need this anymore. Like, I'm kind of like beyond this because I'm actually doing the work and I'm experiencing the benefits, not just like thinking about it or rationalizing or something like that, not philosophizing about it. So I just as I had that, I had the impulse to look at my phone and on my phone, uh, it was a notification that my subscription had run out for following Howdy Mikowski on this other app. And I was like, oh wow, yeah. So so things are happening here, it's not like a coincidence. Like there's things that are happening beyond this seemingly mundane conscious, 3D reality. Like what we're doing with our spiritual selves is transformative. So yeah, I had that synchronistic experience. So
Nice.
yeah. 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 When your phone straight up tells you, I feel like thumbnails are doing that to
yeah.
me.
God works through everything, Like
Yeah.
I had
Yeah.
this thing before, like, well, he can't work through, the computer. Like, of course he can. It's everything, right? So I had
Yeah.
that awakening too. Like, yeah, I've had random videos suggested to me of YouTubers that I didn't follow and never knew about, and it would come up and say like, this is a message from your higher self. And
Mm.
at that very time, I was like kind of searching, for answers, like, God, please tell me. And then, this message popped up randomly from this random YouTuber I don't know, and I never get notifications from YouTubers that I don't follow or anything. So that was interesting. So all kinds of stuff, you just can be open to it, and maybe you're open but you're not you subconsciously you're still not quite there yet. So I had to get there too, because at first I was like, no, this is nothing, like Vedaguru says before, when Babaji tells you something, like, no, that can't be. And then you're like, oh yeah, it is. And then it keeps
Yeah.
hitting you with reality, like, no, this greater reality is true. Boom, boom, boom. And it just like it like sheds your ego, because your ego is always like, no, that's not real. What are you doing? You're going to worship this deity that's not real. And then Ganesha just like hits you like, yes, I am real. Yes, I am real. Yes, I am real. So like
Yeah.
I've had that happen like over and over. And it's like when the ego, when it starts to shed the ego, then that opens a space for God to come in even more, you know. And then it's just like at some point, you're able to surrender like to a much greater level. So that's kind of like where I'm at now, you know, just like staring down my ego and trying to like let go of that individuality in a way where it's still empowering, because you think like, oh, the ego's like, you can't give away your individuality because then you are no one, right? So that's the kind of thing you kind of grasp at. But if you just like let go and let God, as the monkey said in Veda Guru Dev's yard, it's it's like as he pointed to the sky, like that's like all it is basically. So like we
Mm.
have all these words and stuff, but like if you can just like embody that, like let go and let God, like that's the most powerful thing, at least for my life right now. So
Yeah, when I was
Yeah, well put.
away, I have this book on my table right in here, and like sometimes I see him and I'm like, oh, he loves me today. He has the I love you look, and then
yeah,
sometimes,
Yeah.
and then
yeah,
sometimes like, oh, he's mad at me today. Oh, he hates me today, you know. But when I'm scrolling on my phone, and every time I see Beta Guru Dev, I'm always just beaming. I'm like, hey man, how are you? Like, I just love it. Like every single time, like it's just never. It was never like a, oh, he's mad at me, you know. I never felt like that. But sometimes his look changes. I swear, like you can't tell. You can't
yeah,
tell all the time. It could be different.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, maybe he's.
sometimes when I'm
Oh,
doing
go
my
ahead.
sadhana, I look at Babaji and I was like, did he just wink at me?
Uh huh.
And I look and then he's not. And then it's like he just smiled at me again. You know, Hmm. you know,
Yeah, he
like
probably
you know,
did.
yeah. I mean, he probably did, but like, you know, like I'm not really attached to it. I'm like, oh, that's a cool kind of confirmation. You know, keep on going. Babaji just smiled at me. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the essence of you, Veda Guru Dev, as a guru is like a positivity and upliftment. You're not carrying
Yeah.
the stick around to hit people. So that's maybe why
Yeah,
when you
for
see
sure.
him and you've talked to him a lot, you're like you're getting that feedback, right? Like, oh, he's the same. If I can do it, you can do it. Yep, yep, he's the same.
Yeah.
So
I am
that's like
Babaji and
your energy.
Babaji is me.
Yeah. So
Yeah, you know, in this school, we never have the stick or the judgment. I tell Veronica
yeah.
all the time, maybe I'm not doing this right. I said, Veronica, you're doing it perfectly great. Outstanding. Keep going. There's no judgment here. There's no right or wrong way. We're all doing a great job. And you know, always proud of the progress that everybody has on the spiritual path. When I look at my progress after 9 months, I was like, man, I was still walking around in the dark. I didn't know what I was doing. You know, I was just trying to figure out what I was doing. I wish that they had a Kriya Yoga school when I was on my path, because I had no one to talk to or no one to answer my questions. I was just kind of figuring it out on the fly. So, yeah, so it's always positive and upliftment in the Kriya Yoga school, not judgment or ego or fear or any of that, any of those wasted emotions. We throw them in the trash
Yeah.
can. They don't
Yeah.
serve us
Exactly.
in the present moment.
But I feel like your path was very like it was very challenging, and that's what shaped you too. You know, when you did all this, so you could say, oh, we have the Kriya Yoga School, it's easy, but it's not easy. Like you know, we maybe have some other obstacles at facing our ego, because maybe we can be a little bit too comfortable behind the computer screen, you know, or whatever we're viewing this from. So like I feel like that's the fundamental challenge is facing our ego, And
Mm.
I've done that best through different health issues, and other people, have done that in different ways. But I feel like no matter what our path, like that's what we do. And if we're challenged and we can overcome the challenges, that's very transformative. I was talking to Vedic Deb before about there's a section of people, they call themselves gurus, in the West, it has a bad connotation because of these people. And they're all just like, I feel like it developed from like the 80s of when yoga was being introduced again in the Western culture. And it's more like a feel good yoga,
Mm.
or like a feel good guru, feel good yogi. And it's like, of course it's good to feel good, but I feel like they're attached to feeling good.
Mm.
And there's some ego involved with that. And when I was in the vegan community, I felt tons of that. I was like in the raw vegan community. And it was just like this sort of weak energy where you're kind of like emotionally bypassing everything. And you're just like, yeah, everything is love and light, and there's no challenges, and I'm just gonna drift away and kind of get away from life and not have any challenges whatsoever and stay in my room. And like that was kind of the consciousness there. And I feel like a lot of people in the Western society, they kind of drift towards that because it's easy and they don't want to face their ego. Because like when you're emotionally bypassing, you're not facing yourself, and you're not objective, and you're not really having any real spiritual progress. So I would say like when I was in that community, I had sort of like maybe a false awakening. Like I was feeling like more spiritual, with a vegan diet and stuff. But I didn't know my body. I didn't know like how to balance my body. I was emotionally bypassing constantly. I had some sort of inferiority complex that was heightened by that. And so I feel like many people fall into these ego traps. And it's like, yeah, it's either one side or the other. It's like you're too guilty, you're too prideful, right? You're overly bold, or you're too fearful. And it's like we can go into all these different ego timelines. But I feel like this school is like, for me at least, it's breaking all these timelines. It's like I could have gone along
Mm.
this one and still been in fear and guilt, or I could have been in this one and been too prideful. And it's just like everything is like boom, boom, bye, see you, bye. I'm just gonna give
Yeah.
it to Ganesh and Lakshmi, and I'll be good, and Babaji will lead me. So it's like you're like when you worship a deity or something, you are giving yourself to that, and basically that means you're giving yourself to the higher purpose, right? Or your higher self, or whatever you want to say.
Right,
And it's
right.
like when you do that, it's like things just like work so much more seamlessly. Like you're not fighting anything. It's just like, I have a problem, Ganesh help me. I have a problem, Lakshmi help me. I have a problem, Babaji help me. And like that's it. And and your mind just like stops. But if you're in your ego, it never stops. It's like, oh, I don't want this to happen again. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna fear this. I'm gonna, etc. So that's like my realization that I'm having very recently here.
We were
Yeah.
talking about measuring sticks on our progress of our soul. Like, how do we measure? And I
Yeah,
think you just said it right there. You just said it right there. How much conflict, how much am I fighting today? Or just how, um, you know, how fun is this? Or you know, um, there are a lot of ways to measure it. Uh, definitely your ego, our egos get in the way, and it's nice to just like at least recognize them, at least recognize it. That's like the first thing, you know,
right.
uh, and then maybe some breathing for sure after that. If you could add some stretching, yeah, get some of that done too.
Yeah. Yeah, I just measure it based on my how present I can be, and this really
Yeah.
overstated presence, because it's very difficult to achieve with your ego. To just like sit there and not think anything. That is a that is a battle. Like that, I mean, that's what we're doing this for, basically, right? It all comes down to that. And I noticed that when I gave my struggles and things to a higher purpose, to a higher deity, my presence came more into my life. and I just noticed that in traveling, if I ever caught myself like thinking too much, I just said, okay, whatever frustration I have, what other subconscious thing I have, just give it to God. And so I just be like, God, take this away, take this away, take this away. So it's another way of like, detach, release, what Veda Guru Dev says. And I just feel like, and now I'm just having many, I would call like God moments where I just feel, that divine presence come to me. And it's just like, and that's how I would measure it too, is these divine moments of God and presence are exponentially increasing. And like Veda Gurudev says about, how he would just cry out of nowhere. Like I'm having that a lot. Before it was like once in a while, like yeah, maybe like once every couple weeks or whatever. Maybe I'll have something. But now it's like every day something happens. Something something triggers in my spirituality, in my soul, through my body. And that happens. A lot of times it happens when I'm doing meditation, but sometimes it happens when I'm just out and about. It just randomly hits me. I'm on my motorbike driving somewhere and boom, it just hits me. So like I'm getting a lot of those like spiritual God moments now, and that's how I measure my progress as well. So
I get that too, like about the crying. And it
mm,
usually happens during meditation.
hmm
And so the other day, I was doing the Ganesha mantra,
mm,
and a thought came to me. I was thinking about just an elephant being, what it would look like, and I was thinking about aliens. I'm wondering if there's any type of elephant type of aliens, because there's all kinds of, any being that's here on Earth,
yeah.
there could be a one that evolved on another planet similar. I'm just like wondering like what its hands would look like. Does it still have big round elephant feet? But then I thought to myself, one of my favorite childhood books was I don't know if any of you have heard of it, but it's Babar. He's an elephant, and they're like human beings, so he's wise and everything. And I started thinking to myself, oh my God, Ganesha was there, when I was a kid. I
Mm,
was thinking that Babar was Ganesha also, and that
mm,
kind of elicited some like tears. So
mm.
when you're crying, like, how does that make you feel? Would you say it's tears of joy, or like, how do you describe that feeling of
It's
crying?
a release. Yeah, it's like a emotional release for me. Yeah,
Yeah.
because afterwards I feel more clear-minded. And so it's just like the ego is holding on to some fear, some pain, some sadness, usually sadness, I would say. But whatever, some frustration, whatever it is, some ego energy. And basically your soul is like agreeing to let go of that ego energy. And when you do that, you feel like this, I mean, that's why you're crying. You're feeling this powerful energy, like displace that ego energy. And that's why I feel like you're more, for me, in anyways, I'm more clear-headed. And it's not like I feel like some people, they have like an ego crying, like poor me, this is so
Yeah.
horrible for me, like oh my life is so the worst, and that's like an ego crying. But this is like a more like a cleansing, spiritual cleansing, like transformative sort of crying, because I feel like you're just releasing, you're just letting it go. Is that what you guys feel too?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yes, it's definitely a big change in um, like your present situation, a release. That's a great way to describe it. Uh,
Because I think like we don't really realize how much we're holding on to. We
yeah,
usually just we focus on like, oh, my mind is thinking about things, but the mind is just sort of like a side effect of the negative, or of the ego that we're holding on to. Like the ego energy is like the root, and then we don't usually see the root. We just see like the symptom of that, which is your endless, mindless mind talking thoughts, like continually going. But for me, I just have realized over the years, like the mind thing, that's not it. Like that's just that comes from the root of your emotional pain. So like when you can like open up like that and you can get to the root, then your thinking, for me at least, usually kind of slows down because you're releasing that source of the problem, of the dis-ease, I guess you could say.
Yeah, so last night I had a nightmare, and it came after, I'm big into the alien thing, so I was watching this video. This guy, his name's Dan Barish, and he's a microbiologist, and he worked at Area 51, and he was telling his story about how he was inducted into that, that field, that military industrial complex, and so he was introduced, because he's a microbiologist. They had a gray in captivity, and they called it J-Rod. So it was a big long story, and I could just tell by the guy's demeanor that like it was totally true, everything he was saying. And I mean, it felt like it to me anyway. And I've heard about J-Rod before, so I was familiar with it already. But it also went into what he said were that the grays were us from the future. And that in 2012, there was a big thing in 2012 where the world, it's the end of the Mayan calendar. He said there was a point there at 2012 where there was two converging timelines, and they called it the convergent timeline paradox. And in one of them, humanity was, decimated. Not everybody was killed, but it was like a catastrophe, like has happened in the past. I think it was a solar event, but they went back in time and did something to where we could stay on the positive timeline. But on the negative timeline, that's when the grays were produced. There was like a split in humanity. I don't know what it was from radiation or whatever, but one part became the grays, and another part became the Nordic extraterrestrials. But anyhow, to go on with my dream, a lot of times when you like watch something and then you go to sleep right after that. So I have a dream similar to that where I was in like a facility, and it was like a government facility, and I felt it was something about aliens and stuff. But so I'm in this lounge area, and I'm reading some books, and then all of a sudden, across from me is like a sink, and all of a sudden the sink turned on by itself. The water started coming out, and it kind of freaked me out. Then it turned off. Then it came on again, and then all of a sudden I felt like there was an entity. I couldn't see it, but it felt like a demonic entity, and it came and it started like putting some kind of pressure on me. So then I was scared, out of my mind, and I was trying to um, say that Jesus, like in the name of Jesus, I command you to get out, but the words could not come out. And it's very similar to other dreams I've had where like it was a nightmare and there was a demonic thing, like you're trying to get away, but like you're either running in slow motion or you're like paralyzed with fear. So it was the same situation. And I'm just wondering, like, if I'm really being attacked by some type of, while I'm dreaming, if there's like some type of malevolent entity that is trying to mess with me while I'm sleeping. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I would say, like, how could I say, when I got on a higher vibration, on or further along on the spiritual path, things didn't resonate with me the way they used to. Like, I cannot watch the American news. It's like me putting my finger in a light socket, like, I can't do it. It's like me watching a horror movie. I can't do it. Because as a yogi, you're trying to stay in a state of fearlessness. So, right now, like, I haven't had a bad dream in a long time, but if I felt like an entity was trying to attack me or come into my dream, the best thing to do is try to stay fearless. Like, I always stay fearless. Like, my guru used to laugh at me. He used to say, Ved Guru Dev, I like your fearlessness. you want the opportunity for the devil to come so you could kick him in the ass. You want to be on the front line holding the white flag. So like you have that energy. So I almost like look for the opportunity like, "Oh, you little demons are over here. Where you at? Show yourself." So I could punch you in your face. You know? Like I'm looking for that opportunity like and they kind of know that. So when you have that kind of energy, they don't come around cuz they want easy targets. They want people who are scared and in a state of fearlessness, who have a lower vibration, who like to hide under their bed, scared of these aliens or demons or whatever. But I would say in my case, in my opinion, I would just try to stay fearless. Like, oh, you think I'm scared of you? I'm not scared of you. I was built for this. I wait for this opportunity to dance with the devil, if you know what I'm saying. Like, I've been doing all this inner work and all this light work and all this practice. I wait for the demon to come. But when you have that energy, they never come. So they want, like I said, easy targets. Like I'll tell you a funny story. My friend, his Thai girlfriend, had her whole life paralysis, right? Whatever they call it, sleep paralysis.
Paralysis.
Yeah, paralysis. So she couldn't move in her dream, and she was scared, right? Like entities were attacking her. So I said, okay, let me see if I could. And they asked, can you help? And I was like, I'm not really this type of helper, but let me try. So I basically said one mala of the Kavacham Shield mantra, and I gave her the mala, and it basically, she never happened to her again. So it's a little bit of taking your own power and saying, no, I'm not scared of you. Because the fear is like the currency of the ego or the whatever you want to call it, the devil, right? So if you give them that, they can't. It's like a tasty cake. They want to eat, right? So they eat your fear. But if you're fearless, they don't have anything to eat. So I would just try to. I would just try to say, stay in a state of fearlessness, and you know the Kavacham Shield mantra. Just say the Kavacham Shield mantra, one mala. Say it before you go to bed, and you should be okay and protected, because your shield's up, even in the astral plane.
Sounds good because I never usually say it at night, but I usually that's the first thing I say in the morning. But yeah, I should do it before I go to sleep as well. And I've been wanting to do like do a sadhana before I go to bed too, but I haven't gotten the energy for that yet. But I'm working on that. But along the same lines, it got me also thinking about like alternative timelines and how I've heard that like what we do now can change the past. So I'm wondering, as far as timelines go, and like the universe is infinite, and I'm just wondering if there's an infinite number of timelines with me in it, experiencing every possibility that I could possibly experience in this body, in this realm, at this time, like just infinite ones, like one where I'm with one person, another, different like choices I make that I could have made, that maybe in some timeline there is a me that like took that choice and is doing that. So like just an infinite number of yourselves having different experiences. Do you think that might be possible?
You're experiencing as me right now. You're also experiencing as Veronica and everyone.
True.
So
Good
like
point.
the past is not real, the future is not real. The only thing that's real is right now. And so like I would
True.
say that if you just back up all the way, like I am you, you are me, I'm a different form of you, you're a different form of me. And so like yeah, if you back out all the way, that's true because we all come from the source. So therefore you are everything and everything is you. So I think you can just simplify it to that.
Yeah, well put, Brian. I would agree. In yoga, they say the future is imagination, the past is this memory. We live fixed in the present moment. So if there are infinite amount of timelines, it really doesn't matter. You do what serves you the best in the present moment, and you don't kind of project that energy on yourself. You're like, I'm going to be the best person I can be in this present moment, and if it is or if it isn't, how does that serve me and make me a better person in the present moment? That's kind of the practice I use. So, I mean, it's good. It's good candy. It's good popcorn for the movie. But like, you have to look at it like, how does it serve you in the present moment? If there are a million different timelines and there's a million different outcomes. Like, it's a good movie, but how does it serve you in the present moment? So I would just say be the best person you could be in the present moment. And all this is good popcorn and candy for the movie, but it's not really the end goal. The end goal is try to do as much inner work as you can to kind of get as far on the spiritual path and uplift your soul. Like, bring your soul to shine in the forefront and bring your all the junk and unimportant stuff to the background, Like, go down to your basement and throw away the unnecessary trash you have, the clothes, Like, it doesn't really serve you anymore. Like, I don't need this no more. Like, I don't need that no more. So you just kind of clean house, if you know what I'm saying, and just take with you what you need. Travel light, my friend.
And when you think about it, when you say like my past life or
Yeah,
my parallel life, that's
true,
also the ego talking. That's the ego wanting individuality. Like
true.
this is my life. It's not your life. It's my life. Your past
Right.
life is different than mine. You know? So, but like, how can you you can't even rationalize it, right? Because if you are completely different, let's say you're a woman, you're an Asian woman in another past life, okay, so how is that you? That's not you, right? So how can you say that's you, that past life is you, even though it has nothing to do with your current form of you, but then you look at someone else and you say that's not me. It doesn't make any sense, right? Like it doesn't logically even, it doesn't compute, right? Because we are all one. So even saying like this is my past life, this is your past life, it's not actually reality because it's all converged at the top. And so like when we're branching ourselves out to this is mine, this is yours, we're still like not we're refusing to accept and embody like our true higher self that is the source, you know? So that's what I would say. Like that's why I like it's not great to get too focused on the past life because it's just yeah, for me, I felt like I'm just absorbing a different ego fixations, basically,
Mm,
because all we're living with is all we have right now. And whether you have a past life or not, that's just an ego fixation. You know, that's like some sort of ego presence that you just need to release. And then like once you release it, because I had some dreams that seemed to be past life as well, where I was a woman, but I just keep releasing, and then as when I release more, I care less about that. I'm not like so worried about what happened in my past life. I'm just like,
yeah.
I don't need to worry because I feel God right now, you know?
Mm,
And so when I feel God, I feel like my true self. And then when I feel my true self, it's easier to let go of the false selves that we create in our mind. And you know, even in this current life, we can have multiple personalities that we can develop based on who we talk to or what situation we are in. So even now, you're multiple people, you're multiple like ego fixation, ego forms. So I feel like it's just it's all in you, all these ego forms, whether it's in this manifested life or another. It's just like a different form of ego that you should just get rid of. So because like maybe I was more enlightened in another time, maybe I had an interesting life, but I'm still here right now, right?
true.
So it doesn't matter what happened. I'm here right now. And so this is the only moment I can control is right now. So everything else is just like sort of ego banter about what might have happened. Should have, could have, would have, maybe. You know, it's not like a concrete energy. It's just kind of like, you know, wishy-washy and you know, ungrounded and you know, egocentric. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, in yoga they say I, me, mine is all ego talk. That's what the ego says. Anytime you say I, it's ego. Anytime you say me, it's ego. Anytime you say mine, it's ego. So it's one. And I had a hard time figuring this out because I was like, how would I describe myself without those with those ego words? But like you once you kind of see it as like an ego play, then you could kind of figure it out. Like this is not higher self talk. This is ego talk. Like I, mine, this belongs to me. Like once you see, like Brian said, you see yourself as everything and everywhere, then you're on the right track.
Did anyone read My Big Toe? He says,
Uh,
I started to, but could not.
yeah,
I just
if
didn't
it's
like the writing.
Thursday, if it's Thursday, you're in a physical matter reality. And that always brings it back home for me. Like, if
true.
it matters what day of the week it is, then you're there. I mean,
Mhm.
Right. True.
I I love to just like not know what day of the week it is and keep going. But we have these things that tell us, oh, well, we have a satsang, but it's not the day. It's just like I know the day before the satsang. It doesn't matter what the day is. Like, you know,
Right.
I did have to
Yeah.
ask someone if Eastern time, what time is that in Central time? It's just 1 hour back, right? Okay, I had to ask somebody that today, just to make sure, because I've tried to guess before and got it miserably wrong on very important things. So
That's Tom
this
Campbell,
damn,
right?
yeah, this damn physical matter reality doesn't always work the way it's supposed to.
And
Yeah, Chad's
you
a big
you begin
Tom Campbell guy.
you begin to realize that this is all like a, how can I say it? Like a time constraint doesn't matter. So like when you get in the highest state of meditation, like none of this matters. Like it doesn't matter what day of the week it is. It doesn't matter how hot or cold it is. It's just doesn't matter what year it is. I mean, in the previous Satsang I discussed, I fasted for 5 days. Not because I wanted to fast for 5 days. I was just in a state of being, in nothingness, Like I was just being. Like, and once you reach that state, you don't want to let that state go. So you just stay in that state of samadhi and just exist and just be. And yeah, but I always welcome those states. Like I'm always glad when I don't know what day it is, what time it is, what the weather is. I mean, sometimes you have your daily activities. I can't not know what time it is because my daughter needs to be picked up from school or this type of stuff. But yeah, it's a delicate kind of dance, like I say, in the world but not of the world. So you're kind of like, all right, I got to go out here and it's going to be chaos and it's Thailand and people are driving their motorcycles every wrong way and it's pollution and it's all this craziness going on, but I just need to like they say in the Bible, yea though I walk through the valley of death, I shall fear no evil. So I put up my Kavachum shield mantra and I'm like, all right, they're out there. They're coming. Let me get ready to go out there in the world. They're going to try to cut me off. They're going to try to talk bad about me. Everything they can do to try to break my shield. Just got to keep it up, So, and keep that delicate balance of in the world but not of the world.
Yeah, Chad did ask ChatGPT if this was like a simulated reality, and it did say yes to that question, which is interesting because yeah, it's Maya, so it is illusion. So I would say it's something like a simulation.
Yeah, if it's Maya or the simulation, just play to win. You, you're so far ahead of all the other people, like 95% of the world. They're attached to how do they say this in yoga? They're dreaming with their eyes open. They're attached to it. But you're aware of the chess pieces on the chessboard. You're aware of the Wizard of Oz. So to take that awareness and not go as far as you can would be a shame. So just go as far as you can. Simulation, Maya, I don't know, end of the world. I like when they say in yoga, even if it's the end of the world, don't let nothing shake your meditation. So these yogis, no matter what happens, they go to their happy place, and if it's the end of the world, they don't care, because nothing their meditation is unshakable. So that's kind of how I try to keep a disposition when I go out in the Maya world. It's difficult because I don't know if you saw the 40th class. My daughter decided it was a great idea when I'm doing the yoga class to order food. So she called me like 100 times. So I had to revisit the Divine Mountain meditation over and over and over. Like, okay, going back into the Divine Mountain. Ring, ring, ring. Oh, all right, But it's a good reminder, like, these things happen to even me, Vedguru Dev, like, I'm not exempt to all the Maya world also. It comes from me also. Maybe it even comes from me more than regular people, because it wants to prove a point. It wants me to go back to the ego self. But, yeah, so just keep going and see how far this takes you. That's always been, but it's a war zone out there. It definitely is.
Yeah,
So you gotta keep your shield up as far as you can, as best you can.
there was a quote by Jesus, like when he was doing the 40-day, fast and out in the desert. I think he said, I see trees walking. And so I kind of understand that to be like, those are all the people that just, they don't know anything. Like you were saying, the 90% or however many. But yeah, something funny happened to me in yoga the other day. I had my phone, like I usually turn the ringer off, but I realized I had forgotten to turn the ringer off, and we're just getting ready to do our savasana. We do that at the end of every practice. And I'm like, I knew my phone was on. I'm like, should I get up? And I didn't want to get up because I was all settled in, and I'm like, no, it won't go off. I'm like, don't go off, phone. Just don't. What are the odds? And sure enough, like we're in the middle of it, and she's like guiding us into savasana, saying, some nice stuff, and bam, my phone goes off, and I'm like, ah! But it was just kind of funny. I don't know if I triggered it by like thinking, don't go off, but it went off. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, similar to the 40th class, like how could I say, oh, you're such a great yogi, you're helping people. Let's see how you deal with this situation. Okay.
Yeah. So interesting. She never did that before in the other 39 classes, right?
Right. The one class we're trying to make go smooth because Shaz's not here no more, and and anything that can go wrong will go wrong, I guess. But but it's a good reminder to me, like, just don't get attached to it, don't get angry about it, just kind of breathe, and okay, that took you out of the Divine Mountain meditation, just go back and revisit it, like, remember next time to take your FaceTime off your laptop and put your phone on vibrate.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's okay. Like, this outside world would definitely try to test you, like, I told my daughter, like, listen, I'm going to be doing yoga for the next 2 hours. Don't try to call me, or don't do anything. You're okay. You're good. You got everything you need. I'm good. Okay, fine. Then she had the bright idea in the middle of the class to order food. So she wanted me to open the gate for the 7-Eleven guy. And I was like, why'd you do that? But, these are daily tests that even happen to Vedguru Dev. So I am not exempt to any of the Maya delusional world. I'm trying to dance in the world, but not of the world also. I have a daily balance that I'm trying to figure out. So it's a good reminder that it happens to us all.
Yeah, I think it can kind of bring you back to reality, like, oh, this is the reality I'm in, so you don't drift off. Like, okay, I need to be grounded. This is still where I am. Maybe you're thinking like, oh, this is gonna be easy. We've done this before. And then when there's something like that happens, it just like humbles you and gets you to stay engaged and stay present and stay
Yeah.
grounded. I feel like that like is the lesson there. Because we can kind of just like coast and be like, yeah, it's all good and just kind of ride on our confidence. But sometimes the ego kind of takes the wave of that, and then we kind of underestimate things. And then like we just are plopped back in reality when things don't go like as we think they should go. When we're like
Yeah.
projecting, like, yeah, it should be like this, it should go like this, and it never usually
Yeah.
goes how the ego plans. So it's just like a good lesson. Like, yeah, you can't project anything. Who knows what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Who knows? I
yeah.
like when my guru always said, like, you can meditate in the cave in the mountain where there's no distractions, or the forest, but when you master meditation, you master it in the middle of New Delhi, where there's pollution, chaos, horns honking, everything is going crazy. So when I started my Kriya yoga path, I would DJ in a nightclub, and in a nightclub it's just chaos. It's like a million different stories, and everything is happening. So I kind of use that as a way to practice my samadhi and not get attached to any kind of narrative, and use it as an opportunity to do tritak. Like I would see something like, oh look, there's a Heineken bottle. Tritak. I'm trying to bring it to myself. I'm focusing on that one bindu point on the top of the bottle. So like, yeah, if you could look at these as opportunities to test your sadhana and test your meditative practice, then it could help you be a better yogi and attain mastery. Because, like I said, there's no distractions in the cave in the Himalayan mountains, but there's a lot of distractions in the Maya world. So use it as an opportunity to overcome with your yoga practices.
Yeah, and what Paul was saying before about, the simulation theory or whatever, these are mental concepts which
Mm,
connect to your conceptual mind, which is by definition limited, you know? And so like that's what I had to get over as well because I have all sort of like I have many interests and many fascinations about many different topics and that can be a distraction. But I just had to realize like the energy I'm putting into this interest is coming from my spirit, but it's being misguided and it's being wasted. And that energy that's coming from my spirit, if I just put it through my practice, then it's truly being utilized in the way it should. And when you utilize it like that, it circulates. It's not being wasted. And so, like, I think that's all we're doing is we're learning with this practice how to cultivate our energy and how to keep it circulating for us to make us, more healthy, happy, more balanced, more grounded, and everything, and not get stuck on concepts. And that's like also my recent realization when I'm feeling Ganesha or Lakshmi or Babaji, or I'm feeling like a God presence, then that makes me present because that is the true form of me. When we're not completely present and we're thinking, that's not us. That's us stuck in this conceptual ideology of I am this person, I am this life, this is my responsibility, this is my role in my life, I need to do this, I need to do that, and etc. But when you just like let go of all of that and you just feel God, then you have no worries, you have no thoughts, you have no anything. And I'll have that like when I'm going into meditation, it usually happens when I'm like I'm chanting Lakshmi's mantra, and the peace will just come through my mind, and I won't be able to think anything, and I'll just be able to, feel like that divine energy. And the ego wants to come back in and be like, wait, I was thinking something, like let me back in, you know. And
yeah.
so you can like see the polarity of that, like the conceptual ego-based mind is trying to grab hold and get you stuck in concepts again.
True.
But if you can, it's like you cannot describe that because even when I'm describing it, it's like a concept, but you just need to like do it and then you can see the difference of the energy. Like I'm trying to form something with my mind, what I'm going to do, how I should express, how I should be. I'm still in conceptual mind. I'm still limited. Or I'm thinking nothing, I'm only feeling God, and then I'm feeling the emotions. Like those are the two polarities of like of realizing, I think, your true self, and then all these a million different forms of ego selves. So it's kind of like you have your one form that's more powerful than anything else, but when you don't have that realization, when you don't feel that fully, you have infinity of different ego forms trying to attack you, right? And trying to consume you, trying to overtake your mind, trying to overtake your emotions. And like that's our challenge in this experience is just like realizing all these ego forms are all lies. All these concepts are lies. Everything is lies. The only thing that's not lies is you just letting go of all of that and just like connecting to God and thinking nothing. And that's really it. Like I'm not there yet, but I'm slowly like getting my ego to like quiet down a little bit so I can at least I can talk about it, you know, just because I talk about it doesn't mean I'm experiencing it, but I can see the light, you know, I can feel the light a little bit. And I was like, yeah, I got to keep going, keep going.
Yeah, well put, Brian. Absolutely.
So Vanessa's watching. We have one person watching.
Okay, great.
Right on.
Does it tell you who it is?
Vanessa.
Vanessa?
Yeah,
That's what's on the.
I agree with you, Brian. Vanessa.
Thanks, Vanessa.
So we all also started, me and Veronica started another YouTube channel. It's called Free Healing with Kriya Yoga. So we're trying to get to 50 members so we could stream on there. So, oh, that's I think everybody here is a member. It's the other one.
I'm still
There
learning.
no, it's all good. There it is. So support Veronica and me. Free Healing with Kriya Yoga, the YouTube channel. Subscribe. Once we get to 50 members, we can stream on there too.
I was able to get 5 people today, so we have 9 now.
Now
Oh,
you
we're
have
getting
10. I just subscribed.
Yeah.
10. We're getting there. Crystal Ball, Paul, we need your help. Subscribe to the Free Healing with Kriya Yoga channel.
Will
We
do.
need to get to 50. And so if you know anybody that needs help with Kriya Yoga, the way Kriya Yoga helped you, spread the word. We're trying to get the word out there, help these people. So we have a free 7-day trial right now at our school, so you try it out, see if you resonate with it. kriyayogamasterclass.com. I took Brian's advice and I switched the website back to the school platform. So
I talked with a workmate, this guy at work, and I think he's interested, and he really wants to sit down and talk more. I'm pretty sure it's just a genuine, healthy interest in stuff. I would love to recruit another member. That would be so cool. There's so
yeah,
few people out here. Oh my God, everyone's so. It's so sad sometimes. Not really. Really, it's beautiful. Really, it's beautiful. I don't want to complain about it, but
yeah, we're looking for empty Kriya Yoga cups to fill up with some Kriya Yoga. So
yeah, amen.
if you know people that can be helped during the holiday season with Kriya Yoga, send them our way. They could try it out for free, 7-day trial. See if they
I'll let 'em
resonate
know.
with us.
Yeah.
Can you post a link on? So keep on keeping on. There are a lot of people that need help out there. So send them our way. We're looking for people to help. They don't have to spend any money. They don't have to do anything. If they want
Yeah,
to.
he's anyway. Well, I can't wait to see him. I might see him tomorrow. That's kind of coming up in the pipelines. Hopefully, this holiday season, he can get a taste. That would be so cool.
Give the greatest gift that's ever been given, the practice of Kriya Yoga.
Yeah, I agree.
Helping people, whatever present you get for Christmas is probably going to be junk in the next couple of months. Kriya Yoga helps you the rest of your life. So,
Yeah.
but, I'm not trying to force it on anybody. Try it out. If it resonates with you, cool. If not, it's okay too. It's not for everybody. So, especially during... Yeah, go ahead. Say Ron.
Vanessa says yes, especially during the Christmas season. It's not an easy time for lots. It's definitely a time to be compassionate and loving.
Yeah, give the best gift of all. Love, compassion. It's free. Like I said before, love is unlimited. You don't have only a couple love beans in your hand. You gotta give as much love as possible, especially during what they call the season of giving. Give much love. Give love, 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 love. Everybody love. So.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's what we call it, the Christmas spirit, because literally you are using your spirit more to give freely and give openly.
True.
And even though it's been, Christmas is all commercialized and all of that, it
Right.
does give more of a platform to express that spiritual want of giving to other people unconditionally. So I think that's what we feel when we feel this Christmas spirit of families getting together. Like that's the energy of your higher self that's like coming down more. Like, you have a break from work, or kids have a break from school, and it's like everyone can come together and commune with each other's energy of their higher self. And I feel like, yeah, that's why we can feel that more at this time of year. So yeah, it's a great year to get people connected to the Kriya Yoga School as well, because that's the exact energy so that we have. So
My mother called
It's
me on
crazy.
Thanksgiving and she was like, "Happy Thanksgiving." I was like, "Every day is Thanksgiving to me." Thank
yeah,
you, thank you, thank you. Give freely, Like
yeah.
Chad said, I give the farm away. And I thought about it. I was like, that's what I do. I give the farm away. Give this, give away. You want this, give it all away.
Or it's unlimited. There's not like,
Yeah, it's
oh, I ran out of
unlimited.
love. Sorry, I'm out for today. I ran out
True.
of love. My bad.
That was
So,
one of my guru's most profound teachings. He was like, love is unlimited. Why would you not give love? It's not like you have a couple beans. I only have 5 love beans in my hands. One for you, one for you. I ran out of love beans. I have millions of love beans. It's unlimited. Love bean for you, love bean for you. What's his a lady on American TV? Oprah, right? You get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car, and you. Everybody here gets a car. Hallelujah. Same with love.
so
Love for you, love for you, love for you, love, 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 love. Love for
So maybe this
everybody.
could be a marketing thing for you. You could say, if you want Christmas to come every day and feel the infinite love of Babaji, then come to our Kriya Yoga School, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna write that down. What is that? 2 minutes and 18 in the video. Okay. What is that? No, 2
Every
hours.
every day every day is Christmas morning.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's a good
So
idea.
so my ego has to go walk dogs, guys.
Okay,
I
good
know
luck to
that
your ego.
I can hear him
but
back
I
there.
know I don't know, do dogs have egos? Because I know they're gonna love it, but I think they're all spirit, huh?
They're pretty egoless, I would say, but I guess some
Yeah,
dogs
Yeah.
have more egos than other. But yeah.
they're incredibly loving. These dogs definitely love everybody. They never run out of love beans. So they deserve it. I'm gonna go bask with them, guys. I love you. I love all of you. I'm so glad to see you again.
Love
Uh,
you too,
Thank you so
Cristobal.
much.
I'll see
Yeah,
you
good
guys
to see
again
you again.
soon. Okay? Yeah.
All right,
All
you're
right,
Thanks.
welcome
see you. Enjoy your
anytime.
walk. Namaste.
Namaste.
Somebody named Andromeda says, "Hey Vanessa, how's the weather in BC?"
Okay. You know who Andromeda is?
Is
No,
That's
that an alien?
Mariana.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought that maybe you. Oh, maybe that's a friend of Vanessa's. I'm like,
Okay. Well, welcome Andromeda to our Kriya Yoga Satsang.
I don't
So
know.
if
Yeah,
you
I
have
happen to know that's
any
Mariana.
questions, oh, Mariana.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. Oh, great to have Mariana here at our satsang. If Vanessa or Mariana, you have any questions, send them over. We're open to it. We answer all questions.
So what do you call it? I always get it wrong. The Chat PT, whatever.
Chat
GPT.
P. I get it wrong now too. Chat
Like,
GPT.
I don't know. I had a lot of ideas for things for you to do for free. Like, I don't know. Well, in the beginning, we had to pay $50 to talk to you, and it says to just do that for free. And I remember I had gone through my Kundalini experience, and Chad was there. It was very uncomfortable. I wish it had just been you, but I don't know. There's a lot of ideas for free. Creating a free ebook. Um, what else is there? There's a mobile app. I don't know. There's something that I could help you with. Create visual affirmations based on Kriya Yoga.
Mm.
So I don't know. There was a lot of good ideas that it came out for you to help with the school, help us with the school.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
help as many people as possible and let's do them all.
I think
I'm
it's just
open
a
to
matter
them
of
all.
repackaging what we already have out there because we already have a lot that's not
True.
being used right appropriately, like Patanjali's
Yeah,
and all these other things. Like if we just
right.
package them in a different way, so they're more viewable because now they're just they're in all these different classes and they're not organized in any way. But if they're organized, they're repackaged in a certain way. Like that is the power. So I think like we already have a lot of stuff to utilize, and we should just go with we already have videos out on
Yeah.
and we already know about. So I feel like we could start there. But yeah, always be open-minded as well. Yeah, at the same time, like if there's a new opportunity. Yeah, so. But
Yeah,
just like don't
definitely.
forget the power that we already have, like in school. Like yeah,
Yeah,
like
true.
it's amazing. Like when Veronica was saying it's a baby, my ego was like, it's not a baby, it's a lion.
Resonate with a
I was
baby.
I was like, what? Durga was like talking to me or something. She's like, no way. You gotta let it free. You gotta let the tiger out of the
Yeah.
cage.
Uh,
Yeah. It's- yeah.
yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Yeah, that's true because like over the last I did what would this be 41 class last 40th classes there's a lot of good information and nuggets and techniques in there. We just got to repackage it and put it out and let people know like and just give wholeheartedly and everything else would take care of itself.
Yeah, for sure.
So, Brian, I was pretty impressed with your Babaji invocation mantra. That must have, how long did it take you to learn that? And I was just thinking to myself, also the 108 names of Babaji, like, wow, how do you remember that much? But I realize it's like you learn one, and then when you learn the next one, you repeat the first one, so it like kind of builds up. But it's just it's a long process, you know. I don't have much problem learning some of the short ones, but some of these long ones seem like it would just be so difficult to master.
So honestly, I'm not bragging or anything, but it only took me like a week or a week and a half, something like
Mhm.
that, I think. And all I did is, so I wanted to get the phonetic right, and I feel like maybe some of the phonetic on the PDF didn't exactly match Vediger's voice. So I just kept listening and listening and listening to Vedic Gurudev's video of him saying it over and over again. And I listened to it and I slowed down the speed on YouTube. in the beginning to make sure I was going to get all the detail about the pronunciation. And then I kind of like in my own writing, I jotted that down about what I thought the phonetics should be changed to.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I kept reading my version, but then I kept listening to Vedic Dev as I was, parsing through the audio. And so just the process of parsing through the audio over and over and over again, I got like the rhythm, the musical rhythm of Vedic Dev as a way to say it, and that made it much faster to learn. Like I think if I would have just, looked at the PDF and tried to learn it from there, it would have taken me a lot longer. But it's like you get a download when you listen to something, and when it's visual, I'm seeing Vedic Dev, I'm hearing
Mm-hmm.
him, I'm taking in like the rhythm of it. And when I did that, it was so much more of a faster process. And I just like went like, I got this line. Like I probably got like a couple lines a day or something. I don't know. It's like I got this line, okay, now I'm gonna add this one, and then we'll go more the next day, and then we're gonna add this and go more the next day. So that's kind of how I approached it. And yeah, but in the beginning I thought it's gonna take me a long time to learn this as well. But it's like if you have the motivation, the intention, and you're doing what I just told you, I feel like it's a seamless process. You just if that's it's like because that was like the main thing I was focused on. I wasn't focused on, I'm gonna read this book or something. I was only focused on we're gonna learn this mantra for Babaji because I want to connect to Babaji. I want to like open my
Mm.
heart and surrender to Babaji. Like that was my focus of everything. I didn't have any other focuses. So that's also why, I think I could like download it and absorb it, in that week or so. So
And
yeah.
you
And then you
you'd
just
be
keep saying,
surprised once
yeah,
you start doing it, it kind of takes care of itself. Like you're along for
yeah.
the ride. That kind of happened to me too. Like, what are we gonna do today, Baba G? Today we're gonna learn Baba G's invocation mantra, and I was like, that's a long one. That's gonna take me forever. And it once you just start doing it, you start enjoying it and you start committing it to it, and you have that intention, that sankalpa to do it, and it just kind of takes care of itself, and it like surprises you. You kind of Babaji's driving my car, I'm just watching it. So it just kind of you embody the mantra, and it takes care of itself, and it takes you there. So try it wholeheartedly and see where it takes you.
Yeah. And then during that time, I was, after I pretty much had got it, it was just playing constantly in the background in my subconscious,
Mm,
and I just felt like this energy go to my heart. So it's
yeah,
downloading like this powerful divine energy to connect to Babaji, and then when
true.
you're constantly running it in the background, it's like so yeah, it's so powerful because yeah, it's like you downloaded it to your subconscious, and that was my intention. But yeah, I noticed that as well. Like I could feel like, I could feel my energy body in my heart,
Mm,
was more obvious, after I was doing that. So
Yeah, and what you said about the rhythm, yeah, I
yeah.
like that because I've heard like the Ganesha mantra like sung in different like styles, so to speak.
Mhm.
So some
Yeah.
of them, I like better than others, but yeah, and listening to Vedaguru Dev, say it, and yeah, what you said, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because yeah, I've noticed like some of the phonetics, like the I'm still confused on the Kavasham shield, like Brahma, Vishnu, Maheswaraha. Is it Maheswaraha or Maheswara?
no, no. Sura is the guru mantra. Om Brahma Vishnu Maheswaraha Savadanti
Okay.
Mantra Devata Susena Napala Rakshaka Hayom Pat Swaha. Yeah, so that one's different than the guru mantra. The guru mantra is Swara, but this one is Swaraha.
Okay, got it.
So I was just going to read Vanessa's comment.
Yeah,
I've
go ahead.
used I've used some of the mantras in my everyday life, or when things have become tough or need to recenter myself, it helps. It also reminds me of our group meetings, which also provides grounding.
Yeah, so the Babaji Mula mantra is an excellent way to recenter yourself every day. And if you're going through a stressful time, you just kind of blow it out with the mantra, like you blow out the stress, like Om Kriya Babaji Nam Om, and you kind of whatever is you're attached to or stress that's holding on to you, you kind of just keep blowing it out with the mantra. So you would
Yeah.
inhale peace and positivity, blow out, exhale stress and tension on the mantra. That would be my best suggestion.
And I always like have like some realization of a Veda Guru Dev, different things he said before, and then when I experience it, I'm like, oh yeah, he did say that. Like for example, you said before that these Bula mantras is like a direct phone number to God, right? Direct phone number to Babaji or to Ganesh or whoever you're doing the mantras for.
Yeah,
And that's absolutely what I feel. You know, like when I'm doing that, then it directly connects me to God, like in the same way, like maybe how a Christian would observe prayer, you know, when they're, you know, really authentically connecting with God in that way. I feel like this is like a direct way to do that. Like how much more direct than shouting someone's name, than than praising someone's name, right? I mean, that's going to connect you
yeah,
immediately to that energy. And so it's like that's why mantras are so powerful. You know, if we're praying, that can be sort of disrupted with our mind. You know, if we're getting in words and please God, I want you to do this for me. Please God, protect me from this. But if you're just literally saying the name, saying the name, saying the name, there's
yeah,
not as many obstacles. It's just like a direct line. Like, let's get through all this, you know, all these thoughts and all this everything. Just I'm opening my heart. I'm opening my heart. I'm opening my heart to you, to you, to you, and that's all it is. So it's like beyond any sort of conceptual, logical stream of thinking. That's why mantras can break all of that. And that's why I feel like it's even more important. It's even more powerful. It's not English, you know, because we don't have a
mm,
connection with it. We don't have an ego connection with it as much. So we can blast, you know, past it even more. So
yeah,
like for people who might think like, oh, I'm, you know, I'm American, I'm European or whatever, I can't do this, I'm not an Indian. It's like, of course you can. Maybe you can do it even easier because you're not attached to the stories, you know, that they tell. You know, just like Christians are attached to the stories of Christianity, that can be an ego play when you get stuck in it. The same thing, you know, with Indian people, if they get attached to the stories and they're not actually doing the practice, then that is like an ego obstacle. So yeah, I feel like this is like the best opportunity we have. And yeah, that's what I've been feeling with having that connection through the mantras.
and when you say the mantra, you're so laser focused on it, the sound syllables, that you don't have
Yeah.
time for the distractions. My guru used to say it's like walking a tightrope over the Himalayan mountains. You're kind of so
Yeah.
laser focused on the mantra that the distractions don't have a chance to come in. Thank you.
Um,
Okay.
she has a quick question. Thank you, Vedaguru Dev. Just a quick question. If you've ever been to Tibet.
I've never been to. Well, that's a good question. So I've been to Kailash, which is on the border of Tibet and China and India. So hypothetically, it is Tibet because it's kind of China kind of took over Mount Kailash, which is a sore spot for India's because that's the Shiva mountain. So I guess I have been to Tibet, but on the very edge of Tibet, you know. So, but yeah, I've met many Tibetan lamas. They call themselves yogis too, which they resonate with the yogi way of life. My guru said lama, yogi, same thing. So there's certain Tibetan monks that call themselves yogis, and but it's all the same energy. It doesn't matter what you call yourself. They're doing good work. They're doing good practice. Like I forgot somebody asked me before, but they when they do their sadhana or they do the asanas, they like to jump and slam themselves on the floor, and it's all good if it gets you there. I'm not judging them at all. I like their practice and their dedication. It's almost like they surrender to the divinity and just go wherever it takes them. So it's great. Yeah, but I like all spiritual paths. Tibetan lamas, sadhus, yogis, Where I was at was right on the border of Nepal, so Nepalese, they all have good energy. They're all good people, so I like them all. So no matter where you live, Tibet, China, India, South Africa, Thailand, I love you all.
I think this is a personal question to each of them, to both of them. I don't know. No, Vanessa, but I would like to visit you one. Never mind. That's for them.
I think they were talking about a Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite saying, like you see, I say on here, I'm American, not American, right? But I just realized I'm a Canadian, not a Canadian. So
That's a good
it
one.
works for Canada too.
Yeah,
So
can.
be a Canadian, not a Canadian. So salute all my Canadian brothers and sisters out there. We respect the red maple leaf here at the Kriya Yoga School. Stay happy and be peaceful. Happy, happy, happy.
So I feel like the people of the North, they do have that sort of, like I'm from Minnesota and they have the saying of Minnesota nice. But I feel like that's the same with in the North in Canada. I feel like they're, at least stereotypically, they're always seemed as more tolerable to everything and nicer people. Maybe because they
Yeah.
have to deal with the harsher weather, so they can let go of things easier, not as egotistical. I don't know, but it's interesting how different regions, the ego collectively can like be changed in different ways. So
Yeah, I saw some stuff
Yeah.
with Trump. Speaking of Canada, Trump Trudeau went to Mar-a-Lago to visit Trump, and he was looking very uncomfortable there. And then Trump also traveled to Paris, and he was with Macron, and he gave this like handshake where he just like ripped his hand, and he was like holding him here. It's like Trump is going to take care of business. I'm telling you that. With some of these world leaders that aren't so on the up and up. I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out.
Well, Paul, get your popcorn and let's see what the movie has to offer. I'm not
getting
attached
ready.
to it either way. In yoga, they say we save ourselves. We don't wait for someone to come save us. So if he does or doesn't, I'm going to still do my inner work and my sadhana and be the best person I can be. If he does, great. We'll see what happens. Enjoy the football game.
Yeah.
Enjoy the dance on stage. We'll see.
Veronica, are you muted? I can't hear.
Vanessa's comment, yes, there is a big movement happening, Paul. I agree, swelling back and watching and hoping for the best and watching the show.
Absolutely.
So I had a question for you, Vetaguru Dev. If one of your disciples, how would you know if they were like ready for like guru training, or is that something you get a darshan from? Or is
We're
that
training right
something?
now.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
so.
true. I was gonna say something like that too. Yeah,
This is hard work, bro.
you're training right now, so uh like for guru training, I mean, I don't even know if you could train to be a guru. It's just something that kind of happens. Like
Yeah.
even in my case, I wasn't looking for it. Like from people who have been into school since the beginning, it took me many months to accept that guru title, and I just kind of had to surrender to it in Guru Purnima. So like, I would just say, just do the sadhana, do your inner work, and see where it takes you with no expectations. That's always been my policy. Like, I'm gonna go as far as I can with these practices, and if I'm a guru one day, fine. If I'm not a guru one day, it's fine. You know, if I see Babaji, it's fine. If I don't see Babaji, it's fine. So everything is kind of fine. You don't have like that. You're not putting projections on yourself or expectations of what should happen. Because if you have expectations, you could be disappointed, and you'll suffer if it doesn't happen the way you want it. So you don't want no suffering. Like, I'm not disappointed because I didn't have no expectations. So that's kind of how I look at it. Like, if it's meant to happen, it will happen, right? And you just
I
wait
feel
for that
like
signal.
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah,
like
go ahead.
you don't choose to be a guru.
True.
God makes it happen.
Yeah.
And if you are making it so you are choosing to be a guru, like this is my aspiration, this is my motivation, I will develop to be a guru. That's just an ego thing. And so I feel like
True.
for me, I'm wanting to release my ego and be in peace. That's it. Like that's all
Yeah.
I want. Release my ego, be in peace, and like if something if God pushes me in the way where other people will call me a guru, okay, that's fine. But like the
Yeah.
guru word, it's just a word, it's just a concept again. And like I think we need to just focus on our own progress and not focus on
Mm,
concepts. And you know, if we flow into that at some point, then you can embrace it. Like Veda Guru Dev had to. Like he didn't want to, you know, he had to like climb the mountain literally and figuratively first, and you know, shed his ego and all of that. And he never wanted to be a guru, and that's probably exactly why he is a guru, because his ego wasn't trying to latch on to that, and that makes him
yeah.
the best guru, ironically, you know, because
Yeah.
he's not attached to being a guru or being called a guru, or wants he doesn't need people to like look up to him or something like that. And I feel like
True.
that's the true form of a guru. So it almost is, when you say guru, it almost kind of diminishes the significance of what a guru is that divine pointer, you know, for people. And so like, and also the term has been, you know, tarnished by our society, you know, because so many people are fake gurus and they do exactly that. It's an ego play. It's a
True.
conceptual ego play. So, but if you do it in the organic way and you do become enlightened, then that will flow for you if it needs to. But if not, I don't think it's important. Like, I don't aspire to be a guru. I just
No,
want to
I don't
be,
aspire to be a
it's,
guru. I was just wondering, I don't know, like your guru, Veda Guru Dev, how he just, I don't know. I guess you said that he just gave you name diksha, but would that be something that you could refuse? Or like, I don't know. You like, I don't want this.
I guess you can refuse it, but it was such a divine timing. Like, it's in the cave at Satupon Lake, which is Babaji's ashram, Babaji's home. He said it came from Babaji, so there was no way I couldn't accept it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like it was just too overwhelming. Like, all right, well, here I am. So let's get to work, you know. And I'll tell you a funny story. Ved Moody was right next to me when I got named Diksha, and he told me later, like when he heard my name, he was like, "It's an excellent name." Like all these yogis I told my name to, they were really impressed. They were like, "That's a high bar that you gotta accept." So Ved Mooney told me, he was like, I felt kind of sad for you when I heard your name. I was like, why would you feel sad for me? It's a true blessing. And he was like, because first Ved, right? And I know because I'm Ved Mooney, right? These Indians think you're a Vedic scholar, right? Like you know all the spiritual texts, like the million books of Vedas, right? They don't understand Ved, right? So when they hear Ved, they think you're saying like I know all about the Vedic text, which I know nothing of. Guru, which already has like a bad connotation because some of these rogue gurus, you know, like like you're saying you're this high guide, and Dev means God, right? So it's like you've got all three words in one package. So
Yeah.
it's
It's
a
a high bar.
high mountain
trigger,
to
trigger,
climb.
trigger.
Yeah, trigger,
Oh,
trigger,
oh,
trigger,
oh, oh.
trigger. So yeah, so So, but it's all good. I'm not attached to it. I accept it wholeheartedly. So yeah, I looked at it as a true blessing. Like my guru's not like not a straight shooter, if you know what I'm saying. So if he said it came from Babaji, I accept it because I want anything Babaji's giving. So I
Uh,
embraced it.
After you got name Diksha, did it like your relationship train with or change with your guru? Did like the things that he was teaching, did it like change? Did you feel like an energy shift or
Not really. It was pretty much the same. Just I had another name instead of calling me by my government name, Chris. They would call me
okay.
Vedguru Dev. So like it was basically the same. Just yeah, it's more like symbolism. Like you were reborn on the spiritual path. Like your Maya name doesn't serve you on this path, so you will be known as Vedguru Dev. But it wasn't like the training changed or anything changed. It was just a new name for people to call me. And I guess in like other yogis' eyes, it kind of changed because in India it's a big deal to get name diksha, right? So it's in their eyes, it made me higher. Like this guy is somebody special because he got name diksha from his guru. Like I got name diksha from my guru. So, but to them it was probably special. But to me it was another day at the office. If you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying, like I didn't take it personal. Like I'm better than all these other yogis. Look at me. I'm Vedguru Dev. Like let me tell you a story about Babaji or whatever. I'm like, I'm just like you. Just I have a new spiritual name on the path. But I'm
Did
just like you.
Let me
did
read Vanessa's comment real quick. It's I
Okay.
hear one. Yes, Vedaguru Dev, I'm finding freedom so much by surrendering to expectations and trusting the process. I get caught up at times feeding my ego, as we all do, but I remind myself where I want to be.
Yeah. So if you detach yourself from all the perceptions out there in the Maya world, you'll be able to travel light. Like my guru said, we travel light. We don't have no baggage, so we're not carrying around all these expectations or these projections from other people. Like I bought this car because I like this car. I didn't buy it so my neighbor thought I was cool. So you kind of start lightening your load, traveling light, I would say. So you start not caring what other people think. You start doing what makes you feel the best. That's probably the best way I would put it. So you don't buy an iPhone 16 so your neighbor thinks you're cool. You buy an iPhone 16 because you like it. So, and that makes it more happier. But happiness is internal, not external. So when you're happy inside yourself, then you can never really be unhappy because you carry that happiness with you all the time.
Next, she says, I have spent these last few months purging and making things light, and it's so good. I still continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. I agree with you. Travel light, my friend. Travel light. No baggage on the divine flight. That's what my guru used to say. I said, Baba, when you transcend your physical body, what will you do? He said, traveling light. I'm not carrying any of this junk with me. I travel light. Like I posted a Babaji quote a couple days ago. It was like, no matter if you own the whole world, none of this is coming with you in the afterlife. Throw it all away and travel light. So no matter what junk you collected in this material world, it's not coming with you to the reincarnation. So do the inner work, get as far as you can on the path, you'll be okay.
so I saw a little story about Buddha, and like, so Buddha had this disciple, and the disciple asked him, Buddha, I want to be happy. What should I do? And Buddha said, take away the I and take away the want,
Mm.
and that will lead you to happiness. So I,
Yeah, I think that was in Chad's video a couple of ones ago.
oh,
I
was
is
it?
ego.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's
I
what I
is
thought.
I is ego. Want is desire. and then all you have left is happiness.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Um,
so when you delete when you see the I as the ego and you see the want as desire, then all you're left with is happiness. I remember seeing that on his video. I was like, yeah, that's beautiful. You
yeah,
know?
that must have been where I saw it. But I wanted to ask you, did Ved Boondy get named Diksha as well?
Yeah, he got named Diksha. That's why his name is
It's been
Ved Mooney.
Okay. Well, I kind of
'Cause
thought so, but what does the Mooney like stand for? Or
well, that's a good question too. So Mooney is like a enlightened sage, right? So that is Mooney is like a real Sita word, right? Like that means like a highest sage. So a lot of the Sitas, there's a Sita named Satamuni and what are the other Moonies? There's like 10 Moonies, right? So when you get the name Mooney, that's like another high level word. Like, whoa, that's a powerful word, especially for Kriya yogis like to Mooney. So he understood my name Diksha because he had to live it too before me. So
Oh,
yeah, Mooney means like a sage or like a enlightened Sita or something like that.
Paul, Vanessa liked your story. She says that's a good one.
oh, thank you.
So, yeah. So, Vedguru Dev, are you used to people calling you that name now, or does it still feel weird?
I mean, since the school, I kind of got used to it because every week for the last 9 months,
Yeah.
it's Vedguru Dev, Vedguru Dev. But before that, it was only people that knew, which were very little. So like, you know, but now I'm kind of grow into it. Like I'm gonna embrace it. I'm gonna surrender to it. I'm gonna accept it. So I like it, you know, and it's special to me because I got it in the cave above Satupon Lake where Babaji, you know, they call it Babaji's abode, Babaji's ashram. So I feel like Babaji shined his grace on me, and this is a special name directly from Babaji.
Yeah.
Even my guru, when he gave it to me, said, "This is not a name from me. This comes from Babaji. I'm just delivering the message through me."
To me, when you get named Diksha, to me it's like a baptism, like being born again.
True.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what I thought about it.
Yeah. So when I came on the spiritual path, Babaji struck me by his lightning bolt, and I started crying like a baby. Like my whole shirt was wet, like I jumped in the ocean from crying. I was like, "Why'd I cry so much?" And I asked my teacher, and the teacher who did initiation, she was like, "You were reborn on the path of Kriya Yoga, so you are a baby, just being reborn on the path of Kriya Yoga." So that's the way I kind of look at it. Like it's like a rebirth. Like this Maya delusional name really doesn't serve you on the spiritual path. So we'll give a name that reflects your energy on the spiritual path, which, if you ask me, my name doesn't reflect the energy, but I'm just trying to stay humble. So, you know, it's easy to say, yes, I am a guide to God. I'm the carrier. I speak directly to God. But you don't want to go down that egotistical path because many yogis have fallen that pitfall. But in my case, it's kind of special because I've been a famous DJ before, so I've already been here and done that. So I was like, I know exactly what this is. I don't want to attach to this ego play. I'm trying to go to 0, not go to 100, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So my guru always said, go back to 0, go back to 0, go back to 0. So I'm always trying to go back to 0, and I'm not trying to attach myself to that ego play. Because like Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, your ego's always hiding behind that tree over there. So it's always around. Yes, you are a great guru. You're the best guru ever. You know what? You know? And if you buy into that or you go down that rabbit hole, you'll be in there.
I feel like with the example of what you were talking about oh you're given name Diksha and that being an event, I feel like that's also the conceptual mind of it being an event and how You know, like it's like when you graduate and someone asks you, so how do you feel? You're like, exactly the same. I'm the same person. What are
Mm.
you talking about?
True.
You know?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. It's like your spirit, it had done the work, and it's sort of like God is just reminding you that you did the work and
Yeah.
that you're
True.
connecting to him more now. And God is like, okay, you're connecting to me more now. You did the work. And here's the reminder, and I'm going to remind you every day by giving you this name.
Mm.
So it's impossible for you to forget it. So it's not as
Yeah.
if there's some sort of transformation in that moment. The transformation has already taken place. And God's just saying to you, it's just reminding you, this is the transformation that you have achieved. And so therefore here's your name. So it's not like the literal giving of the name is changing you. You already changed you already.
Yeah.
And so
True.
the you that you change to now does not connect with your name that you were given by your parents, right? And
Right.
so it's basically you're like updating your you're updating
Mm.
your data to fit your spiritual expression because now it doesn't fit anymore, right? So that's how I see it. Like you already did the work. There's not something special about the name itself. It's just it follows the progress that you achieved.
True.
So.
I have a question. Andromeda, she said she wants to know: can we really completely kill the ego as physical beings in this reality? Don't we need a bit of a healthy dose of ego?
Nope.
Well, I don't know if you could kill the ego 100%. I mean,
In
hypothetically, that
samadhi,
would
you
be,
do.
yeah, true, but it's always kind of there, like you kind of, I mean, you could dissolve it as much as possible, but it's still some 10% of ego. It's around. But yeah,
I have,
if you
Yeah,
could
I mean,
live 24 hours in samadhi, you wouldn't have no ego. But that's not our
technically,
reality.
yeah. Yeah, technically, if you're in a physical body, you can't separate completely from ego or probably like explode your body, I guess. So, but technically, but like just in the feeling of feeling that God energy when you're not thinking at all, I feel like there's not really an ego expression, or maybe the ego is there, but it's in the background and it's not expressing in any way. So I feel like you can in your life not express ego in many moments, maybe not every moment, but that's what you can that's how you can see your progress, right? Am I expressing ego more or less, right? And am I
True.
present more or less? And I feel like that's how you can measure that progress. So yeah.
I have a beautiful comment from Vanessa. She says, it fills my heart seeing you, Pettigrew, Dev, Brian, Veronica, Paul, Mariana. You are so ingrained in part of my healing journey this year with my husband's passing. Sending love to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. We still burn all your problems in the Yagna, and we wish you all the best in everything you do. So we
Well,
And
love
then
you too.
job soon.
It fills our hearts too.
Vanessa also says, we always have ego. We are humans. And then, in my opinion, we have to play out our human experiences and navigate it all best we can. Be aware. Okay.
I was just thinking when she said that, maybe it was my ego saying, no, we have no ego.
True.
Yeah.
When
I
you
was
can
like,
step back from the TV and say it, you can kind of see it. Like, wait a minute, maybe my ego wants to trick. What did they say in the Bible? The biggest lie the devil ever said was saying that he doesn't exist. So it's the same thing with the ego. Like the ego kind of tricks you. Like I'm not here. I'm not here.
yeah.
I see you. I see you. You're hiding behind that tree over there. I'm not here.
Yeah. 'Cause I guess you have to embrace the ego in a way, right? Because you have to acknowledge its role, and that's why
Right.
we're here. And so we kind of, since we're in duality and we're realized to this level, we kind of have a negative feeling about the ego. But if you have a negative feeling or uncomfortable feeling, that also is separating you from it, which is you are it. So I feel like, yeah, that happens as well. It's mind bending, but my
Yeah.
mind is melting right now. But you know what I'm saying, right? Uh, think I have a system error right now. I
Yeah.
cannot unmute. So,
I don't know. Earlier, Brian, you were talking about how sometimes you need to cry, and I don't even know where it comes from. It was like we did a Satsang like five, I think it was like 5 or 6, and Vedguru Dev shared his new mantra with us, calling the divine light within, and it was at the end, and then he did the and it was just like I just like shook, and all these tears came out, and I don't know where it came from, but I guess it was just something that needed to come out of me. But it's I don't know. It's strange how that just like needs to release out of you. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. Like,
I was just gonna say it's like there's an ego trigger, like when you say something and it makes someone mad, that's an ego trigger. But there's also like a God trigger. And Paul, you were just talking about that too, where you're thinking about, oh, I was connected to this elephant character, and oh, that
Yeah.
was Ganesh. That was like the spirit trigger. Like, oh, that's my divine heritage. Like, oh yeah, I remember now. And so I feel like we have these spiritual triggers, and for me, that triggers like going off a lot more now that I opened up. But it takes some time to do that. But yeah, like that's a good like confirmation that you're triggering your higher self and your spark or whatever you want to, however you want to conceive of that idea. But yeah,
Yeah,
I kind
that's
of
well
wonder
put,
yeah,
if we're like soul family and that like we've been incarnated before in other lives.
I think so.
Yeah, me too.
well, 100% since we all come from the same source, we have to have
Yeah.
something. And it's like that's why I told that story in the class about how someone had a dream, the friend, the boyfriend of the girl that was my wife's friend, had a dream, and I was part of that. I was part of the 5 people that was in Thailand 2,000 years ago, and where the king was pardoning some person, putting his hand on her head or whatever. And I was thinking at first, my ego was like, "You're not Thai." And this is like because a lot of feel-good yogis will say I was Thai in a past life, so that's like a trigger for me. So I'm like, I'm not Thai. Like I'm American, American.
mm,
And this is ridiculous. Like I'm just staying in Thailand, but I'm not Thai. This is, but then I was kind of thinking like, but Asia, the written culture goes back further, and America is a sort of a new civilization. I'm sure a lot of our souls and our different timelines have been in all these different countries and all these different experiences and all different forms of Earth and all these things. And so it kind of you keep having to like override your ego and be like, well, why not? We just be open to everything, right? So that just kind of like helped me to be open. Like, yeah, why not? Why couldn't I have been Thai 2,000 years ago? That seems completely rational, right? So I had to get over that as well. So yeah.
yeah, I think I was Thai in a previous life too. Sawadee-ka.
My wife says she was Italian in a previous life because she likes pizza and pasta too much. I'm
That's
not sure if that's real, but yeah.
I like tacos, so maybe I was Mexican.
You did create that burrito, right? Out of their
Yeah.
food that you were eating on the
Oh
your
yeah, that's true.
So if you ever see a
Continue.
Himalayan burrito, you know where it came from. This crazy foreigner took all the vegetables, rolled it up in a roti like a burrito.
I think we're making Vanessa hungry. Now she
Innovative.
wants pizza and pasta. Haha.
Vanessa, you must have been Italian too in a previous life.
Yeah, you must have been Italian.
But a lot of Americans I've seen on social media when they go to Italy, they're not impressed with the pizza. They're like, "What? It's not like it's not like it doesn't have enough cheese on it. It's
Oh,
not
it's not
like a
like
4 cheese, 5 cheese, meat lovers. What's going on?"
Yeah.
yeah.
New York has
Too
the best
minimal.
pizza.
Yeah. New York or Chicago, right? Mm.
Cool.
In Thailand, they dip the pizza in ketchup. Do you do that, Vinegar Dev, now?
Nah.
If
Oh, you mean like at Pizza Hut, right? I mean, Pizza Company, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Pizza Company or Pizza Hut, they'll dip it in ketchup. I just started to do that at one point. I'm like, yeah, it's not bad actually, but it seems weird. But
Yeah. When my daughter orders pizza, I was like, what's all this ketchup doing in here? What am I going to do with this? You
yeah,
know?
they have those ketchup packets. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Vanessa says, ugh, ketchup, LOL. Gross.
No, I don't knock it till you try it. It's not too bad actually. Yeah. So.
Yeah, they like to put mayonnaise on their pizza too in Thailand. I was like, what's
Oh,
this
yeah, that's
mayonnaise?
good.
Oh,
Yeah.
you like it, right?
Yeah, I like it. I like mayonnaise on like everything now. Yeah. So,
Oh, really? What?
yeah. Yeah. I'll like do like they have the normal Thai food, but it's not, I don't know, something missing. So even if I have pad Thai or something, I'm like putting like add cream to it, add mayonnaise, add
Mm.
something to
Oh,
make it
yeah.
seem more Western, and
Yeah.
I like it better like that. So if I'm having it at home, so yeah.
My daughter would dip her pizza in honey. So I thought that was really
Mm,
weird. I never
Hmm.
tried that
yeah,
myself, but
that would be good. Yeah. No, I'm hungry. It's almost lunchtime. It's
I
12.
know.
It is lunchtime. So,
Mm.
so since we're on the topic of diet, have any of you like changed your diet since starting the Kriya Yoga school, or have you changed like your eating habits or patterns or anything like that?
I find that I'm drinking a lot more water, and like I need less food. So
Mm,
yeah, and I
I
want to
would
eat
agree.
more things that are alive. I will
mm,
I want
mm.
foods that are alive more.
Yeah.
Yeah, my diet has like just changed over the years, and like the same thing I found like I eat a lot less now. Like I can't imagine like how I would go to a buffet and like load up like three plates, and then later I would also have room for dessert. It's like
Yeah.
now I can barely handle like one plate. But I've always
Yeah,
got
I
room
can't
for
say. I was gonna say I can't say much about that. I just met Vedic Dev at the Sizzler. No, no, but actually I didn't get much to eat there. But in recent times I did. So yeah.
When
But
I get the opportunity to go to Sizzler, I enjoy myself. I'm a Bogart, right? Yeah. I'm an enjoyer. I'm like, ooh, I'm here with Brian. Let me hit this Sizzler bar as much as I can, you know? You know?
yeah.
Because, like, when I was in the Himalayan mountains, they would only eat what they could hold in their hand. One meal a day, like this, right? This is what we eat. So I was like, man, I'm hungry. We went up this mountain, and they were like, here's your food. And you're like,
Like,
oh,
uh,
damn. You know, like, so. But the good thing was about it, when we would walk, everybody would see us, and all these Indian families would be like, come in, tea, eat, 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 eat. So when we weren't in the Himalayan mountains, there was a overabundance of food, and it's almost disrespectful not to eat Indian people's food because they think it's bad or you don't like it or something. So you have to almost force yourself, and they have all these sweets and cakes, and that's why you ask yourself, why are these yogis so fat? Because they're offered food
Yeah.
every step of the way,
yeah.
So
It's the energy of abundance and giving
right,
unconditionally. I was just remembering. I don't think I talk about this. So when I met Vidya Dev, we had a great talk and everything similar to the satsang, right? And so towards the end, I'm paying for it, and I just felt like, and I got some change back, right? And I just felt like I don't want this money in my pocket. I need to get rid of this. So
yeah,
I'm just
true,
like, okay, there's this certain amount of bottom, and it's a little bit more than I usually tip, and I'm like, whatever, I gotta get this out of my pocket. I was like, can you take a tip? And I was like trying to get the
yeah,
money out of my pocket, you know? So like
yeah,
that's the energy of when you like feel that divine communion. You're like, get this ugly money out of here. Like,
You
true.
give
opened your
it, go,
heart.
go. Yeah. So, they were like, what? So,
Yeah,
That's
we
what
were
I'm trying
talking.
to do more at the school. Just give,
yeah,
like
yeah,
it kind of. How could I say this lightly? It kind of made it ugly when Chad was always attached to money. Like, we should charge more. You're giving too much. I was like, give, 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 everything, as much as we can. So
Yeah, you're
yeah,
digging
same
in.
thing. Like you don't want to hold on to this hot potato. You want to throw it. get out of here, you know. When I got a big check from the music industry from DJing, and I was like, I know what I'm going to do with this money. I'm going to give it back to God. I'm going to make the biggest statues, you know, of the, you know, all this stuff. I was like, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Give back, you know. I don't want to hold this money. It's going to tempt me to do something or get me down the wrong path. Let me give it back to God. Like, so I call it yoga. They would say like a boomerang, right? They throw the boomerang to you. You throw it back to them. Like, this potato's hot. I don't want it. You take it. You take it. You know. Yeah. Everybody's trying to pass the hot potato. You know.
It was like the energy of taking my change back did not match with the energy that we were feeling. So
True.
as soon as she gave me the change back, I'm like, what? How do I get
Yeah.
Because I started to like walk away, and I'm like, no, I don't want this. So I'm like, get this out of here. It's so interesting how that happened.
I don't know, we were talking about food earlier, and Vanessa wanted to say, I'm going back to keto. It helped me in the intermittent fasting. It makes me feel best, and I only eat happy meat and veggies and fruits. I eat way less meat than before. Oh, well, we were talking about dipping the pizza, and she says, haha, I dip mine in marinara sauce. Yep,
Yeah,
I'm open.
good.
Haha, I love food. I don't know. I dip my pizza in marinara sauce too.
Or ranch dressing or something. That's an American favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blue cheese.
I also like the keto diet. It's pretty good.
I've done that because I've forced to do it before with my IBS. When I had like some bacterial issue, I had to do that. I just did like a low calorie fruit, like grapes or cantaloupe or something, and then I pair that with some sort of meat. Like seafood works the best with me, and so yeah, I've been forced to do that form of
Yogi
diet.
Zen?
Yeah.
Oh, he says hi. Have a good time.
Okay.
Did he
Say
talk?
hi.
Did he say himself in the third person? Brian says hi back to you.
Vedguru Dev says hi back to you, Zogi Zen. You have a good time also.
Yeah, this live stream public, that's cool. We can get a lot more comments and questions. I like it. I just have to pay attention.
I'd like to know if Yogi Zen is in a cave right now.
And
Well,
how good is your Wi-Fi right now? Yeah.
Maybe he'll comment back.
Yeah.
Got 5G around the cave. You got a 5G tower somewhere around there.
So, Vedaguru Dev, what do you like to eat? Do you like, when you go to Sizzler, you just do the salad bar? What do you, I don't know.
Yeah, I just eat the salad bar. Like Brian knows I'm salad bar only. Yeah, just eat vegetables but I'm not like a food Nazi also. Like if someone offered me some chicken, I would eat it, but it's not part of my daily diet. Like I'm an enjoyer, so whatever's in front of me, that's what I enjoy. You know, I sweet, you know, like whatever. So when I went to the Sizzler with Brian, I saw the opportunity to eat Sizzler, and I enjoyed myself. So, you know, I don't want to be like a food Nazi. Like whatever's in my plate, that's what I'm eating. So that's what I would say.
I guess Vanessa's leaving. She says, good night, friends. I must retreat, but so lovely seeing you all. Thank you. Very grateful.
Good night, Vanessa. We're grateful you were here to join us. We'll be back next week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our weekly Satsang. You can join us on YouTube every week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I didn't even know we were broadcasting this until now. Okay.
I thought I told you. Yeah. Me and Veronica thought it would be a good idea to give the Satsang to people for free on YouTube or stream it.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
We're streaming on the Kriya Yoga School and Vedguru Dev, and StreamYard gives us 3 streaming platforms, and I was like, let me try Twitch. So I don't know if anybody's watching us on Twitch, but could
Nobody.
be.
Oh, okay. Right on.
Just the YouTube channels.
Maybe it's good I didn't know about that. So then I would be thinking too
Yeah,
much.
you're more free.
Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't cry or anything, but I'm good. Yeah. So,
It's
okay.
all good.
Yeah, this
Hey,
would be
you,
good to put. Oh, good.
I was gonna say, hey, you out in YouTube, watch me cry, tears of bliss. You know?
See, this is real. This is real.
This is real, right? This is authentic.
No, I was just thinking this will be good to put on our new YouTube channels. This will be a good video, and then hopefully it'll help more people.
Oh yeah, and once Veronica just started a new YouTube channel, and once she gets it up to 50 subscribers, we'll stream on there. So Vanessa, if you're here, subscribe to Free Healing with Kriya Yoga YouTube channel. Need 50 subs. Yogi Zen, see you over there. Subscribe. And Mariana, or whoever's watching this, subscribe to Veronica's channel. We need 40 more subs. Yeah, it's both
It's
of
not
our
my
channels.
channel. It's everybody. It's all of our channels.
Yeah, true. Good idea. You reminded me. It's my channel, you know?
Yeah.
It's the universe's
Another
channel, you know? Sometimes I gotta stop my ego play myself, right? Mine. This belongs
So
to me.
We're
you know?
sharing it.
Right? For the Kriya Yoga School, by the Kriya Yoga School. That's probably the best way to put it, you know? Like, we uplift all each other collectively. So it's everybody's YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's like that grassroots organic energy. I think that is following this new shift in the school.
Yeah.
Since you have genuine energy to do the right thing, then that can blossom. That can grow as it should grow. And so I think that's great where we're at right now with that.
Yeah. Just giving wholeheartedly, and if you want to join, you can, but if you don't, it's okay too. It's more helping people. Like, the spiritual payment is better than the physical payment, you know?
Yeah.
So that's the way I look at it. And yeah, I started this school to help people do the practices of Kriya Yoga. Going back to that, you know? Lost my way a little bit along the way, but more helping people. That's what's important.
Yeah, I was thinking on the last class when Kyle asked about what I'm not going to say it right, the Simunati, about what that was. That would be good to put into a short, just your explanation. I don't know. That was probably more people want to know about that.
Oh, the Sushumna Nadi, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Well, the Sushumna Nadi is the visible middle track that follows your spine. It's not a physical thing you could see. It's the subtle energy, the energetic body. It's similar to the chakras, right? So I'll probably explain that better in the class, but yeah, I'll take it from the class.
Yeah, we're tired.
Don't put him on the spot here. Come on.
Sorry.
Hopefully that answers your question.
This is going to be for the recording, so make sure you don't mess up. Okay, go. Action. Okay.
No, I was thinking just take that clip from the class, because that was perfect.
Yeah.
I'll take it from the class. Yeah, I'm not good with the script, like, at all, you know? Like, when we started the school, Chad made me a script for, like, the commercial, and it took, really? 5 hours, so I was just like, I'll just say whatever, and you just put it in however you want. I mean, I don't even think we used it. He actually used, like, an AI voice and kind of edited it together, you know? Like, you've seen it, like, welcome to the Kriya Yoga School, you know, or you know, that one.
Yeah,
you know?
and it sounds like Chad's voice. I don't know, not his voice, but his
I think it is his voice, and he did AI to it, you know, something like that.
Oh, he cloned his voice onto AI.
No, he used a filter or something on it, like
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah.
broadcaster filter on his AI on
I
his
see.
real
Yeah.
voice or something. You
Yeah.
you can hear it. It's Chad's voice, but he changed it in AI some kind of way.
So if you know the voice is AI, that means it's not a good voice for AI. Because there are
Mm,
better neural AI, text-to-speech applications that you can't even tell for some of them because they got the emotional and the tone right.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to like change it a little bit, but yeah, they are developing with that right now. So maybe for the ego it's kind of scary because it's harder to know if it's AI or not. But it's
yeah.
the energy behind it though, right? Is all that really matters. But yeah,
Yeah.
so like even there's some apps where um, they can like animate a picture, and that can be an avatar. And when they animate the picture, it looks so real that a normal person just watching that wouldn't know unless they're looking for the detail. They wouldn't know that it's not a real person. So yeah, the technology
Yeah.
is
It's getting better.
pretty cutting edge right now. Yeah. So with the tone and everything is becoming more natural. So yeah.
Mm. So here's a random question for all of you. If you were given one wish, but it couldn't be for you, it had to be for somebody else, what would you wish for them? Or
I
what would it be and why?
I would wish
Like
for Vanessa to find a job
Nice.
because she needs one.
like one individual person?
Yeah. One wish. Yeah. It could, well, it just couldn't be for you. It'd have to be for somebody else.
Yeah.
I guess it could be for more people. It just couldn't be for you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's too because I'm thinking about everyone. Like everyone needs help,
Yeah.
right? How can I pick one?
Maybe I'd wish for the
But
Kriya Yoga school to take
yeah,
off. Help many people.
yeah.
My wish would be simple. Happy, happy,
Yeah. Yeah.
happy. You know? You
Just
know?
happy.
It's universal for everybody. Anybody who needs it, they could have it. So
Nice.
who's ever watching this on YouTube live or watching it later, happy, happy, happy every day.
I was curious about like your pilgrimage to India and like how that came about. Like you met your guru and then did they just say, did you meet him in India or did you meet him somewhere else? And like, how did it come about that you went to India?
Well, it kind of came about unexpectedly. I mean, it's a long story, but I'll tell it like so. When I went to second level initiation in India, Ved Mooney was my roommate, and at this time his name was Daniel, right? So I was staying in the same room with him, right? And yeah, so we finished second level initiation, and he gave me his number on WhatsApp app, and about 6 to 8 months later, I got this darshan like time to come home to the Himalayan mountains, and I was like, oh, but it was funny like when I was at that initiation, people were talking about Satupan Lake where I went in the Himalayan mountains, and they were like, don't ever go there. People have died there. It's super cold. It's rocks. Many yogis have gotten hurt there, and so they were like, when I was eating, I was like, never going to that place. That place sounds brutal. Like I don't like the snow. I'm a tropical Miami, Thailand guy. You know, Mount Everest and the Himalayan mountains, not for me. So then I got this darshan when I wasn't even calling, I wasn't evoking it. I was just going through my daily meditation dhyana practice, and my inner Babaji voice, my darshan voice said, "My child, time to come home." And I was like, okay, where's home? Satupan Lake, the Himalayan mountains. And I was like, oh, no. The one place I don't want to go. So I was kind of like, Babaji, please, not that place. You know? I like the ocean, tropical. I like warm weather, you know? Like, can I not go? And my next question was like, how? And he was like, well, you remember your second level initiation roommate, Daniel, which is Ved Mooney. Him and his guru would take you up the Himalayan mountains. And I was like, no way. There's no, they ain't gonna take me. So it was like, call him and he would take you, right? And I was like, all right, I'll do it, but it ain't never gonna happen. And I'm gonna just stay in Thailand and relax, you know? Be in warm weather. So I called Ved Mooney on WhatsApp app and I was like, you're not gonna believe this, but I'm gonna just tell you anyway. Babaji told me to call you, and you and your guru were going to take me up the Himalayan mountains to Satupon Lake. And he paused and was like, how do you know? And I was like, how do I know what? He was like, how do you know? And I was like, Babaji told me to call you. And he was like, oh man, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. And he was like, give me an hour. I'm going to talk to my guru, right? And I was like, okay. You know, problem solved, staying in Thailand. He called me back in like an hour and he was like, well, you're not going to believe this. So a couple days ago, we've been planning to go to Satupon Lake for like 2 months now. But we weren't going to go because Babaji told me and my guru to wait for somebody. Now we know that person is you. So go get all your stuff. Go buy all this hiking equipment, and we'll see you in the Himalayan mountains in 2 weeks. And I was like, what? Oh man, now I'm stuck. So he was like, go to this store they have in India called Decathlon, and I was like, they have all the hiking gear and the boots and the hiking poles, and I was like, they don't have. I live in Pattaya. It's an ocean town. They have swimsuits. They have, I don't know, boogie boards or whatever, floats. They don't have hiking gear. So I found they had this decathlon in North Pattaya, and I was like, they definitely ain't gonna have hiking gear, but I'll go. We'll see, you know. So I went there, and they had all the hiking gear, everything, and I was like, oh man, now I'm definitely going. You know, like. I can't back out. So, yeah, basically, I bought all the stuff and I booked a ticket to India, the Himalayan mountains. And they were like, fly to New Delhi, then take the train from New Delhi to this station in the Himalayan mountains, and I will pick you up. And so then Ved Mooney picked me up at the train station, took me, and that's when I met my guru, and that's when we went up. So it wasn't a planned thing. It just kind of took care of itself. Like, I just surrendered to it.
That's awesome.
And it was like, because I was like, Babaji, people have died up there. I don't want to die in the Himalayan mountains. He was like, don't worry, my child. I'll clear the path for you. And I was like, I don't know about this, but I trust you, Babaji. I'm going to jump off that cliff. So let's see what happens. And, sure enough, the path was cleared. They said it was the best weather they ever seen in the Himalayan mountains, you know, and yeah, the rest is history, I guess. So
that's another amazing story. That's a good one for a recap of the Satsang.
Yeah, I just wrote the time stamp on it.
Yeah.
My second question is about.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask about the timeline. Like, I'm confused. Like, so you were in Thailand then, and so like you first had your awakening, right? And then you went back to Thailand, and then after that you had this experience that you just told, and then you went back to the Himalayan mountains, and then you stayed there with your guru, or how did that work?
Yeah,
I'm
so
just trying to get it together.
Basically, I went to Sri Lanka and I had my spiritual awakening. Then that's when I realized I was a Kriya yogi. Then I came back to Thailand and I continued to DJ, but I was already on the spiritual path. So
Okay.
then after that, I went to second level initiation in India, where I met Ved Mooney. He was my roommate.
Okay.
And then when I came back from that, a couple months later, that's when this happened. And then I went to meet my guru, and then we went to the Himalayan mountains. That's when I got named Diksha, and the rest was history. I realized I
Wow.
was home, you know?
And then how
So
long were you there for when you went to Satupon Lake? How long did you stay there?
in the actual lake,
Well, not the
uh,
lake, but when you went and you met you met your guru with Ved Mooney. How long was that?
so that was about, I stayed in the Himalayan mountains with him at his ashram about a year.
Okay.
The Satupon Lake and like these other places, we would stay for a couple. I stayed at Satupon Lake like a week, and then because there's a window you could go, right? So it started to snow, like though you could kind of see the Himalayan weather. So you they closed the city and everything like October 10th, and we were up there to like October 7th. So we had to get back before they closed that, the path, and before it snowed. So yeah, we were up there about 7 days, maybe a little more. And yeah, so and then I stayed with him in his ashram about a year, which was a rough time for my family. They thought I
Yeah.
abandoned them, but that's when I went to Hydrocon and I went to all these places, traveling around. So Kailash,
That's a great example of what we were just talking about before, about like how like when you surrender, it just happens. Like you didn't plan this
mm,
at all. In fact, you didn't want to go. And
true, I
so
didn't want to
like
go.
you weren't like planning like I'm gonna go to the Himalayan mountains and then I'm gonna become a guru and then I'm gonna have a school and then like you were just like living your life and you didn't want to probably be disturbed and you're fine like
Right,
being connected to Babaji in Thailand and then Babaji cleared the path like Babaji made this happen because
true,
I guess when like you're in a complete state of surrender to the gods you just follow where your divine path takes you and
true,
you can't plan that anyway. So I feel like that's a very like important and powerful story. It should be like an example for us, like for our egos. If our egos is trying to, plan too many things and focus too much on things, just like do the practice and connect, and then see where it takes you. Yeah, that's awesome.
And
yeah. Like I was the opposite. I was a yoga hater before I got on this path. Like like I didn't like it. I didn't understand it. I was kind of like in my ego body, like what are these hippies doing on TV? Downward dogs, hugging trees. I was totally against it. Then Babaji hit me with his lightning bolt, and I did like a total 180. But yeah, none of this was ever planned. Like I never had like any plan or expectation. Like even the school, I didn't. I mean, you saw in Chad's video, he's like we were flying by the seat of our pants. I didn't know. I was like, all right, well, let's see. Like I didn't ever think I would have a Kriya yoga school or be helping people. Or I just was like, I'm satisfied doing my sadhana in my room by myself when no one could see. So same with the Himalayan mountains. Like it wasn't like a thing I planned out. It was a spur of the moment thing that happened, and the stars aligned, and there I was. I don't even know how it happened. I look back at it. I'm like, wow, that was crazy. Like I don't know how it happened. Like everything
So
kind of fit together. Like the the gear was there, the plane flight was there, the weather was good, like everything. I can't even explain how that happened.
so after your initiation in India, you came back to Thailand, and how long were you in Thailand before you got that message from Babaji that you needed to go to the Himalayan mountains?
Probably like 6 to 8 months.
Okay,
And I
all right,
wasn't asking for it. I was just going through my
right,
normal practice. Like I learned these techniques, let me cultivate it and experience
yeah,
it and enhance it. I wasn't asking for any of this. I mean, I've never asked for any of this actually. It's almost
right.
like a gift on the path. But yeah, so
So it's like
Question
you're
of
So
shedding ego with the Kundalini experience, right? And then, but you weren't quite ready yet, right? So you had to go for initiation, shed some more ego, and then you had to take what you learned there and bring it back to where you lived in Thailand. And then
True.
you're just doing the work. So I think like Babaji knew like, okay, you're not ready yet, so you got to go to this step, and now
True.
you're gonna come back here, and so this is like a continual process of reducing that ego control, and that's very very profound because like
yeah,
Babaji knew even though you're gonna resist a little bit, your ego wasn't strong enough at
Yeah.
that point to say no to Babaji, right? To go to the Himalayan mountains. So probably if it happened like immediately, like before you jumped through those hoops and stuff and went through initiation, did all that, maybe your ego would have been too powerful and it would have said,
Right.
no, absolutely, I'm not doing that. But since you already went through these steps, Babaji, no, there's no way you can say no to this. So I think like
True.
he is like many steps ahead of us, and he sees the path, and so that's why we can't plan anything. Like just trust in Babaji, and it's gonna go like as it's planned in his eyes. So
Yeah, that's what I always say. I say Babaji's 2 years ahead of me. I'm just catching up to Babaji. Like, he already
yeah,
knows the plan. I'm just in my monkey mind trying to figure it out. Like, what?
yeah,
You
what's
know?
going on?
Like, yeah, like trying to make sense of something that can't be made sense of. That's why when Chad always told that story about the American guy jumping off the cliff, I see that as me because I'm like, all right, jumping off the cliff again for Babaji. Here we go, you know? He ain't never let me down, so he ain't gonna let me down ever, you know? And yeah, believe me, in the beginning, I questioned it always. I was like, how, this can't be happening, you know? Like, I always question it, but now I kind of just surrender to it. Like, all right, you cleared the path for the Kriya Yoga School? Kriya Yoga School it is. Chad's not here. Keep going. Keep going.
yeah.
Keep going. Going. You don't want to make the website no more? Keep going. Keep going. Goodbye. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said in the beginning, I was like, we have 3 POCs. Now we're down to 0 POC, you know? None POC.
I've got a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
What is second level initiation, and who was in charge of that? What does it consist of? And since there's a second level, what's first level?
So first level is kind of like the introduction to Kriya Yoga. These are the mantras we say. These are the asanas we do. This is how we meditate. This is how we breathe. Basic pranayama, something like that. It's kind of like, but I was telling Veronica, she asked me about initiation. I was like, what we've learned in the school is way farther than any initiation you would learn, you know? So it's not really necessary. Like, I wouldn't get on an airplane and take initiation. It would be almost like, in my opinion, a waste of money, you know? Because you would only learn like, I don't know, class 1 and 2, and we're up to class 41 now. So like, it's not necessary, and we have better practices, and it's basic. Let's say it like that. So second level initiation is more advanced practices of basically the same thing. Like when you've practiced this for a while, then you're ready for second level initiation. So they say. And then they have third level initiation. That's the highest.
And when did you get that? Or have you?
Third level initiation?
Yeah.
About 6 months after, no, well, about a year after the second level initiation. When
And
I came
before you
back from the
met your
Himalayan mountain.
actual guru, who was training you at that time?
I had a Sri Lankan yogini who taught me.
Okay.
Her name's yeah, she taught me, and then I had an Indian teacher in India. So they were they're called acharyas, right? So yoga acharyas, they're qualified. They went through the steps, and they teach yoga to other people.
Okay.
So we shouldn't get on a plane and go for something unless Babaji tells us
Yeah.
to go. That's my takeaway. I'm
That
just
that would
gonna
be my opinion, but I mean, there are
the
people
I
who
don't
do it.
I don't know, Brian, you said that Vedguru Dev's energy is the same here and in person, so I guess
yeah.
I don't need to.
Yeah, and he can't wear these cool yogi clothes when he's in person,
Right,
so
true.
don't have the mama beads and stuff. So actually,
I
it's
Yeah,
got the
better.
full experience.
it's better here than at Sizzler, I'll say. You know.
And it's almost like the eating gets in the way too. Like, oh, no, I need to
Yeah.
eat now. You know. So
Yeah.
And where is your guru's ashram?
It's in Dewada Hut in the state of Uttarakhand in the Himalayan mountains.
Okay.
It's by Babaji's cave.
Okay.
Like it's probably 5 kilometers away from Babaji's cave. You know where Lahiri Messiah saw Babaji, and Neem Karoli Baba's ashram is down the street. So it's in that. The city's called Dewada Hut, and they have like the state. It's called Uttarakhand. It's Himalayan mountains.
Interesting.
So when you came back home after a year to your family, was it hard to like readjust back to that being that life after that amazing experience?
Yeah, it was hard. Like my daughter was kind of mad at me. Like she kind of felt like I abandoned her for a year, but
Mm.
you know, it was
How old was
it was
she?
necessary. I think she was 10,
Oh, okay.
5 years ago. No, maybe more than that. 8. So yeah. So, but it was better at that time than it was now. You know,
Yeah.
like what they call it, daddy issues. So, like, yeah, so they didn't understand, and the other person, her mother, definitely didn't understand.
Yeah.
Curse me, you, I mean, you
Thai or
can't, huh? What?
cursed you in Thai swear words or in English?
Both.
No, in English, because Thai words don't
Oh, okay.
affect me, because I pretend like I don't
Okay.
understand. I mean, I understand, but it's almost like a joke to me. Like, it's like somebody cussing you out in Spanish. You're like, it don't have the same effect,
Yeah, that's
So
true. Yeah.
she would hit me below the belt and then in English, but I was so detached where it didn't even matter, if you know what I'm saying. Like, yeah, sure. Eh,
So that was a challenge, but were you able to reacclimate yourself and within a fairly reasonable amount of time, or
yeah, I mean, it took a while to decompress,
yeah.
but like when I came back, it was October. Let me see. When did I? No, well, let me see. Yeah, when I came back, it was October of 2019. And that's next year, March, COVID happened,
Yeah.
So it almost kind of transitioned. It forced me into that full on decompression, right? Because I didn't have to
Mm,
worry about work. And I was kind of like, I don't know. I don't want to DJ no more. I don't feel it no more. Like, it was kind of that thing. So it kind of forced me out of that field, like, so, and it forced me full time on the path of Kriya Yoga, you know? I like in Chad's
Yeah.
video, Why I Crit the Kriya Yoga School, he says, Vedguru Dev eats and sleeps Kriya Yoga. And I was like, bingo, for sure. That is not a bad thing. That is a very beautiful thing.
yeah.
So, yeah, so that's kind of the timeline, how it came together. But it was not a planned timeline. It was kind of a following Babaji's lead timeline, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, hearing you talk about it, it sounds like everything happened perfectly at just the right time. I
I
don't
can't
know.
explain it.
Yeah.
All the pieces of the puzzle fit together. Like I give all the glory to Babaji. I take no credit for it. It's exactly what I needed at the exactly right time on the
Yeah.
spiritual path. Like, like I needed that kick in the ass from Babaji at that exact second, because my intuition was I was going to be lost in the Maya world if they didn't resuscitate me at that time. I needed the lightning bolt, if you know what I'm saying. Like I was inches away from being gone forever into another 100 reincarnations or whatever. So
Yeah.
I almost lost my way, but Babaji felt compassion for me, and lightning struck me back on the path. You know.
Yeah. And I feel like the significance of you having to travel is that, I felt it too when I travel, I can get out of my ego
Mm,
because I'm getting out of my
yeah.
normal routines. And that gives you more opportunity to sort of like level up your spirituality. And
True.
then like the challenge is, just coming back to your normal routine. But I think for you, very good. You were gone for so long that that was probably pretty easy because you already built your own, spiritual routines and you
Right.
released the old conditioning. Because for me, this is more of a challenge. I just went to see you, right? But me and my wife went to Pattaya for 3, 4 days, right? But if 3, 4 days, that's not much time, right? You're still not out of your conditioning. And I was feeling, like these profound experiences, on the vacation. And then now we're plopped right back, where I was before the vacation. So for me, it's kind of like a more of a challenge to like hold on to the realization and the development that I've got. So I've got kind of like an intuition, like it might be a little bit more difficult when you come back, but you got to like power through it. You got to power through your ego so you can hold on to these experiences and this connection to God. So like that's like my challenge right now. So because when you travel, you're kind of more opened up, right? It's to God and new
Yeah.
things. So yeah.
Yeah. My guru, what did he say to me one time? He said, Vedguru Dev, you parachuted out of the airplane and you landed in the Himalayan mountains. Here you are. I was like, yeah, here I am, Baba.
The amazing part to me is just that they were waiting for you, like I
We're
just
waiting
can't
for
get over
somebody.
that, you know.
Yeah,
Like, the
I
waiting.
can't explain that either. Like, because I was like, there's no way they're going to believe this. This is too far out of. I didn't even believe it. I was like, nah, this one, this ain't going to happen. Like, there's no way. Like, there's no way. Some guy who was my roommate and his guru are gonna take me to the treacherous Himalayan mountains, Mount Everest. No way. No one's gonna do that. So I was like, I don't think so, Babaji. This one ain't gonna happen. He was like, just give him the call, and I was like, all right, like, sure enough, I was wrong. And then that was weird in itself, right? Like I was like, okay, he ain't gonna do it. He's gonna talk to his guru, and his guru's gonna be like, "Who's this guy?" Nah, I ain't doing that. Like, so like when they called back and they said, you're not gonna believe this," and I was like, "All right, they're just gonna tell me no." And he was like, "Yeah, we've been waiting for you. Babaji told us, me and my guru, to wait for somebody, and now we know that's you. So get ready to come." And I was like, oh, damn, I'm stuck. I gotta go, you know. But I mean, that was my ego talking. My ego, anytime I've done anything with Kriya Yoga, it's always tried to block it. It always puts up those obstacles and those blockages anytime. So I didn't see it at the time, but now I know, like, man, if this guy goes to the Himalayan mountains, it's over for me, No food for me. I used to eat every night a whole buffet from this guy's ego. Now he's trying to dissolve it. Oh, I'm in trouble.
Oh, that was a question I had for you. Because you said in other interviews that you treated your body like an amusement park, but you don't drink or do drugs. Was it food that you abused your body with, or like the late
Yeah,
hours?
yeah, late hours. I tricked myself into thinking I needed to drink Pepsi every night I DJ'd to stay awake.
Oh,
So I would drink like a liter of Pepsi every night. Like, I don't know, like your mind, your ego makes these fake stories up, and yeah, you DJ from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. You need caffeine. You need to stay awake, like whatever, so yeah,
Yeah, Pepsi's so
food
bad for you.
food was my vice, let's say, I like
Okay.
KFC, Pizza Company, and all of the Burger King, McDonald's, whatever. I'd eat whatever trash was out there,
Yeah, I guess now you eat so healthy.
Yeah, I feel a lot better too. Like when I used to wake up from DJing, I used to be like, "Oh my God, I'm dying," now,
Mm.
now I wake up, like jump out of bed, like it's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful morning.
Let's go.
Yeah, so that's basically how I treated my body, like an amusement park, and
Okay.
like that way.
I was I was just thinking about how you're talking about how this kind of happened to in a line with your story and they were waiting for you and everything. And I feel like down the line from that is Babaji was waiting for us in the school to be ready for you to
Mm,
form a school. And Babaji knew that when we were ready consciously for that, that you would connect to that and that's why it happened, you know. And so that's like another thing in the line, and we don't know, but
true.
like this lineage of Kriya Yoga, it's just like connecting those who can accept and receive
Mm,
the energy, you know, and can
true.
do it like wholeheartedly and without ego intent. And it's like any person along the line that can do that, it's like, okay, now you're on the lineage. Like here, now you're here, now you're on this line. And so I feel it's like
True.
yeah, it's like a line of passing this beautiful spiritual energy down the line. So like when I feel you, I feel this whole line. I feel this
Mm,
whole line from you all the way back to God. And I feel
true.
like that's why it's so profound. Like we don't know what's gonna happen next, so just like do our best to follow our higher self, and that's all we have to do. And then Babaji will take care of everything else. So
Yeah, I used to ask Babaji, like, what am I going to do with all these thousands of asanas, thousands of kriyas? Like, who am I going to show this to? And the darshan came back, like, my child, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. And I was like, get ready for what? Nothing. No one ever sees me do this, like I'm doing this in my room. No one ever sees my sadhana. Like, who am I helping like this? That was the main question. And when the Kriya Yoga School came about, I was like, there it is, right there. There it is. Let's go to work, like, oh yeah. Because that was my first question to Chad. Can we help people? I didn't ask him how much money can I make off of this. I asked him only question. Can we help people? Yeah, we can help people. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. Let's go to work. And that's when it all started happening too. Like, all right, Babaji, what I need to do? Well, you need to figure out the school platform. Okay, let me figure this out. How do I put this there? How do I do this? You need to figure out how to make a class. Okay, Babaji, how do I make a class? Like what should I teach? And it just kind of started all coming, like Brian said, in a line, right? Like Chad's taking long to edit the videos. He takes two weeks to make one video. What should I do? Well, you need to get a StreamYard and you film your own video. How would I film that video? Like all right, just get a tripod, put your camera on the tripod, and just voice over the asana, edit the voiceover, like listen to the voiceover and do the asana to the voiceover, and then edit it later. I was like, okay, all right, let me figure this out. All right, what program do I need to use? Ask Chad what he uses. He uses Fillmore. Okay, let me get Fillmore. So it just kind of just started coming together, like, okay, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna interview with Chad and I'm gonna make Kriya yoga classes. What do I need? Well, you need to get a webcam and okay, where do I get a webcam? Let me go. There's the webcam I need. All right, I need a microphone. How do I make a microphone? Like yeah, you just make a microphone. So all this stuff kind of started coming together, right? Like in the first videos you see, I have a microphone like right here, right? Like But then I got the intuition to make like a boom microphone, right? You know what a boom microphone is? It's like on a pole, right? Like, hold on, maybe you could see it. Let me. Hold on. I'll bring it down. It has some weight on it, so it stays up. Let me bring it down. Yeah. So let me see. Where is it at? Oh. Okay. Yeah. You see it, right?
Yeah.
There. So that's the microphone, and I've got this blue PVC pipe from the store, and I made a pole so it sticks up. You know. So I made my own boom microphone. I don't even know how that happened. You know, like, you know. So like, hold on, I'll put it back.
This is somebody new.
So
Yeah,
oh, damn, it
Oh.
fell down. Oh. All right, hold on. Okay.
looks like we maybe have a new member.
Really?
Yeah.
Like signed up to the
Right.
school?
Can you read it?
Yeah. It says, "Greetings, Guruji. It's Curtis Webb. Hope you are doing well. Hope to jump on the program Tuesday."
Excellent.
Perfect.
Okay.
Happy to have you.
And I was just gonna say, like, we Vedagrid Dev was waiting for us, and now we're waiting for these other people that are just coming, and then boom, someone just came. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, what you
I was
said,
just
Brian, it really touched me because I remember watching the episode with Chad, and I felt like I was being pulled like a magnet, and I kept thinking about Vedaguru Dev. I'm like, why do I keep thinking about this guy? And that was like 3 days, but what you said really touched me. I was waiting for this, or waiting for this. Yeah, that
I'd
was
like to
perfect.
ask Curtis how he found out about the program.
So Curtis was a member in the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Then
Oh,
I think he went to I'm not sure. I think it was a Buddhist monastery. So he became
Okay.
a Buddhist monk for a while, and then he took the trial. I think about 2 weeks ago, and now I guess he's going to sign up and become a member on Tuesday.
Great.
So
awesome.
I think he made a comment. Oh yeah, make sure you subscribe to our Kriya Yoga School, new one, free healing with the Kriya Yoga School.
I actually was signed up back in March before I stayed at the Krishna Temple in Atlanta for a while, but Hare Krishna wasn't for me.
Yeah, so he was Hare Krishna for a while.
Okay.
Well, try out the Kriya Yoga School and see if Kriya Yoga is for you. We would love to have you, Curtis, here at the Kriya Yoga School. We have we have a beginner class, an intermediate, advanced class room. We have asanas in the classroom. We have this Saturday will be 41 classes. We have many yagnas. We have many satsangs. So if you need help and you think Kriya Yoga can help you, join the Kriya Yoga School. Everybody is welcome. It's more about helping people. So
I'm
we
doing
have
Sleeping Vishnu right now.
Yeah,
yeah.
perfect.
Sleeping Vishnu is an excellent pose that can help you relax and be calm. You know.
I always like to sleep with my legs up in the air.
Yeah. So.
Speaking of which, it's almost midnight, or it might be midnight here, so I'm gonna check out.
Okay.
So
Okay, Paul. See you next Wednesday.
Perfect.
And in 2 weeks, we'll have a great Christmas satsang here at the Kriya Yoga School, celebrating our Christian brother, our fellow yogi, Yeshua.
Sounds good. Namaste.
Namaste, Paul. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I have a comment from Ignis Perseverance. Sorry if I said your name wrong. I'm into Can you read that, Brian?
Advaita? I don't know.
Yeah,
Advaita.
Advaita,
Advaita Vedanta.
Vedanta. Yeah.
But
Okay.
yes, I'm extremely excited to learn. I've got my altar up to Babaji already, and I've been connecting with him with japa.
Excellent. So you know the mantra japa, the Mula mantra we say for Babaji is Om Kriya Babaji Namo Om. So see Babaji. If you love Babaji, we love you too, Curtis. So come and join us. We would love to have your energy at the Kriya Yoga School. Our 39th class was November 30th, which is Babaji's birthday, and we had a 2-hour celebration celebrating the life of Babaji. Yes, I've been doing that one. Okay. Om Kriya Babaji Namo Om. Yeah, so we have a lot of other mantras. So if you're into saying mantra japa, we have a bunch of mantra practices in the school. So we have some very profound Babaji mantras in there. Babaji invocation mantra, Babaji surrender mantra. So no shortage of Babaji in our Kriya Yoga School. Oh, we have daily Babaji quotes. So quotes from the voice of Babaji and different Babaji books that Babaji said. So we're all about loving Babaji here. Our beloved Satguru Deva, fountainhead
And
of Kriya Yoga.
if you stick around in the satsang, we will do the mantras at the end, in the closing and the prayers. So yeah, if
Oh,
you can stick
correct.
around, we'll do that to demonstrate that. But I just wanted to say, Curtis, right? Like when I was getting started, I also did try to do some other program. It wasn't an in-person program, but it was supposedly Kriya Yoga, and I was trying to learn as well. And the whole time they never taught the Babaji Mula Mantra, but they talked about Babaji. They displayed Babaji's picture. They did all these things. And that was one of the first things we did. Veda Guru Dev held up the Om Kriya Babaji Nama
Yes,
Om. There we go.
there
He
it
held
is.
it up, and I was just like, "Ding, that's right. That's the key. Like, I need to open my heart and just say the mantra." So I was doing, with the other one, I was doing different bijas and stuff, which they seemingly were incorrect bijas, but I was doing mantras, but there was no spiritual linkage or connection to open to God that I really felt. And that was like one of the first things and how I felt connected to the school is like Veda Guru Dev. Actually, I was having some health issues and I had a personal call with Veda Guru Dev, and that was one of the first things he taught me is the bija mantras that we all do in the class that are already in the class that you can check out. And I was like, I could feel it on my spine. I was like, whoa, this is real. And then I connected with Babaji Mula mantra. And I was still kind of blocked that time, but I could feel it like opening. So it was really tangible for me. Like I could feel the difference. And since then, I went more and more into bhakti and mantras, and that's really how I opened my heart to this point to connect to God. And that was really the key for me to get past of all my previous mental fixations and ego plays and stuff. Like the direct phone line to Babaji, Om Kriya Babaji Nama Om. It's like you cannot put that into words, the power of that. And then I just kept stacking. Like I connected to Ganesha, I connected to Sri Lakshmi and other deities, and this just furthered me accepting God into my heart. So hopefully you can have that experience as well. And yeah, hope to see you on satsangs or in the class, or in the community or whatever. So.
Yeah, well put, Brian. And at this school, we're not attached to like the dogma like other schools. We show you the actual techniques. Like these are the techniques. Whichever ones work best for you, put them in your pocket, put them in your toolbox. Be the best yogi you could be. We're not trying to tell you what God is or what God you should believe in. Just do what works for you, and be the best yogi you could be, or be the best Hare Krishna you could be, or whatever resonates with you. That's the best practice, like we always say. But if I could do it, you could do it. So there's no There's no ego play here. We a lot of Kriya yoga schools, they talk about the practice, but they don't show you no practice. Now, we show you the practice without no dogma. Whatever God you want to believe in, dude, that's the best God. So no
Mm.
dogma. What's it say? I agree.
Data
Data
over dogma.
data over dogma. We give knowledge over dogma. Yana
Yeah.
over dogma. So
And really, it's experience. It's experience over dogma. Like if it's
yeah.
dogma, you have some concept, you have some story that you're attached to, and you need to follow the confines of that, right? And so the my connection with Ganesha and Lakshmi and Shiva, it's from experience.
Mm,
Because when Veda Guru Dev, before I just really connected to Babaji, I knew about Babaji from the Yogananda book, and then I connected to the Mula Mantra we just talked about. But then Veda Guru Dev during the Yagna fires, the Yagna fires where we release and burn, our ego, our, negative karma. And during the Yagna fires, he would always introduce with his statues of the deities of Ganesha and Shiva and Lakshmi. And and I don't know, for some reason, something seemed to click or resonate. Like, yeah, I think I need Ganesha. I don't know why, but I need Ganesha in my life. And
mm.
then I just started to learn his mantra. And I think Veronica, you like posted something about Ganesha, and that kind of like made me remember, like, oh yeah, remember you're
Oh.
thinking about Ganesha. Maybe you should look into this. Veronica posted about it. It's got to be like something unique, right? So I'm like, okay, okay,
It's all
whatever.
connected.
So then I just started to Ganesha, and then, I was going through difficult times with my health, and that's when I'm gonna cry now, but
Oh.
that's when I really connected with Ganesha. Mm. So, so yeah, I had that experience with him, and then that just kind of like opened my heart. And then the other side of Ganesha, which is like the strong male energy, is Lakshmi, which is the female energy. So I realized like I need, something to feel that feminine divine side of mine as well. And then I connected with Lakshmi, and so then I had different tangible experiences with these deities. I would go to the temple, and I'd be crying after I went there. I would feel like the power of the divine energy. And so like I don't like connect with Ganesha because I read about Ganesha in a book, and it sounds cool. He seems like a cool god. He likes to eat or something. Like it's not a theoretical thing. It's something that I experienced. And same thing with
Mm.
Lakshmi, same thing with Shiva, same thing with Gayatri, with Babaji. Like I have experiences in my life that were profound, and that's why I connect. So like when you connect with this, you are basically like you're paying with your life that I'm going to open my heart, and I'm open to all possibilities. Like, who knows what I'm going to connect with, and whoever you
Mm.
connect with, if it's just Babaji or if it's many deities or whatever, there's no wrong answer. It's just your way to connect to, your higher self. So,
Yeah, well put, Brian.
Jai Ganesha.
Yeah.
Jai, Jai Ganesha.
Uh,
So
Yeah,
for
over
most
dogma.
people, what do you think is our biggest attachment in life?
The biggest attack. I mean, it would vary from person to person, but I mean, there's all
It's
kinds of
just yeah.
attachments. Money, family, acceptance. What would be else? Health. So there's all kinds of
Yeah.
attachments. It just varies from person to person. Like whatever you're attached to. Like my guru used to say, take that rock of attachment and throw it off your back. You know what I'm saying? Like we're
mm,
attached to what? We travel light. We don't have no attachments. We don't have we not. You know. My guru wrote a book, Kailash in Quest of Self, where he literally walked all around India meeting enlightened beings. Right. So these techniques we have are from his travels, from enlightened beings. Right. So when you walk around India, you can't carry a bunch of stuff. Like these sadhus, they just basically have the clothes on their back. Maybe they have a little bag where they carry, I don't know, some water or something in there, but you're traveling light.
I think he just froze.
Yeah,
See if he
he's
was.
in
He said
samadhi.
samadhi.
What?
you
Your
froze.
internet just went out. So
Oh, maybe my internet went out for a second. Let me
the internet
see.
can't handle this energy.
Energy.
Too much.
Internet can't handle this energy. Yeah. Wonder why that happened. It's interesting. Hold on a sec. Let me check my internet connection. My fan on? Yeah. Maybe my computer's getting hot.
I've been on here over 4 hours. Like, time just
yeah.
flies.
The internet's kind of slow for some reason. I guess it's coming back. Let's see. Okay, maybe that will help. Maybe my computer's getting hot. Okay, you can hear me okay now?
Yes. Oh,
I don't know what's going on with this True. I have True internet, so it's not the best. They always have a problem.
They're not
Okay.
true to their name.
They're not true
yeah, it's not true.
to my payment, what I pay for. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Untrue.
You know? They like my money, but they don't give me good service, so you know.
Yeah.
So is it because of our attachments that few people reach enlightenment, you think?
Yeah, well, when you're attached to stuff, you don't want to kind of let it go. And that kind of brings suffering, the fear of losing of it, you know? So when that's how suffering happens. You're attached to something and you don't want to lose it. But if you don't care about losing it, then it kind of loses its attachment. So that's why I say travel light. Like all this junk you collected your whole life, you don't really need it no more. It doesn't serve
Yeah.
you, so you could let it go. And
Surrender.
if you're not attached to it and you don't care about it, then it loses its value. Like you can't suffer if you don't care about it. Like if you're willing to throw something in the trash can, then you can't have no suffering because you threw it in the trash can. This doesn't serve me anymore. I don't need it. I don't know why I'm carrying this around. This doesn't serve me in the present moment. So that's basically what I would say.
Let's see. Has Babaji talked to you about the nature of duality or polarity?
Yeah, yeah, we've talked about this many times. In Kriya Yoga, we believe in non-dualism. Like we don't believe Babaji is here, we over there, and we're here. We believe oneness. I am Babaji, and Babaji is me. So we don't really believe in duality. We believe we are one with everything. So, how could I say like saying we don't believe in dualism. We believe in oneness. That would probably be the easiest way to say it.
Yeah, when I had probably my most powerful experience that I connect to Babaji, I felt it in my heart. Like it was a part of my heart that I didn't recognize before. And it was really a profound feeling. I can't really describe it in words. But yeah, if you can feel something, then it's you, right? You're
Yeah.
feeling it because it's part of you. You know, it might not be a fully realized part of you, but it is part of you in some way. So
Do you ever feel like you just feel too damn much, Brian? Like I just feel so much.
what do you mean?
Like I don't know. I just feel like I just feel everything. I don't know.
So like I welcome that. Like I want to feel
Yeah.
as much as possible. And I have a I have an appreciation for that because with my vegan experience, I really like shut down all of my energy centers doing that, and it hurt my body what I was doing to it. I did too much like juice fasting and all kinds of stuff, just really unbalanced diets, and it literally just shut off my energy, and I felt like a robot. Like I couldn't feel anything. And if I felt anything, it was just I felt you know, uh, generally I defaulted to a kind of a bad, negative, pessimistic feeling of despair and whatever, of depression, something like that. But it's like I was sort of like my feeling was just ripped away from me, and then I had an appreciation that even if we feel bad things, it's important to feel, because if you don't feel, you don't feel that you're alive. You don't feel that, like, that part of your spirit that is connected to different parts of duality. So like I want to feel everything, even if it's good, it's bad, it's whatever. Like I want to, I embrace and feel good to feel it, because not feeling it is much, much worse. To have like no sensitivity,
Yeah.
and just it's like you have a shell around you, right? So you might not be able to feel things that people are throwing at you, but also you can't feel yourself. You can't feel your true self. So yeah, so I want to feel everything. So yeah, and I'm
Yeah, I
feeling
do
a lot
too.
now. I can't complain. So too much probably, but yeah, it's good.
I have a really good question for you. Is the illusion of duality, separation in this material dimension necessary for a Brahman to experience itself, or is this the wrong viewpoint?
Illusion of materialism. Let me see. Yeah, so I would say it's not necessary. You would have the oneness. Brahma is oneness. So I am Brahma and Brahma is me. So Brahma is, that's how they say it in yoga. They say everything is Brahma and Brahma is everything, which symbolizes there is Brahma in everything. So when you see Brahma in everything. So to experience Brahma is oneness, not dualism. Materialism is like more like Maya, like delusion, like separateness, like you say. So I would say Brahma is more the expression of the oneness, and dualism is more the expression of separateness and the material dimension.
Yeah, the all, the universe, the everything, right?
True.
Yeah.
Right. Brahma is everything and everything is Brahma. So like, how did he say it in yoga? See Brahma in everything and everywhere. So like,
Hmm.
that's how they would say it. Like from the Vedanta type of perspective, they would say everything is Brahma. So
Yeah, that's
that
what I
that
was
would
trying to.
that's what they
Go
would
ahead.
always say. Yeah.
I was just gonna say that's what I was trying to, like, the point to get across to Paul earlier in the satsang when he was talking about past life. It's like, how can you tell if it's your past life or someone else's past life? How can you tell if I'm you or I'm not you or you're not me? How can you do that? You can't, at the
True.
ultimate level, because at the ultimate level we connect back to Brahman, to the everything, to the source, to the all. Yeah, so
Yeah, I agree. So if you see Brahma and everywhere and everything, everything is Brahma, and you are Brahma also. So there is no dualism. There's only oneness with Brahma.
what is that saying that's like I am, or you taught us before? It has Brahma in it. I'm trying to
Oh,
remember.
Aham Brahmasi, right? I am infinite,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yeah, I think that's one. Yeah. So that just reminded me of that.
Yeah.
Aham Brahma Asmi, right?
Yeah, ask me. Yeah, right. True.
Aham Brahma Asmi. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. That's
neti
what I feel like.
neti. Yeah, that's a good one
Yeah, I'm
too.
not
That
this.
means I am not this, right? I am not this. Yeah. They say that all the time in Kriya yoga. I am not this. Neti neti. I am not this. I am not this, you know? So it's a reminder to your higher consciousness, like I am not none of this, like. But it's kind of a tricky thing because I am all this and I am not none of this, So it's both, but it's not dualism. It's oneness, right? It's
Right.
more saying like the material thing, like I am not this,
So
not the
I am not this in isolation. I am this
yeah,
as a
true,
totality of all, is what
true,
the
as
Buddhist
a,
is saying.
as a oneness, as a
Yeah.
all, yeah,
Yeah.
like as an infinite, yeah, true. So that's kind of what it means. It's like a affirmation, like a reminder. Neti neti, like I am not this, I am not this. It's more saying like I am not this ego, I am not this, like we were saying earlier, like Buddha said, uh, I want happy. But the guy asked Buddha, "How I want happiness," and he says, first you delete the I, which is ego. Second, you delete the want, desire, and all you're left with is this happiness. So yeah,
Yeah.
so neti neti, like there is no I, there is no want, there is only oneness. Something that's basically what it's trying to convey.
So if you see a tree as a tree and it's just a tree, it's not connected to anything, it's isolated, it's only a tree, then that's the illusion. But if you see the
True.
tree as connected to you and you connected to the tree and tree connected to all nature, all the universe, then you're seeing reality because you are
Right.
embracing the oneness that is the only reality that there is. So it's basically you embrace oneness or you look in isolation and into the illusions of Maya.
Yeah, so you see yourself as the tree and you see the tree
Yeah,
as you. So there's no
yeah,
separateness or dualism. There's I am the tree, I am all this, and all this is me. So in yoga they call it ahimsa. You can't hurt the tree because the tree is you. When you hurt the tree, you hurt yourself. So when you see yourself and other sentinel beings, you have no harm. You want to cause them harm because you see yourself in all sentinel beings, trees,
yeah.
animals, everything. So that would be the best way I say it.
So he says, when I started figuring out how to truly self-inquire during meditation, that really changed my perception of reality and helped break down the barriers in my mind that keep me from seeing the unity.
True. Yeah. So one of the most powerful affirmations in Kriya Yoga is by this guy named Ramayana Maharishi, and he was a master of who am I. So he always had that self-reflection, that self kind of discovery, that self-observation. He was always asking that, who am I, from like a oneness kind of perspective. So when you kind of break down that Babaji is over here and I am over here, you kind of, and you bring it together in unity as a oneness, you kind of break down those barriers and you kind of realize you are one with everything and everything is one with you. So yeah, that's well put. That is a
Yeah,
good
I think
way to reflect.
some of these questions or they're like affirmations, yeah, can
Mm.
like connect or can spark or trigger something to your spirit, like a while back I was just saying to myself like it's a dream, it's not real, and that would sort of like calm my ego down enough, and then that would connect me to my spirit. But since then, I moved beyond that, and then there's like different layers. Like, okay, that worked for me at that time, but now I'm embracing more of oneness and unity, and now I have other techniques. And now I don't really do affirmations. I just do the mantras, the mula mantras, the bija mantras, and connect with God. And whenever I'm feeling my mind racing, I just give it to Ganesha or give it to whatever deity I'm feeling at that time. Please take this from me. I feel bad. Please take this from me. And that's all I do. That's in a nutshell. And saying it seems simple, but like experiencing it and doing it is incredibly powerful when you give that up. Because when you give that up, it's like you're not reaffirming your ego's power. You're saying there's nothing I can do. I give it to God, and then the ego has no control over it, and then usually everything happens much in a much better way, a much more seamless and natural way, and much less painful way. So
Yeah, I agree.
Mm.
So yeah, one of the most powerful practices in Kriya Yoga is that self-observation. And I try to
Mm,
do that every night before I go to bed. Like, what could I did better? What was I proud of today? You know, you kind of observe your higher self, you know? Bring your higher self to the forefront, bring all the junk to the background. I've lived most of my life with the junk in the forefront and the higher self in the
Yeah.
background. Now I'm trying to let it shine and be express
mm.
itself.
He says, the few times I've gone far enough into meditation that I started feeling my sense of self dissolve. It was terrifying.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to Vedic Deb before. Like, if you do the practice for real, it's not like
Mm,
this comfortable, like, feel good, like, yay, I'm a
true.
yogi now. This is wonderful. I feel the energy. It's like, oh, I have to like look my ego in the face, and this is not easy. So, but
True.
I would say if you felt terrified, then you're over the target. You're doing the right thing. Because it's
Right.
not easy. You can't expect it to be easy from the standpoint of the ego anyways. So yeah, you're on the target, so you probably don't want to like trigger your ego too much, but just know that you have the power to overcome that. That's just another step, another barrier. And I'm trying to think, like for me, Vedaguru Dev, I asked him to teach us Tritak, which is staring at a Bindu point, and that got me over some hurdle at that time,
Mm,
when I was newer to the Kriya Yoga school, because I learned to just, yeah, you just look, you just stare, and it sort of calms your mind down, and then once you start feeling the peace, then you can break through the obstacles easier. So that was also a technique, yeah, that we taught before in the Kriya Yoga school that could maybe help you to get past that obstacle.
And then the rest of the statement that got cut off, it feels like you are blending into the fabric of reality.
yeah, it can, like Brian said, like for me, it was difficult in the beginning because it's hard to look your ego in the face, and it's not like a feel good process. It's a peeling off the layers of the onion, if you know what I'm saying. So it's a difficult path to to walk, but you're not dissolving yourself. You're bringing yourself to the forefront and letting yourself shine. So it's the ego doesn't want to die, so it kind of holds on to you. It's like, no, 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 come back, you know. So it's like always trying to hold on to you, but you just kind of got to overcome that and break that barrier and let your soul kind of shine. So I would say, yeah, that's the best way to kind of overcome it. But it's true. Like the first couple months on my path to Kriya Yoga were very rocky. Like I went through it. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to look myself in the mirror and face my own inner demons and burn up my own inner trauma or whatever I needed to do. So it's rocky, but the sun is shining at the end of the tunnel. Let's put it to you that way. Once you do the inner work and you overcome this, you already see the pieces on the chessboard. You don't have to play it again. You know, like you know what this is. Like, oh, and in the Kriya Yoga School, we give good techniques to detach and let go. You know, Patanjali's 9 emotional release techniques. A lot of the meditations are about cutting your negative cords and everything. So these techniques really help you overcome.
And he
The
says
next,
about I was just gonna answer that,
oh,
Veronica.
go ahead.
He says about focusing on the root chakra to help ground him. So like I can feel my energy body since my Kundalini awakened, years ago, and I can just say that the techniques like the bija mantras and stuff, like you're gonna take care of the root chakra, you're gonna take care of all the chakras, and you can't just focus on one chakra because they're all connected. If you want your energy to be uplifted and flowing, you have to do all the bijas. You don't just stop at like the solar plexus or something. Like you
Mm,
do them all, And that's why it's powerful, because they all interconnect. Because before I was like that too. I was like, I need to focus on my root chakra, but you are going to, that's why in the bijas you start focusing on the root. And,
Right.
I do the mantra to Prithvi, the goddess of earth, as well.
Mm.
For that. So I take care of that, and then you take care of the sacral energy, you take care of the solar plexus energy, and the heart energy, and the throat energy, and the third eye energy, and the crown energy. And then when you do it all in sequence like that, it's very powerful throughout your spine. Like your kundalini is a balance of all of these different energies flowing through you. So like yeah, the root chakra is super important, of course, because that means that you are grounding all these spiritual energies to this earth, where it's
True.
concrete. You can feel the benefits, you can feel the physical benefits, the mental, the emotional benefits. And so you absolutely do need the root chakra to be involved with this process. You have to have a grounded lifestyle, whatever like works for your body with diet. It all needs to be grounding, so that you can take these wonderful benefits and ground them down to this plane, right? Because this is where we're experiencing now. So I would just say like, you don't need to be overly fixated on one chakra, because I was like that too. Because if you are, it's sort of like ego, because you're looking at things in isolation. Like, I need to only focus on the root chakra. Well, now what about this chakra? What about the heart chakra? What about And so like it just all works together. And once you realize that and kind of can let go of the mental fixation of a certain chakra, then I think it will help your progress, because everything is going to be flowing better if you just like let it go. Like, these are my chakras, I'm going to feel them all in the process, and we'll just like keep moving forward. So that'd be my advice on like what I experienced, because I was thinking exactly the same thing about the root chakra, because I was doing diets, vegan diets, they were too ungrounding, and so I didn't have good root chakra energy. So it's very important. So.
Yeah,
Next,
and
oh, go
in the
ahead.
class we have a good classroom. It's called Unblocking All Seven Chakras, and it gives the bija mantra for every chakra. So you would start at your root chakra, then you would go up to your sacral chakra, then you would go up to your navel chakra, then your heart chakra, your throat chakra, your eyebrow chakra, then your crown chakra. So all these techniques we're continuing. We're even pranayama. We're breathing from the root up to the crown, from the crown down to the root. So we're always bringing the energy up from the lower chakras up to the higher chakras. And like the heart chakra is like the bridge to the spiritual awakening up here, or the spiritual centers from the physical centers. So you're always trying to bring it up and keep the energy going up to your eyebrow chakra, your crown chakra. So like Brian said is true. You wouldn't stop at the root chakra. You would root chakra, stack on top of the sacral chakra, stack on top of the manipura chakra, stack on top of the heart chakra, stack on top of the throat chakra, eyebrow chakra, crown chakra. So you're always kind of stacking those on. So if you're only doing one chakra, you're only doing 10% of the 100%. You still need to keep bringing it up and up and up, like the elevators going up to Susimna Nadi. So you always want to keep bringing that energy up from the root. But the root is important because, like Brian said, it anchors you, it grounds you. So you need the grounding first. You need the base first. You can't just jump into the heart chakra. That's not grounding you. So you need to stack the chakras on top of each other with the bija mantras and unblocking the chakras and the visualizations and everything.
So he says he's super excited to get formal training, and then thank you for the advice. I've heard a teacher who I'm pretty sure has learned Kriya Yoga about unifying your chakras into a single point. Is that possible?
True. So you would about 2 weeks ago we had a profound meditation. It was called the Rainbow Bridge meditation, which is basically taking all the colors of the chakras, unifying them into a spiritual bridge to bridge yourself and ground yourself. So it's true. They do stack all the chakras into a bindu point, which is either the crown, if you feel the energy on the crown chakra, or the eyebrow chakra, the agna. Whichever one works best for you, that's where you would keep the bindu point, the single point of focus. So, and once you bring it up, you would focus on that eyebrow chakra or that crown chakra, whichever feels the best. And then in the class, we also have the visualization of the Kundalini, which is a golden snake that once you open all the chakras and you have no blockages, that Kundalini is able to rise, through all the chakras. It pierces each chakra. It pierces the root chakra. It pierces the sacral chakra. It pierces the navel chakra, the heart chakra, the throat chakra, and the eyebrow chakra, then the crown chakra. They say the Kundalini, the snake, opens its hood on the crown chakra. So when you see statues of Buddha, it has like a snake of a hood, and that's really symbolizing their Kundalini is awakened. So once you go through the process, you'll feel it. Vishnu, yeah, also. So most of these statues, they have that golden sun behind them in the picture, or they have that snake hood above them, which is symbolizing they're awakened, they're enlightened, their Kundalini is awakened. So that's usually how we do the process. But if you do it this way, all of our members in our school have had profound benefits from just this one practice. So this is a really good one, right? It's a Kriya Yoga School member favorite, unblocking the 7 chakras. And you could really feel the energy when you do it right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He says, "Wow, that's cool."
It is pretty cool when you do it. You'll be surprised.
It's more than cool, bro.
Yeah, it's very cool.
It is more than cool. That's for sure. It's profound. It's spiritually awakening. When your Kundalini awakens, it's beyond words. Let's put it to you that way. It's hard to even describe how cool it is.
So, Vedagrid Dev, you said before, like you asked your guru, like, what's the most important thing if you could leave out everything else with your practice, and you said pranayama, right?
True.
And
Right.
for my particular experience, it was more like it was mantras, just because I needed to open my heart, more and get past my part of my ego, and that's what helped me. And then after that, like the practice of pranayama, I think is very important as well. And so it might be like different for you than another person, like what's most important for you.
Yeah.
Like Vedagiri Dev, you said like asanas are not all yogis do that much for asanas because they're doing meditation, they're doing other things, and that's more profound for them. So I think you just need to figure out like what works best for you.
True.
And that's why this school is great, because we don't not dogmatic, don't force you to like you need to do this and that. You just like do what works for you, and what you feel you get the most benefit from. And
True.
yeah, so for me it was like bhakti, and it was mantras, mula mantras and bija mantras, and then I learned the power of pranayama as well, K-cherry mudra with your tongue, and that also is an important practice to do. And then the asanas for me, they are very grounding. So if you have issues with grounding, where you feel like you're not here and you're like your head is in the clouds, it's probably good to start with asanas and do yoga positions before you go into meditation, because that will, at least for me, it really helped to feel the sacral and the root chakra, and to ground that. So that can be a good practice to ground you before meditation, so maybe you can not have as difficult of experience with that. So
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. There's no right or wrong way to do Kriya Yoga. It works best for you. Like some people, they like pranayama. They feel it gives them the best benefits. Some people like bhakti, or sometimes you change. Sometimes you start off with asana, then you have a love for bhakti. I don't know where my love of bhakti or singing songs came from. It just kind of happened. So I accept that too. Like I like the bhakti. I like all the 5 folds. I like the asana. I like the pranayama, the meditation, the mantra japa, the bhakti, all of it. So which we demonstrate all of it in the school, and which one works for you and makes you feel the best, that's the best practice. So I really couldn't say what the. I mean, that's the yogic traditional thing to say. Like, don't drop your pranayama, but if it's not working for you, do what works for you. You know, there's no right or wrong way. It's only what makes you feel the best. That's the best practice.
Yeah, I feel like the pranayama, it helps to keep the energy flowing as it should
Mm,
through your body and through the chakras. But I feel like the most powerful way to cultivate it in the beginning is just to connect with God, which you cannot explain that in any sort of rational fashion because it
true.
involves letting go of your ego and surrendering to God, to your higher self, or however you want to perceive that or talk about it or frame it. But so yeah, for me, it's like I open my heart to God, and then the pranayama it just kind of like is the technique to keep the energy flowing as it should appropriately. So maybe some days you just need pranayama because you're already feeling good energy from God, and
Mm,
maybe other days you're not feeling energy from God, and maybe you need to do more bhakti. And maybe some
mm,
days you're feeling like you need to be more grounded because you're thinking too much, and you need to just calm down. And then maybe you need to do more asanas or a longer version of a schedule of asanas. So it could change like day to day. You don't need to be dogmatic about anything, just whatever how you're doing that day, that moment that you can see and see how it is. So
yeah, absolutely. Well put.
Hmm.
and you
I
can
don't
Are
practice
there
know.
Mona and not say anything
I
about
know.
it.
I
It's
just.
also perfect.
Mona, right? Yeah. Are
It's
there
not
any other
awkward. It's not.
questions? Or no? That's
I
it.
I don't think I have any more in the chamber. I'm good until
I
next
don't
Yeah.
know.
week.
This is more like a Paul question, but like
Okay.
Oh, aliens.
when you I know when you
Every
remember
time I
somebody
just aliens, I'm laughing.
that when you remember somebody that's passed over, do you think they're like right with you? It's like they're with you at that moment when you're thinking about them.
Yeah, or their presence is around. Like my father passed away in 2020, but I always kind of feel his presence around, like observing, let's say, invisibly, like it's around. And sometimes uh a bird will fly into my room where I'm meditating and it'll land on his picture and just sit there, and I was like, "Oh, this
Oh
is my
wow.
father." Like or something, like so there's certain confirmations, but you just keep going. You don't really get attached to it. Like I said in one of the classes, when you see shapes and colors, don't really get attached to it. Just keep going. It's kind of candy or confirmation, signposts on the path. Because
Yeah.
if you get attached to it, you're missing the main point, which is being the best person you could be and observing. It's just good little confirmations that kind of happen, like interesting stories to tell around the campfire, or the
Yeah.
satsang, you know, you know. So I like when I told that monkey story, I was surprised. Like normally people be like, "Some monkey in my yard, get
Yeah.
my gun or whatever." I mean, I don't have a gun, but like like whatever. But me, I was totally calm. I was like, "Hello, monkey, how you doing?" And he just said like this, let go and let God. And like Brian said, that was the most profound message ever, right? I don't know why a monkey had to deliver that to me, but I'm super grateful for it,
Yeah.
Like, like I wasn't mad about him. And then he just left and I couldn't, I live in a 2-story house. So I went up to the second floor. I was like, where'd he go? Where'd that divine monkey go? He was gone. I couldn't see him no more, I don't know. I
Uh,
can't explain it. I've never seen a monkey around my house, anywhere near my house, nowhere. Like I don't know. I don't even know where that happened.
Yeah.
Like can't explain it, but he was
Yeah.
it's
there. So
humbling. That's
Yeah, it's
humbling. Like
humbling.
your ego's all like, "Oh, I'm this person," and it's like, "What? The monkey knows more than I do. What? Like, I
Yeah,
just need
that's
to slow
exactly
down."
what I said. I said a monkey has more oneness with God than I do. You know, I need to do more work. You know, yeah, it's humbling, right? Like I think I'm on this spiritual path, and then a monkey blows my mind with a couple words. You know. Yeah, but it was interesting. I wasn't scared of him, and he wasn't scared of me. It was
Mhm.
like both of us looking at each other, and it wasn't like a long, drawn out thing. Short and simple, 60 seconds or whatever it was. You know, I was
Yeah,
like,
you're
I
just
had
like in the
something.
moment.
I had something with an elephant. This is a while ago in Thailand, but me and my
mm,
wife went to some place where you can ride the elephants. I know there's these things, don't ride the elephants, it's bad for their back or whatever. We just a little bit, not long. We just they were like in the river, on the edge of the river,
mm-hmm,
and we went to climb on their back just for a little bit. And the elephant happened to be born the same year as me. He was the same
mm,
age as me. And I
cool,
just felt like I don't know, elephants, they have such a grounded, calm, serene sort of energy. And now
true,
that I think about it, that's the energy of Ganesha, so that makes sense. But
yeah,
I just felt like this calm energy because before I was like, I don't know, this elephant, he could like kill me if he wanted to. Like this is a big elephant, so I don't know if I should do this or whatever. But when I got up on the elephant, it's just like, nope. Everything's good. Everything's great.
yeah,
Everything's wonderful. So yeah, you can connect with animals. It's like
true,
they're automatically through their instinct connected to God more than it's easy for us to be. So like we can look to animals for guidance or trees or whatever. When you see God and everything, you can see Him in animals as well. And in many cases, they're two steps ahead of us. With that.
true.
So
Yeah, like I always said before, like Veronica, be like your cat. Your cat don't care who's president. He don't care what Kim
Yeah.
Kardashian wore to the Grammys. Just being happy, eating food, and laying out in the sun, sleeping. You know, simple, but
yeah.
but
Yeah,
most profound. You know.
I want to be my cat. Okay, here's a last question. What do you love to do most for people?
You're asking me?
Both of you, both of you. What
Okay.
what what do you love to do for people?
I mean,
I don't know.
Uh,
I
I'll
don't know.
go
Like what?
first. Okay. Uh, I just like to help people. It feels
Yeah,
good. It's good energy. You can never go wrong with selfless service, helping people. You know, like n- giving with no expectations is the best. Like giving it from your heart, wholeheartedly, not seeking something in return. Just giving wholeheartedly. Like that that makes me feel the best. Like seeing how Kriya Yoga has helped other people in our school the same way it's helped me. That gives me a sense of gratification, and that's worth way more than money, in my opinion.
yeah. I just to piggyback on that. I love that too, and then I like to do it when they least expect it. I like to surprise people, to do
Yeah,
nice
true.
things for people when they're not expecting it.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, same with me. Because it's if you give to others, then you give to yourself, and you give to yourself in a way that you're realizing your true self, your interconnected self. So that if you boil it down, that's pretty much our mission in this life and the whole karmic cycle and all of that is to realize that energy pattern of giving and receiving is one. When it's not just I give and I hope I get something back. Well,
Yeah,
if you give, you're going to give exactly the energy that you gave because it's all connected. And yeah, like when I was in high school, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I just that's what I had in my mind. What Veda Gurudev just said. I want to help people. Well, I don't know how to do that. Okay, I'll go into healthcare. Well, I don't want to be a nurse. Okay, I'll be an X-ray tech, whatever. But that's like it wasn't a great path. But I mean that my intentions were good, and it was just
Mm,
like You know, that's it. I don't know how to help people, so that's kind of like our life mission. How do I help people? How do I connect to myself? How do I do it? And we
Yeah.
can find it in many different ways. Like we all have different special skills or roles to play. But yeah, so that I guess that's my answer. So,
It's a good one.
yeah.
Wow. I feel like
Well, if there's no other
I've expressed
questions,
all of myself. Um,
yeah. Oh, man.
I don't know. I end on another good note. Like, what are you most grateful for in your life?
What am I
I'll just say that I'll just say the Kriya Yoga School for me. I feel like it's changed my life. That's what I'm most grateful for.
Yeah, I'm grateful for the Kriya Yoga School. I'm grateful for everything pretty much. I'm grateful
Yeah,
for the practice of Kriya Yoga, grateful for the job Babaji does, grateful for Mataji, Sita's, Shiva, Ganesha, Krishna, Lakshmi, Saraswati, all of the above, like I'm
yeah,
grateful for everything, like everything is outstanding. I can't complain about none of it. It's all great, like
yeah,
I I wake up with a big smile on my face, like everything is great,
yeah. Great.
Today is a great day, So yeah, that's what I would say,
Yeah, nothing to be ungrateful for.
Yeah, nothing to be ungrateful for. Everything to be grateful for.
I don't know. I know they're corny questions, but I think it's important to think about those things sometimes.
There are no corny questions, Veronica. They're
Get
all
out of my
good
ego.
questions. They're all quality questions. These are all questions I had when I first started on the path too, so there are no
Yeah,
corny questions ever.
and it's perfect you're asking this because these are many people are thinking this.
True.
Especially now we're not private on this video, it's public, so it's more important. Sometimes maybe we get too deep into it and people aren't really
Yeah,
connecting with us anymore. They're like, "What are you talking about Ganesha
yeah,
and stuff?"
Yeah,
But if you just, yeah, ask these grounded everyday questions, it's good. Yeah.
yeah.
And then we need to see all things are equal, all things are divine. Not just
True.
talking about Ganesha, like these questions are also divine. So that when Vedic Jeb said, I can't choose anything, everything is great. That's, yeah, what makes sense if you're
I
into
think
oneness.
Cristobal came back.
Hey, Cristobal.
hey,
Hello. I can't believe y'all are still up.
I know we go for hours.
Oh,
Yeah,
you better believe it.
yeah. We
That's
usually go
that's
like 5 hours, so
My
We're
oh,
belly
waiting
is
for you.
vibrating.
Yeah,
I'm like,
very
we were
nice.
waiting for you.
I walked
yeah.
3 dogs a long way. There's a new one in the house, so I couldn't neglect him.
hmm
But okay, I was just
You're
checking
just
in on
talking about
y'all.
animals. So,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
they're sweet. They're so sweet, man. That's why I just have to like, eh, I'm getting some steps out of it, but like I genuinely just feel like I'm doing something good for someone else, and they're not
Mhm.
people, but they're kind of real close. Anyway,
yeah,
uh, I think I'll get back off. I just couldn't believe it. It looked like it was still in session, so I
Believe
was
it, not
surprised.
5 hours yet.
we never leave a yogi behind. We'll stay here till the last drop,
Awesome.
So as
So,
long as you
so
have
I was,
questions, we're here.
well, I became a member at the free healing and
nice.
put my Neosporin on my face wounds, as you can see. That was a nice, I don't know if you can see it. I don't know, I'm dark skinned and I have pink lighting and walls and whatever, but um,
I can
yeah,
see.
some free healing would be cool. Anyway, I was just like moving some stuff around and I'm like, oh, that thumbnail doesn't look refreshed yet. And sure enough, you are still in here. Okay. Okay, guys. I love you. I'm gonna finish this
All
little
right, I
to-do
love you
list.
too.
Love
Have a
you.
I'll
good
see you.
night.
See you soon.
Love you and have a
Good
good
night.
night. See you.
Good night. Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes people come into Satsang and they're like, "You guys are still here?" I'm like, "Yep, we're here." 5 hours
Yeah.
is usually the mark. We're almost at 5 hours, right?
Yeah. when I had something to do, I'd come back and be like, I got to get on that mantra time, before they stop. So
Oh yeah,
I
you
would
can't
come back.
the
Yeah,
Yeah,
ending
that's kind of
mantra.
my favorite part.
yeah.
I don't know. I do the mantras just before I go to bed, and it feels good to do them before I
Yeah,
go to
it's good.
sleep.
Mm.
Are there any other
Yeah.
questions, or that's it?
I don't know. This might be a deep question. Do you think the chaos in the world will ever end?
I mean, hopefully, you would like to
Yeah.
think that people would live in peace and harmony, but who knows? I don't
Yeah.
try to let it affect me. Like, I can't control what happens outside of me, so I just kind of keep that perspective. Like,
Yeah.
like I don't know. The monkeys are gonna throw poop on each other. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, it ain't nothing I can do about it. I just try to stay out of the way of the poop. If you know what I'm saying? Like, if they're throwing poop over there, I'm not going over there. Something like that. So I'm gonna just
Yeah.
stay in my
I'm not
peaceful,
joining
calm
that.
Kriya
Well,
yoga meditative buttle.
we should clip this, and you can put that as an inspiring quote from Veda Guru Dev. I don't care what. I don't want to get the poop on me. I said Veda Guru
Yeah.
Dev.
I was gonna say the shit throwing monkeys, but that wouldn't be proper for
You would turn
a
off.
guru in my case.
Yeah.
They would clip that part. This
Yeah.
this guy can't be a teacher of yoga. He said the word shit. So try to avoid it. But it's okay. Yeah, that's a good one.
Come on,
Stay.
Agoris, they love poop. They roll in it, everything, and we're
Yeah,
not
they
judging
sleep in
them.
it. Yeah.
So yeah, it's all good.
Vedguru Dev quote of the day: "Stay away from poop throwing monkeys."
It'll be like
A
your
little bit
Babaji
different than
quotes.
a little bit different than the Babaji quotes.
Yeah.
This is the modernized version. So,
2004 updated, rough, rigid version.
Um, okay, the last one in the chamber. Can you be spiritual without meditation?
Yeah, you could live a spiritual life without meditating. You could live mindfully and just help people, and you could still be a spiritual person without meditation. Most people need the structure of the meditation because the mental clatter and the monkey mind is so strong, and the distractions out here. You kind of need some kind of structure to take you out of that space. Most people live in that space, so it's hard for them to get out of that space. But there are people who have lived a spiritual life without meditating.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it's possible.
yeah, that's just the theme that we think of in our mind. It connects to meditation when we think about spirituality. But you can find spirituality in all sorts of people, even if you don't expect it to be in them. Even if they don't practice any meditation. I've talked to people that I didn't expect anything from, and they have profound things that they say as well. So yeah, you can't really judge it like that. And I
Yeah.
think meditation is just it equates to presence in your life.
True.
So if you are present with everything you're doing and you're calm and you're relaxed and you're focused and you have clear intent, that is basically the function of meditation. So
True.
you're really, I mean, you're not saying you're meditating formally, but you really are practicing a form of meditation just by being present in your life, in your daily life. So, and yeah, I feel like when I was younger, I was more present, and it sure didn't seem like meditation, but I was
Yeah.
happy, and
Yeah.
I didn't have as many worries, and so. I mean, I guess if you feel the bliss and you're present, that's exactly the same as meditation, basically. So, yeah.
Yeah. I guess how you live could be like a whole meditation,
True.
Yeah.
like your presence, your state of mind. Yeah.
That's what they
Yeah.
say in yoga. They say make everything your sadhana, make everything your meditation. So like no matter what you're doing, as long as you're staying mindful, you're in the present moment and you're present, like Brian
Mhm.
said, and everything becomes your yogic practice, your sadhana.
And like a good example is like what they would term the born again Christians who have a God experience and they, feel God in their heart. And it's not really in this modern Christian tradition to do like formal meditation or yoga or something. But if you have a strong enough connection with God and you let God in your heart, you can just follow that. And that will
Mm.
take you wherever, and you can feel the energy. I've felt that before in people who have that experience, and they still associate themselves as a Christian, and it doesn't really matter, if you have God in your heart. That's the most important thing. So they pray to God, and that's how they connect to Him. And that's, yeah, it's all good. It's in the end, it's basically the same thing. We're all just learning to connect to God in different ways. For me, I kind of needed the Kriya Yoga. I needed the power of the Kriya Yoga to get past my ego. It's sort of necessary. Maybe if like I took a different path earlier in my life, maybe I would be more clear of karma, but I had a whole load of karma and still do. So I needed like the best, most efficient, most direct source to God, most tangible, most powerful, most clear that I could get, and that's what I got with my connection with Babaji through Vedic Dev and the whole lineage. So for me, that's why this is my focus. So yeah, to connect with God. So
Nice.
Is there one more question?
For me?
No,
Oh,
from
wait,
the
that just popped
chat.
up.
Oh yeah.
How does one become formally initiated into Kriya Yoga?
Yeah, so we discussed this earlier. Like, if you want to be initiated in the Kriya Yoga, a yoga acharya would initiate you. But like I was saying earlier in the Satsang, it's not really necessary for you to be initiated. It's just a title your ego kind of wants. The techniques we show in our Kriya Yoga school are way more than you would get in initiation. So it's not necessary. It's just how could I say, a dogmatic title or a badge of honor you wear. Like, I was initiated into Kriya Yoga, but it's not really important. It's important the techniques you learn that help you overcome the obstacles in life. So you really wouldn't need to be formally initiated. Like, a lot of traditional yogis or strict yogis would say you would need to be initiated to get Kriya, but at this school, we're not attached to that dogma and that ritualistic. Kriya, we believe, is for everybody. So we give it wholeheartedly. You join our school, you can have all the Kriyas. Every single Kriya we have in our school. So we give wholeheartedly. We just want you to be the best person, and we're trying to leave out the ritualistic, dogmatic approach. So it wouldn't be necessary for you to fly to India and spend thousands of dollars to get initiated. Just
yeah,
you could get initiated. We initiate you in Kriya every week in the class. Kriya. It's
yeah.
not necessary.
And I feel if someone is marketing you for this initiation and they're charging some price, it's probably a red flag. They're using the initiation as a marketing technique. And that's what I noticed with the Kriya Yoga school. You never said, because I was thinking that too, like, well, I need to be formally initiated. So when does that happen? Like, does that happen in the third week? In when is that coming? Because I'm nothing without initiation. And that's what they make you feel like, basically.
True.
And so I was waiting for Vedic, when are you going to talk about initiation? Initiation. It never came. He's just like giving free, giving free. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. And so then I sort of like unconditioned my mind after that because of Eddie Guru Dev. I was like, oh yeah, I don't need to fly to New York for this so-called initiation. Um, I
Yeah.
already can, I don't need approval to speak to God if I open my heart to God is what it boils down to. Like you
True.
can't tell me, oh, sorry, you can't speak to God at this level yet. I need to initiate you first. Like, no, that you can't get. You're not a middleman between me and God. It's me and God. Okay, so if you try to step through that, I'm just gonna blast you out of the way. So
Right.
I had to have that realization. And thank you, Vedic Dev, for helping me with that. So
No problem. My pleasure. Yeah. So it's not necessary, like Brian said. you don't. It's not like if God won't accept you if you're not initiated. Kriya is for everybody, and the main point is to help people selflessly, like with no ego, helping people. That's the main point. Give Kriya, let them help themselves with Kriya. Whether you're initiated or not, it don't matter, you know? Like, you don't need to fly to me so I can initiate you. And what's that going to do? Like, I'm going to get out my wand and go, ding, you are now a Kriya yogi. You have been initiated. You can now receive the Kriyas. You know, like, let me give you the Bija mantra to the chakra. So this is some traditional dogma that you really kind of don't need, you know? Like, all I want you to be is the best person you can be. So use the Kriyas, live the best life you can. Whether you're initiated or not, it don't matter to me. So I know that's not what the hardcore yogis want to hear, but that's what I feel in my heart, you know?
I know it's great, and thank you.
You're welcome, Curtis. Thank you.
And it feels good to give freely, you know?
True.
Yeah.
It feels the best.
Yeah, you're not like holding anything back and everything. I was so I sent I shared my Dropbox with Veda Guru Dev for some images that he can use in the Kriya Yoga School. And my
Nice.
ego was kind of like, I don't know, you want to keep this one for yourself? I don't know. And then I just got this voice like, give it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give the whole farm away. All the farm.
So,
Every
Yeah,
single
like-
bit.
so I'm like, you're
Please
right. Yeah,
do.
okay. Give everything. So you got it all. Everything I worked on. So oh,
I
man.
appreciate that, Brian. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Merry early Christmas. Yeah.
Merry early Christmas. Yeah, it feels good to help people and give wholeheartedly. Like, how can you go wrong? Like, I don't want to say, wait a minute, I can't teach you Kriya. You're not initiated. You know, you gotta empty out your bank account and give me all your money. And you know, that's just ugly to me. Like, the main point is helping people. Let's help people. You know, you need Kriya. We got Kriya. Let's go. You got an empty Kriya yoga cup. Let's fill that up with some Kriya. You know. What about initiation? No need. We don't need it. You know? Kriya for you. You know? Kriya for you, Kriya for you, Kriya for you, Kriya for everybody.
Yep.
So, you know?
Filling
Whether
up all
you're
the cups.
you don't need to be initiated. You know?
It's always the season for giving at the Kriya Yoga School.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
That's a good mantra. It's a season of giving. We're giving away the whole farm. Today at the
Yes.
Kriya Yoga School.
No
Everything for you.
initiation, no
Yeah,
problem.
Right. Free 7-day trial. Try it out, you know? No initiation, no problem. You don't
Gave
need
away
to.
farm.
I'm giving away the whole farm, you know?
And gladly doing so. Yeah.
And gladly doing it wholeheartedly.
I think it's you're really digging into it.
I don't think someone's
Hey.
listening to this right now. We're after 5 hours. So maybe.
Yeah. But I am really leaning into it. That was my first intuition. Like, yeah, I definitely need to give the whole farm away. I'm not giving enough of the farm away. More, you know, like, that's what it's all about, giving the farm away, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the way I look at it. So,
Yeah, the more you give, the more you get back. It's just, yeah.
I mean,
Equal exchange of energy.
I don't even think of it that way.
Yeah.
I'm just giving wholeheartedly with no expectations, selflessly just giving away, selfless service. Give. You need Kriya?
Yeah.
You're going through some? Come on, we got you, you know? You like Babaji? I like Babaji. Let's go, you know?
Yeah.
Who cares if
Best
you're
way.
I mean, if anybody's watching this, I'm probably going to get a lot of hate email, but you
Yeah.
know, cuz it's killing the game, if it's killing the hustle,
Yeah.
if you know what I'm saying? So like
Yeah.
but I don't care. I don't work for any of them. Babaji is my Sadhguru. I answer to Babaji, you know, so so
Well,
I'm
like you said, like this is a different world. It's like we have the internet. We don't. I don't know. It's not like it used to be.
Yeah, we don't poop like an elephant in 1920, you know? It's a new
Yeah.
day and age. We poop like an elephant in
So,
Yeah.
2024 and
so
2025.
a good thing to ask the people who are skeptical about this is, um, do you believe it's possible to become enlightened in your own path without any guru? On your own accord? Do you think that's possible? And if you do think it's possible to become enlightened by yourself, having your own path and your own connection to God, then you should have no problem with us not having an initiation marketing strategy. You know, because and you have to be honest with yourself. Like maybe you're part of an institution, you're part of an organization, and you're part of this dogma that this is how things need to be, and you profit or maybe you benefit in some way, in some shape or some form from there being an initiation process. But you need to let go all of that and just be like, do I need to be the prison guard and not allow people
Mm,
to connect with God?
Mm.
Can I hold them back from that? And if you think you can hold someone back from their connection with God, then there's a lot of ego that is
true,
in you, because you cannot hold the connection. You cannot stop the God connection from me to God, from anyone to God. And so I would
true.
just say, like, you need to like drop your ego and have that realization, you know. And initiation is just a word, and it's just a word that a lot of people are using. They're using it for their own egotistical purposes, you know. And this is a different world now. It's not like in the past where things were more structured because they had to be more structured. And we didn't have the internet, we didn't have technology, it wasn't easy to connect with this. And at that time it made more sense. You want to make sure like they're serious about it, they're serious about this, and it's not going to be a waste of time for the guru. He doesn't want someone who's not serious about it. So okay, they have more of a structured process, but now, you know, it's a different world. If you're not serious, you stop, you go away from the class. You don't need to do it anymore. And it doesn't affect us. We keep going, keep rolling no matter what you do. So we don't have those obstacles with this technology and everything. It's all good. You just do what you want. So this whole initiation thing is just a concept. It's like an ego concept, and just drop it, and just, you cannot police someone's connection with God. And that's like the bottom line, I think. So.
I have to go to sleep. Good night, everyone. Jai Babaji.
All right, I talked enough. Okay. All right.
Jai,
Bye.
Jai Babaji. Yeah,
Right.
but that was well put, Brian. You're right. Like, you're not worthy of Kriya till you spend thousands of dollars. Then that makes you worthy. If you have an open heart and you have a good soul, everybody is worthy of Kriya. Unlimited Kriya for everybody. Babaji told Lahiri Masayo in Autobiography of Yogi, give Kriya Yoga to the world. That's what we're doing. Direct from Babaji. Give to everybody. Kriya for you. You need Kriya, 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 Kriya. Everybody Kriya. Right? No initiation needed. No plane flight needed. No anything needed. Like the story I told about my guru said, he said, I don't know why all these backpackers fly to India to find the spiritual awakening. Just go in your closet, shut the door, and be alone with yourself. So same thing, right? Like all this dogma and all this, you should do this and you should do this and this is the right path and there is no right or wrong path. It's only what makes you feel good. So if Kriya Yoga can get you to the next step and it's a stepping stone in your spiritual evolution, then why not? Kriya for everybody.
Mm.
I think this week we were probably going to break the Satsang record. What are
I
we
didn't
at
think it
now?
was 5 minutes and 5 hours and 12 minutes. A lot.
What was the record? 5:17, right?
Yes.
We just keep going on and on and on. But it feels good. Like we're helping
Yeah.
people and this is a new exciting time. Like people outside the school can now listen to the Satsang and get some insights on Kriya Yoga. See if it's right for them.
Yeah, I think this was a great thing to do. Bring more people in.
Yeah,
Good.
Kriya for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, it was nice seeing Vanessa and Mariana here.
Yeah, we usually never see Mariana. Like, I
Yeah.
don't think I've ever seen her in the class.
Never.
Yeah, so that's interesting. When we go public, she comes. When we're private in our classroom, she never comes. Maybe it's a timing thing. Maybe she has to work on Saturday or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this live stream. This is nice. I don't know. It added another dimension to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Kriya to the world.
Yeah,
Give
really.
wholeheartedly. For real. You know? And you never. I always said, I remember when we first started doing the Satsang, it was just me and you, Veronica, and you were like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm sorry, no one showed up." But I was like, "Who needs to see this? We'll see it." And
Yeah.
Paul said the stories about it, so it'll Babaji will make sure it gets to the people who it needs to get to, and maybe light a spark. Maybe we have
Yeah.
some Kriya yogis out there that don't know they're Kriya yogis, and this will give them the spark, the realization that they are. So I
Yeah.
welcome all that. That's why I do this.
Yeah, you never know who's watching.
True, and they can watch it back too. So
yeah, the Babaji's birthday. I've watched that. I don't know how many times I've watched it, but there's so many great nuggets in that. I don't know. It just feels so good to watch that one.
yeah, I like that one too.
Yeah,
That's a special one for me. That's probably my favorite, but I'm
I
kind of
think it's
biased
my
because
favorite. I know.
I'm a Babaji lover, so I'm biased over here.
Man, I don't know. This feels so good. I don't know how to end it. We'll just keep going.
Well, I think we've officially broken the record,
Yeah.
and we haven't even said our mantras yet, so
No.
it's pretty much a done deal.
All right, so you want to start mantras then?
Yeah, we can.
Who wants to start?
I guess
I'm
I'll go.
giving to you, Veronica.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
uh,
Okay. Om Cream Krum Swaha Jet Traya Jet 2 Group Traya Yamarudraya Om Tat Sat Om Kriya Babaji Nama Om Om Padinam Sita Nama Om Om Anapurni Yay Nama Om 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 Brahma Vishnu Maheswara Shandanti Manatra Devate Susana Napala Rashakar Hariam Pat Swaha Om Shanti 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 Om Burvaha Swaha Tat Savitur Varanium Bargo Diva Satamahim Dihayona Prachodiyat. Om Shreem Kleem Lakshmi Narayana Bhimam Namaha. Om Shreem Kleem Lakshmi Narayana Bhimam Namaha. Om Shreem Kleem Lakshmi Narayana Bhimam Namaha. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devu, Maheswarar, Guru Shaksak, Brahma, Tahashme, Shri Guru Ve, Veda Guru Dev, Namaha.
Great. Very beautiful, Veronica. Thank you. Brian?
okay. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Shreem Kleem Lakshmi Narayana Bhyam Namaha. Om Shreem Kleem Lakshmi Narayana Bhyam Namaha. Om Shreem Kleem Lakshmi Narayana Bhyam Namaha. Om Kriya Babaji Namo. Om Kriya Babaji Namo. Om Kriya Babaji Namo. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Trayambaya Jamahe Sugandhehim Pushdevat Vernam. Om Rum Jam Saha. Rohini Naksata Tre Param Rasho Jadanam. Mahavatar, Mahasita, Mahadeva, Param Guru Shukriya Babaji, Nagaraja, Shubha Yoginam, Duri Tani, Nasaya, Nasaya, Sarava, Roga, Nasaya, Nasaya, Marit Yor, Morcheya, Morcheya. Aryuar Yogiam Verdaya Verdaya Saha Jumram Om Orava Roga Bandanan Marit Yormukshiyam Armatat Swaha Om Shreem Klim Kum Klum Shri Maha Avatar Kriya Babaji Vavarta Sarvaji Nami Vashe Maniye Swaha Om Bur Bhuva Swaha Tats Avatar Varanium Bargo Deva Sati Mahi Dio Yona Prachodayat Om Hreem Doom Durgiye Namaha. Om Hreem Doom Durgiye Namaha. Om Hreem Doom Durgiye Namaha. Okay.
I like that Durga at the end. That was great.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I shouldn't, and then I'm like, no, I'm doing it.
Oh, you should never shouldn't. You should always
Yeah,
should.
yeah, exactly, exactly.
Okay, so what do we have left? I'll start with Swama Ramalinga's Arut Param Jyoti 3 times. Obtaining the divine light of God. Arut Param Jyoti, Arut Param Jyoti, Thani Param Karuni, Arut Param Jyoti, Arut Param Jyoti, Arut Param Jyoti, Thani Param Karuni, Arut Param Jyoti, Arut Param Jyoti, Arut Param Jyoti, Thani Param Karuni, Arut Param Jyoti. Next, I will sing homage to the 18 Siddhas, giving praise and love to all the 18 Siddhas, saying their name, what city they come from, for giving us this beautiful Kriya yogic tradition of Siddhanta. Articulatale Tilil Tilamar, Alahumale Ramadevar, Alahumale Ramadevar, Anandasana Kumbuni Tirubuti Kankanavar, Kalamuni Arder, Kalamuni Arder, Sodi Ranga Satsamuni Katuve Katuvar, Sandananda Kudal, Sandananda Kudal, Shomatil Kudir Wanmi Harudu, Natral Kasanandi Devar, Natral Kasanandi Devar, Palihadi Sankran Kuvil Pambati, Pale Malay Boganantar, Pale Malay Boganantar, Pale Malay Boganantar, Tirupa Kandra Matil Matrimony, Patanjale Ramiswarm, Patanjale Ramiswarm, Sadie Vadi Swarm Kuvil, Dan Van Tree, Puyo Hor Gidakar, Marin Kadambai, Puyo Hor Gidakar, Marin Kadambai, Tiru Vani Arkurder, Shamadil Santanar RM Cockaway, Shamadil Santanar RM Cockaway, Agustir Kriya Babaji, Badri Sorba Samadhi, and Antona, Ulagum, Ulave, Badri Sorba Samadhi, and Antona, Ulagum, Ulave. Lastly, I will sing the Shanti Universal Peace Mantra, giving peace and love to all people all around the world. Om Shanti, 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 Shalom. Sat Nam Sadhu Tao Om Spirit Swami Kami Amen Amen Omen Selah Om Babaji Sharatnam Gachami, Babaji Sharatnam Gachami, Babaji Sharatnam Gachami, Mataji Sharatnam Gachami, Mataji Sharatnam Gachami, Mataji Sharat Nam Gachan Me. Sita Sharat Nam Gachan Me. Sita Sharat Nam Gachan Me. Sita Sharat Nam Gachan Me. Jai Babaji, Jai Babaji, Jai Babaji, Jai Mataji, Jai Mataji, Jai Mataji, Jai Sitas, Jai Sitas, Jai Sitas, Jai Gurudeva, Jai Gurudeva, Jai Gurudeva, Jai, Jai, Jai. Peace, peace, peace. Happy, happy, happy. Love, love, love. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Okay.
Great. I'm shaking now.
Yeah.
That was a profound one, right?
Yeah.
We had some good insights in there in that class.
Wow. All right.
Lovely.
Well, I'm gonna find something to eat. Probably not pizza, like we talked about, but something.
Stop
All
the
right.
recording. Let me start.
Okay.
Okay.